Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, April 13, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Gosh, I miss this. Gosh, I miss this chair, this microphone, this desk, this computer, these tchotchkes, this studio. I miss this so much. You know what I realized during this little break that we just had? And yes, we had a break, and yes, I'm sorry, and yes, I feel very guilty when we're off and there's so much to get to, and people say, where do you go, and how could you leave us, and it's a numbered event fight week and all this stuff. I noticed that there's a big difference between adults and children at this particular point in my life because I have kids, 14, 12, 9. They want vacation to last forever. They want spring break to last forever. They're sad on the Sunday before they go back to school today. I'm itchy. I'm missing it. I'm actually getting depressed and anxious because I miss it so much. I am so happy sitting in this exact room talking to all of you. I am so happy doing this. And when this was one of the most profound times where I felt the itchiness. I wanted to come back so badly. And I don't know if I speak for the rest of the team. Perhaps they have that feeling as well where they're like, gosh, we got to go back and deal with this guy. I miss this so much. I am so excited to be here. I'm so excited to get into things this particular episode and this week. This week is already all booked up. We have multiple in-studio guests. Wednesday is going to be incredible. I'm also hosting 2 press conferences on Wednesday after the show. Return to ESPN on Friday. Weigh in on Thursday. MVPW obviously in town. So much going on. I'm so happy I have to get the right pencil here. My computer volume was on. I'm just so is everyone here? I just want to make sure. Can I get a roll call? Frank, are you there?
Who, me?
Is Andy there?
I'm here.
Dan?
What's up?
Rick?
I'm here.
GC?
Yeah, man.
Pizzi! Yeah! The gang. I will say on air, Jordan's still on sabbatical. I'm not sure when he's coming
I think he's
back.
on vacation still.
I don't know what's going on with that guy, but it's so good.
Forgot about Jordan, man.
Guys, I just want to hug you. I've missed you. I haven't seen Rick in like 4 weeks. Now this isn't
pre-Seattle.
Pre-Seattle, I haven't seen the guy. Look at that tan. Look at this guy. How are you, Rick? I mean, he's some.
Come on.
Look at this guy. Pizzi, you look fantastic. You got the Rory smile. You're basking in the glow. Back-to-back Masters. Held down the fort on Saturday. Look at you.
No, having a great time. Sorry for blanking you for a whole day on whether it'd be on the show or not.
Yeah.
I genuinely saw that message this morning, so I'm sorry.
Guys, I hit up Pizzi. I'm used to this by now. I hit up Pizzi yesterday. Hey, man, I know you don't usually like to come on the Monday after a numbered event. You hosted in my stead. I'd love to have you. You know, I want to see everyone. Nothing. Meanwhile, on the group chat, talking about Rory, he's all over the place. And I'm just waiting. At some point, he's going to get to the actual work-related text on the personal side. Didn't get that until this morning. But he was living it up. They're dancing on the streets of Belfast, I presume. Our boy Rory Mack is back-to-back champions. But the biggest, there's so much, guys, there's so much to get to. UFC 327 recap. We got so much to get to. 6 incredible guests. I'm going to get to that in a moment. But guys, the biggest news of all, we've heard nothing of the long-awaited, much-anticipated trip over to the Emerald Isle. GC over in the Emerald Isle. How was it? Pizzi, I tried to ask questions. I tried to dig. I got nothing. I got Heisman.
Keep it for the show.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's literally what he said.
What I said. Yeah, I mean, it was unbelievable. I can't speak glowingly enough about Ireland. Going from the Emerald City in Seattle to the Emerald Isle in Ireland is as good as it gets. Pizzi was an incredible host. You asked me. You were a little bit nervous that I was going to say he was a bad host. He was unbelievable. Picked me up from the airport, drove me 2 hours out to Galway, and then back into Dublin for Easter dinner or whatever he had to do that day. And then every day that I was in Dublin, I mean, he took care of me. We went out and did things. Yeah, here we are.
Wow.
At his local pub, his favorite cocktail bar. He forced me to have like 3 cocktails too many. We went into a betting shop and we bet on Champions League. We got the actual physical slips at the Paddy Power. Won both those bets, by the way. Those are 2 winners. ripped some heaters outside his local bar.
Yeah, you guys were killing it.
I mean, it was all time. I went out to the cliffs of Galway. The cliffs of Moher out by Galway. It was unreal. It felt like I was in a Lord of the Rings movie. The only complaint I have.
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen any in the protests, everything going on, the tractors lining up. You can't get inside out of the city. I was begging Pizzi to let me come out to Blanche. I wanted to see the house. I wanted to meet Mom and Pa. I wanted to see everything that goes on. I want to see where he's at right now. And every opportunity, this man was ducking me going to Blanche. And then he got the excuse of this protest going on. So I can't get out of the city.
Wow.
We had all these plans. Went to a beautiful dinner with Elaine. It was a fantastic time. The plan was he was going to come pick me up. We're going to go to Blanche. I wake up in the morning. He's like, I don't think we can do Blanche today, man. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I have to say, I saw you guys with Elaine. I was a bit jealous. Elaine being your better half.
Tremendous.
I didn't get that type of reception when I was in town. And then I heard Blanche was on the docket, and I didn't get that. He was red carpet rolled out.
He was like, in the end, you don't want to go out there. You don't want to see it. I was like, Pizzi, that's all I want to do. I want to go out there. We had a whole plan. I was going to go to his mom and dad's house. It was going to be tremendous.
Explain yourself, Pizzi.
They were gone, right? So I woke up in the morning because we were having a few drinks the night before. I was like, this is great. I'm just gonna roll up and surprise them in the morning. And then I wake up in the morning and Elaine's like, you shouldn't do that. You know what I mean? You don't even know if your mom and dad are going to be home tomorrow. And then when I ring them, they're looking after my niece and nephew and they're going somewhere else that morning. So I was like, GC, they're not going to be here. And then the strike, the protest began, the fuel protest, which meant nobody could, particularly the north side of the city, nobody kind of come in and out of the city very easily. So I had to get Elaine to drop me to a train station so I could get a train in to see GC that evening. But it was pretty crazy. Like the town was locked down for 2 days with the farmers protesting that they want some more fuel. They want lower fuel money. So I believe something has happened today. I believe some type of negotiation has happened, but more power to them.
Okay.
The city is open back up, I believe.
Okay, this is wonderful news. I'm a little bit happy that you didn't get to go to Blanche because I was very jealous. But overall,
I could feel that.
Overall, it feels like it was everything.
Loved it.
Okay,
I fucking loved it. I can't wait to go back. We did spice bags. I drank more Guinness than I know how to handle. I tried a Murphy's and a Beamish. Not quite as good as the Guinness.
What is that?
Those are other Irish stouts. We were actually at Pizzi's local gaff, and I was like, "Hey man, you mind if I get a Beamish?" And the guy was like, I don't think you should do that. I think you should stick to the Guinness. So
wow.
I got to try the other Irish stouts. I did the Guinness Factor. I did everything. It was fantastic.
Incredible. Well, I'm so happy. And was it good for you, Pizzi, as well? Like, was he a good?
Oh, I loved it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure.
I was just worried all the time in case.
Yeah, you were texting me every 2 minutes.
I was like, if they don't have a good time when I'm here, I'm gonna be devastated. And every time I was saying, I was like, "You're having a good time, aren't you? Everything's okay." And he's like, "Yeah, no, it's great."
He kept saying that. I was like, "I've never had more fun in my life." Also, they did the Westbury. Shout out to the Westbury. Incredible accommodation.
Did you see the 3 Arena?
I saw it from afar.
Okay.
I saw that and Croke Park from
You did?
afar.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And how many darts in total?
Smoked or thrown?
Both.
Well, he showed me this great place that you guys got to go
Yes.
to when he was there, and I was like, "Oh, when I come back, we have to go where you actually go and throw darts." Smoked, we lost count fast. Yeah, we lost
Look
count
at
quickly. The pictures messed up. There was many more pictures of us smoking darts, but it was And Pizzi just pulls them out and he just starts ripping them.
And rolling them in the moment, pre-rolled.
We had some rolled.
Okay.
We had some rolled. We had some.
We're halfway out to Galway's. I need to make a quick pit stop. Got to get some coffee, and then he starts rolling up his hand-rolled cigarettes.
so
It's actually a very popular thing out there. I saw many people doing it.
I love it. All right. Well, this is phenomenal. Rick, Hawaii was good.
As usual. I mean, it's heaven on earth. Come on, man.
One of
You've
the great
been,
places. Right? I've been, but the last time I was there was 2000. So
Get back.
I'm due for a comeback.
Here's the
I know
thing.
there were floods over there.
Okay.
Yes.
Floods right before we arrive.
Yes.
Floods again begin after we leave.
Golly.
That little middle section, that's where I was in paradise
lovely.
in heaven. Just
Are they okay now?
Yeah, it was not nearly as bad as the first go around.
Okay.
There was some real actual damage and flooding done, but it's such a sunny, warm place that like the flooding kind of goes away relatively quickly, right? It can happen quickly, but then it goes away quickly. But yes, there was some devastation, but thankfully everybody, my extended family is all good and got to enjoy it. The thing for me was the dreading of taking a 2-year-old in addition to my 8 and 5-year-old on the flight, and he handled it like a champ. He was great. It was way less horrible than I was expecting, especially the way back. Red eye, he slept like a baby, and we were all good. It was incredible.
Well, you had a great time. Pizzi and GC had a great time. I know Andy had a great trip as well. Frank was holding down the fort here, pumping out podcasts left and right.
Give me a fucking break.
Inside boxing, wrestling. The guy he never stopped. Frank, I feel like you need the vacation now. I feel like you were holding down the fort. And
if it can be allowed, I appreciate it.
No,
no,
sorry.
Audio is usually thought of last.
No, that's how important you are to us. You can't actually take a break. So we appreciate you very much. I was actually in Florida. I was actually like 10 minutes away from the arena on Saturday. Did not attend, but did see a lot of billboards. Saw a lot of billboards throughout my time there. All of them up until the day had Van Tyra on the billboard. So I don't know whose fault that was. But there was a lot to like if you did attend, and we're going to get into it all and more. Let me tell you who's on today's program, and then we'll get into things real quickly here. Back into the show, Shakur Stevenson is going to join us. Why? Well, we love Shakur Stevenson around here, and I want to get his thoughts on Conor Benn's performance on Saturday. Saturday was a crazy day. There was so much going on, from the PFL to UFC to Tyson Fury against Arslanbek Makhmudov on Netflix. Also, Conor Benn against Regis Prograis, which wasn't exactly the big showing that he was probably hoping for, but nevertheless got the win. Shakur vocal throughout the fight. Also, Conor entering the ring after Shakur won against Teofimo Lopez in late January at MSG, you may recall. So a lot to get into with our good friend, the pride of Newark, Shakur Stevenson. That will be at 4:30. At 4 o'clock, Eugene Bareman is going to join us, the head man over at City Kickboxing. He is another UFC champion to call his own. That guy's name, Carlos Ulberg. More on him in a second. I haven't talked to Eugene in quite some time. At least year and a half, 2 years. Love Eugene, one of the great minds in the history of the sport. Obviously, head coach for the likes of Israel Adesanya, Dan Hooker, Navajo Sterling, Carlos Ulberg, works with Alex Volkanovski, many, many more. We'll get into all of that and more. At 3:30, talk about a guy I haven't spoken to in a long time. Kevin Holland, Mr. Trailblazer himself. Big win for him. Snapped the losing streak, beat Randy Brown. He will join us at 3:30. Talk about his win on Saturday in Miami. I haven't talked to him in about like 2-3 years. So we're mending all the fences here. At 3 o'clock, my friends, Daniel Rodriguez is going to join us. You may have heard he has been in the news. You may have heard he was out of commission. You may have heard he was in Mexico. We're going to get into all of that, explain what happened, clear the air, tell his side of the story, and obviously focus on the big comeback. That will be at 3:30. At 2:30, Cub Swanson is going to join us, talk about the incredible retirement fight, the win over Nate Landwehr. What about the Uncrowned film last Monday? Hopefully you've seen it, but that thing is going to age very, very nicely. Tremendous job by Casey, Esther, who helped out as well. Shout out to them. It's called End of an Era, Cub Swanson's final fight. By the way, people like to talk about curses. I feel like Uncrowned Films has been producing some good luck charms. Gable Steveson, Cub Swanson. We had another one that I was thinking about recently. BKFC was pretty good when we were there. Anyway, Cub will join us at 2:30. And just added, late edition, the new champ, Carlos Ulberg is going to join us. What a win. What a freaking unbelievable moment. Tears his ACL, we suspect. Shout out to Dr. Suderer, who gave me that intel. Tears his ACL very early in that fight against Yuri Prochaska, and then knocks out Yuri Prochaska with the left hook. It was unbelievable scenes. Now another champion, hailing from City Kickboxing, hailing from New Zealand. What a guy. What a performance. He is going to join us at about 2 o'clock. But I want to get, there it is. There's the lineup right there. 6 pack of guests. You know when I'm away, I come back stronger than ever. And dare I say, we're coming back in a very big way here. So let us get into all things UFC 320. What is this? Oh, look at this. My neighborhood DoorDash delivery man. Wow, look at that guy. Thank you, sir.
Favorite, man.
I do appreciate my guy. Wow. Our good friends over at DoorDash hooking us up as we get into things regarding UFC 327, and he hooked us up with our favorite local spot, Pio Pio, here in the heart of, oh, are these the yuca fries? Oh, you know yourself, pizza. You wish you had the yuca fries. And is this the chicken dish? This is the chicken dish that we all love. Ah, this is fun. Oh my God. The best thing about this is, didn't get to eat before the show, guys, because we had so much to get into, so much to catch up on. Oh, you know yourself. Fantastic Inca Cola. Oh, I love I could smell it. So we didn't get into it, guys. We didn't get into it. So I'm able to eat a little bit. Pardon me. I know I don't like to usually eat and talk at the same time. You know yourself with the yuca fries.
Talk us through it.
Pizza. The yucas.
Oh my! I don't even know what a yuca is, but I want one.
Look at this chicken right here. This is a phenomenal local spot.
Oh my God.
And what I love so much about it is that we love to support local, and we love the fact that we're teaming up with DoorDash again. It's our go-to. When my family come home from the trip yesterday, what are we ordering? Just open the app, boys. Pick out something. But no other app except for DoorDash. They are the best. And what I love so much about DoorDash, guys.
Yeah, get that in there.
I'm jealous, bro. Love Pio Pio.
I'm
They
starving.
support combat sports. No one supports combat sports like DoorDash. You saw them all over UFC 327. They're all over WrestleMania. They are truly supporting combat sports, supporting us as well. We did the live show with them in Miami back in December, and so happy they'll be with us all week long, supporting what we're doing over here as we get ready for WrestleMania this weekend. So I'm going to put this bag right here because I want to show them some love. I got my chicken right here. Shout out to our good friends over at DoorDash, always delivering for us. Always delivering for combat sports fans. If you're watching UFC this weekend, if you're watching Mania this weekend, if you're watching the NBA playoffs, which start this weekend, Hawks, Knicks, baby. If you're watching the NHL playoffs, which begin as well. Oh yeah, you know yourself. They are the best. Meals, last minute snacks, anything you need. Shout out to DoorDash. We appreciate their support very, very much, and we appreciate the fact that they're always here for us, especially for combat sports fans. So shout out to them, and I want to tell you that this particular UFC 327 recap is delivered to you by our good friends over at DoorDash, and so let us get into it. By now you know Carlos Ulberg is the new UFC light heavyweight champion, but holy smokes, what a road to get to that belt for him. It was a short fight. He tears his ACL, we suspect. We'll get more intel on that when he joins us in about 45 minutes' time. And it's clear that he is compromised. It's clear that he is banged up. And it's clear that Yuri Prochazka feels some sort of way about it as he notices that he cannot use that back leg. The leg in which you are putting all your sort of weight on when you're trying to deliver big strikes like he usually does. And so Yuri is making faces and he's calling him to the center of the ring and he's not taking advantage. He is kicking the lead leg, but he's not taking advantage like he should. That was a compromised fighter in front of him. That was a wounded animal in front of him. And by all accounts, if that fight would have lasted a couple more minutes and gone in between the first and second rounds, I would have to think that either the ref, the cage side doctor, or his corner would have said no mas. He had to win the fight at the time in which he did. And this guy, Carlos Ulberg, in one of the greatest comebacks that we've ever seen, especially in such a short fight, especially with the stakes, the stakes being so damn high, nails Yuri, who is essentially standing in front of him with his hands down, coming forward, which is part of the reason why we love him so much, because he is a kill or be killed type of fighter. He gets knocked out. And so my heart breaks for Yuri Prochazka. My heart breaks for this guy because we know how intense he is. We know that he's had multiple chances. We know that he's a former champion, but we know that he cares so deeply. He's about to become a father for the first time. He takes this fight just days before his partner is due to give birth. And you could see the way in which this affects him. And you just think about, man, what was that Saturday night like for him? What was that Sunday like for him? What's this Monday like for him? Because I know when fighters lose, they take it hard. There's different levels. Some are able to brush it aside, some are able to come back, some are able to regroup, and some let it rot and fester. And I feel like, I'm not saying this is the end of Yuri, I'm not saying that he's never gonna rebound and this will define him, but I could feel this one sitting with him. And maybe it's a blessing that it's happening at the same time as this incredible thing that he's about to experience, which is fatherhood. But I can see this affecting him so very much. So my heart breaks for him. At the same time, I'm delighted for Carlos Ulberg, who's done nothing wrong, who's an incredible fighter, who has just racked up great wins, who earned this shot. This is part of the reason why I didn't mind Alex vacating the title and moving up, because I felt like these two guys should have fought each other and I didn't mind them fighting for the belt. They were the rightful, 2 and 3 if Alex was number 1 at light heavyweight at 205. And so I had no issues with the fight whatsoever. And the guy just kind of quietly goes about his business. Carlos Ulberg, I'm talking about, has an incredible backstory, has been a part of CKB for a long time, just goes out there, does his thing, and finally puts himself in this spot, and then pulls off one of the great wins in the history of the sport. Compromised leg, maybe a torn ACL, which is just absurd when you think about the injuries that we see in football and basketball. Torn ACLs, players can't walk, they can't stand. This guy knocked out another human being with a torn ACL, potentially, with some kind of serious injury. I mean, we've seen the footage of the calf rippling, and Dr. Suter, go check out his YouTube channel. He does a phenomenal job of explaining why he knows by watching that, why it's a torn ACL. Yuri's gonna have to live with this, and I feel for him. I feel for him so very much, because I know it's going to eat him up inside. But Carlos pulled it off. Now the shame is, he may be out for a year. And maybe we're looking at a situation where he just won a vacant title. There's going to have to be another vacant title fight right after. It's a mess of a situation, but that does not take away about how great this was for him, for the sport, for the light heavyweight division. It was an incredible, incredible moment. Pizzi, I know that you reacted to it. You did the post show. So actually, you know what? Here's Rick and GC reacting to it. And what I find so fascinating about it is GC is reacting, as most of us did. Rick has no reaction to it until afterwards. He is like completely frozen by it all. So you see the difference in the reactions. Take a look from Saturday's watch party.
Toasted.
Oh, his fucking leg is completely fucked. Oh my God! Oh my God! He fucking clips here and drops him. He's landing massive hammer fist. Oh my God! He fucking finished him. Carlos Ulberg on a completely fucked leg. KO's Yuri.
That is the worst fight IQ I've ever seen in an MMA fight, period. End of story. The dumbest strategy ever. Don't know what that was. Unbelievably dumb.
Tell us how you really feel, Rick.
What?
What was he thinking there?
The fuck just happened?
Rick, you are at first motionless,
Yeah, I can't believe.
and then
I
mad.
can't believe what's happening.
And then you're like mad at him.
I'm mad. I was mad.
Hell.
He's disappointed.
I'm
He's like a
disappointed.
father disappointed in his son.
It was. I've never felt that feeling, quite that feeling before, of the most easy layup in like MMA is a very difficult sport. There are so many things that can happen and go wrong, and we talk about puncher's chances, and we've seen miracles and things like that happen. There's never been a more assured victory that I can recall in MMA history than what was presented to Yuri Prochazka right there. And when Connor and I were watching it, we were certainly saying, get the leg kicks out, right? Like, start leg kicking, start doing that. That was thought number one. But even beyond that, right? Even the people who are criticizing him for not being aggressive enough with the leg kicks, if all he did was stand there in the middle of the cage, if all he did was wait for Carlos Ulberg's leg to finally give out for the final time, for him to be flopping around like a fish, for the referee, for the corner, for Carlos himself to be unable to continue, he is crowned UFC champion. He did not have to do a single thing in order to be crowned UFC light heavyweight champion again. And so I didn't know what to make of the fact that he decided to do that. Now, granted, the Bushido code and the samurai stuff and why we all love Yuri is ultimately probably why he ended up in that position. But he had to do nothing in order to become champion again. He could have just stood there. He could have stood 3 feet away from him where Carlos couldn't touch him, and he would have been champion.
And a
so I
minute
was
and
baffled.
15 seconds. A minute and 50 seconds. I truly believe if that fight goes to the end of the first round,
But
it gets called off.
Maybe not even that long, because if Carlos tries to do something again and starts flopping to the ground like he did when he tried to throw that head kick, and goddamn, Carlos is a gangster for doing that. If all he had to do was wait there, there's a chance in 30 seconds from then, Carlos falls again and the referee's like, all right, I can't let you fight with this fuck knee anymore. You're done. Fight over. There's a real chance of that. We've seen it before where a referee has stopped a fight to protect an injured fighter. So I just couldn't believe that Yuri had given it up in this way. I was just shocked.
You know what he did, GC? You know what he did? Now, from here on out, any fighter who's compromised, like we bring up Alex Pantoja on our show, now thinking, you know what, maybe I shouldn't have called it off. Any fighter from here on out who is compromised is going to be compared to Carlos Ulberg. And you could make the case that a messed up arm is actually better than a messed up leg. You cannot stand. You cannot actually have any power. You cannot push off that leg, especially as you're throwing the left hook with a torn ACL. It is unfathomable. No one has ever been able to do that. And so now every single fighter who gets injured is going to be told But yeah, Carlos Ulberg won the title with a potentially torn ACL. That's what we think it is. It's unimaginable what he did. And your reaction is probably the same reaction that most people around the world had.
Yeah, I mean, the main reason I'm reacting like that is because, to Rick's point, in my head, I was just like, oh man, like, Yuri's going to win the title, but it's going to be because of an injury to Carlos Ulberg. It was almost like I had cemented it in my head. I mean, leading up to it, he couldn't walk. He was wobbling around. Anytime he tried to do anything, he would just like go back to the fence to try to get his balance back. And then, like, you can even see, just to go off of Rick's point, I've rewatched it a couple of times. It doesn't take long to watch. It actually is insane that Yuri allowed that to happen. Like, he could not walk. And then as they're going to the fence, when the finishing sequence happens, you see Ulberg, like, feint the left hook, like, 3 or 4 times. Like, all Yuri had to do was just get separation. And at least if you're going to go up to him, keep the hands up, stay guarded, because you just had to make it that last minute and 15 seconds. It's mind-boggling that Yuri allowed that to happen, but then on the flip side of that, like you said, it's one of the most inspirational things that you could see from Carlos Ulberg. To fight through that, it's truly incredible. I mean, his knee was completely cooked. You see it once the adrenaline starts dropping after the fight, he kind of starts hobbling around again.
And so here's what, actually, we showed your reaction. Here's Kaikar France's reaction, one of his teammates at CKB, another name that Eugene Bareman has built up, almost got him to the actual belt, brought him to a title fight. A lot more similar to GC's reaction. Here's Kaikar France back home in New Zealand. Here's Yuri's reaction on Instagram after the fight. And PT, I want to ask you about something specific that he said in this video. First, here's Yuri, a heartbroken Yuri after the fight.
Thank you all for support. Just checking the jaw here in hospital. And big apologies for my performance tonight. Still can't understand this my stupid mercy in the fight, and that cost me this fight. I would like to fight a rematch because, man, that was my fight. That was my fight, and I just gave him this opportunity to catch me. And big apologies to everyone who support me.
PT, he said in that video and in other spots on social media, I showed him mercy. That was my mistake. Do you believe him? Do you believe that's what he was doing?
Yeah, absolutely. I saw him pointing to the ground on a number of occasions, basically asked him to throw hands. And as the lad said, he was kicking the leg that wasn't affected. And he is one of the most unique guys we have in this sport. And it does feel like he's on a spiritual level, at least a combat spiritual level, that we haven't seen in fighters really ever. You know, he's a very unique guy. And the fact that he chose code over getting the light heavyweight title back, and he did in that moment, I really believe that. He was like, well, I'm not going to be vicious. I'm not going to go after this injury. And I think that's what cost him. You know, I really do. It plays into the whole mythology we have around Yuri and everything. I'm not trying to discount anything Rick has said in terms of how poor of a game plan as this is. I think Yuri understands that himself, but in a weird way, it kind of stimulates all of the things we think about Yuri. Him screaming in the middle of a rainforest, him doing these darkness retreats. This is all part of who he is. And in that moment, even though he has said for many years how much it would mean to him to win the light heavyweight title, we saw him weeping by the cage when he watched Alex Pereira reclaim the title. This meant so much to him, but in that moment still, he chose code over that victory, and that is pretty incredible.
It's unbelievable, and that's part of the reason why my heart breaks for the guy, because he did show code and class and, you know, the martial art Bushido way, but it cost him, and it's going to eat at him. The weird thing is, though, guys, if Carlos Ulberg is really out due to a torn ACL and that will require surgery, and he's probably out for 9 to 12 months, that's typically the layoff. Is it possible that Yuri gets another title shot? Is it possible you do Yuri versus Magomed? Is it possible you do, I don't know, Yuri versus Paulo Costa, who was victorious in his return to 205? Rob Whittaker is out there. Like, Yuri is so beloved. I'm sure there are going to be people out there being like, enough is enough, but I wouldn't hate it.
Can he just be in a number one contender bout or something, though? Does it have to be?
What do you think happens? If Carlos is out, they're going to have to do another title fight, right? I don't know.
No, do they have to?
That's the UFC. That's what they've been doing, though. They've moved Pereira up because they couldn't have the heavyweight title up for grabs. They make this vacant title fight for these guys to crown a new champion and therefore have more title fights. I think they absolutely will try. Like, I think Ulberg should take as much time as we need. Let's not forget Jamal Hill rushing back for UFC 300 after suffering a very brutal injury. We were comparing it to Aaron Rodgers at the time. Remember? He had that injury for the Jets. Jamal had this. We were looking up the timelines. I think he came back way too early to appease the UFC. So if I'm Ulberg, I'm very, very sensitive about when I do come back. And if I'm the UFC, if they've gone to all this hassle to make a new champion at light heavyweight as Alex is moving up, I think they will definitely look to put out a new champion, whether it be interim or whatever, in the meantime.
I expect that that's a possibility. Here's my fear. The light heavyweight title is extremely diluted. The light heavyweight title is a derivative of a derivative of a derivative. John Jones is the light heavyweight champion, did not lose it, gave it up. Alex Pereira then, there were fighters in between, but Alex Pereira goes on to kind of like reestablish that title, right? To become the guy at light heavyweight that everybody goes, look, there he is. Does not lose it and gives it up. Now we're at the point where Carlos Ulberg and Yuri are fighting for the vacant title. Carlos wins it, is sidelined. Another interim title, another shot for somebody, just feels like the most watered down possible title it could possibly be. The light heavyweight champion, for all intents and purposes in my mind, is John Jones. John Jones never gave up that belt. And now it goes down to Alex Pereira, who at least did a little bit to get out of the shadow of John Jones looming over this division. And now it's not him anymore, and it's somebody else. It's Carlos, but now there's going to be I'm not into this. Like, let somebody...
What do you do?
Make other fights. Carlos is on the sidelines, and it's fine. Yeah. It does not need to have another belt. It does not need...
I don't disagree, by the way. I don't disagree.
Oh, no, I agree, too. I just don't believe that's what...
I think they're going to.
Maybe they are going to, but does anybody...
as an opportunity to make another title fight. Remember what happened when Yuri was the champ, he gets injured, they make the title fight, it ends in a draw, they make another title fight a month later. I'm not going to say it's going to be that quick because they've got a pretty nice set of title fights coming up if the schedule holds up. But I wouldn't be surprised if they say, hey, Carlos is out, we'll make an interim belt because he just won. You don't want to strip the guy.
That's what I expect.
Something might happen.
They do an interim belt, but man, the division is so shallow.
Yeah.
You talk about, will it be Yuri? Probably, because the division is just so shallow.
If that happens, though, are we looking at these champions as champions? That's my biggest issue with what is happening with the modern UFC product. It's probably not my biggest issue. It's one of my many issues. What's happening with the modern UFC product is these belts have to mean something, and they are meaning less and less and less and less. And this would be another example of meaning less and less and less. Carlos Ulberg had a fantastic moment. That should be fine. We should leave that where it is. Carlos Ulberg is the champion. He's sidelined. Fine. The division can move on. The division can get some number one. Because quite frankly, there's not really like a great contender, right? Magomed just got trounced by Alex Pereira. Yuri just got trounced by Carlos Ulberg. It's not like we're looking at Khalil Roundtree just lost to...
What about your barber, mate?
Who?
What about your barber?
What about my barber? Okay,
Augusta,
fair
honestly.
point. But
I actually want to bring him up because I think
he's right in there.
I feel like he's right in there.
He should be.
He's absolutely.
But
right.
are we looking at any of these guys and going like, that's the champion of the division? That's the guy.
No, but you're not going to get that at 205 right now.
Carlos could be that guy. I thought coming into this that the UFC needed Carlos Ulberg to win this fight because Yuri is the guy who has lost to Alex Pereira multiple times. Yuri is another guy who has just been food for Alex Pereira, who has been that champion that I think took the mantle from John Jones, and they needed somebody who was outside of that, somebody completely different, and Carlos Ulberg is that guy. They need him to be champion. I don't think you dilute this anymore. Now, are they going to? Probably. You seem to all think that they will, and I don't doubt that they will. But you need to make sure that Carlos Ulberg is seen as the rightful champion because he's a name that hasn't been beaten by Alex Pereira. He's a name that has no relation to John Jones. He's a new, fresh face, a good-looking dude who gets knockouts that could be the champion that this division needs. Don't do any more to dilute that. Keep him on the sidelines. Start doing some number one contender fights. If Paulo Costa emerges from that and he becomes the next guy to challenge Carlos Ulberg, fantastic. No problem in my mind. But don't make another belt that doesn't mean anything.
I couldn't agree more. You need to establish him. I do remind you that the last time the lightweight title changed hands in a fight was November 12, 2016. So
That's
this
crazy.
This isn't just a light heavyweight title problem. It's a UFC title problem. They're just willy-nilly vacating, guy moves up. That wasn't always a thing. The best bet, and I think the bet that we should root for is maybe, look, let's see what it is. Let's just say it's the worst case scenario. That's an ACL, that's surgery. You do an interim title fight, 6 or so months. That winner fights Carlos Ulberg in a year. I hope they don't strip him. I hope they don't vacate. I hope they don't do any of that stuff. Let him be the champ. Let him pray. It's not like these champions, by the way, are fighting all that often. Like Khamzat Chimaev's last fight was in August, right? He's coming back in May. That's 9 months. Islam Makhachev's last fight was in November. He may come back in August. That's 9 months. Right? It's not like they're fighting that often to where it's like, oh my God, he's out for 9 to 12 months. It's not that big of a deal. I hope they don't strip him.
If that's oh God, please don't strip him. But if that's the cadence, then why does that need to be for an interim title? Can't that just be a fight? Can't
I hate
Paulo
interim title,
Costa
but
versus
I'm just saying,
whoever?
I'm not rooting for this. I'm just saying what I kind of expect to
trend.
happen. Yes.
They get one extra interim title fight that nobody thinks is the real champion. There has to be a certain point that this lunacy becomes like
Does
too
Yuri
much even for
Prochazka
the
fight
UFC.
for a belt again?
No.
Yeah.
I think yes.
I think so too.
Against who?
You know what's
The
helping?
light heavyweight division is
He's
fucking all
in
over
the most shallow division out there.
Oh man.
At some point in his career, you don't think there's any chance
He'll win 2 fights in a row. He is so beloved, and you'll say,
He
"Let me
means
fix
more
this."
than anyone, you know.
And
He
by the
means
way,
more.
there's a rematch to be sold here. Like you're telling me people won't be into this? This clip was so viral and so big time that people would be into it. I'm not saying next. He'll win 1 or 2 in a row. If he does, then they could put him in there. Carlos is very marketable, obviously a very good-looking guy with a great backstory, with a fun fighting style, with a fun team behind him. He checks off all the boxes. Maybe doesn't have like the colorful personality that a Yuri has, but this is good for the UFC.
This is
just
good for the
unfortunate
UFC.
that he got injured. At the same time, it adds to his appeal, right? That he did this. If he would have won via knockout, it would have been great. The fact that he did it with the injury, looking the way in which it did, with the like being on skates, the way in which he looked, not being able to stand, like we've seen some compromised fighters before, but never anyone, to the best of my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong. Like we saw TJ in the fight with who is it with Aljo?
Aljo, yeah.
But he lost. Like that to be in this position at this level with this much at stake and to pull that off, it was shocking. It was absolutely shocking.
Gregor Holloway as well, but not on that level again, not a title fight, and
Exactly.
it was a decision, wasn't a spectacle.
Exactly.
And to your point there, Ariel, I think Eugene Bareman would have pulled him in between rounds there.
100%.
And I think he'll like, you know, this is a guy that's all about fighter safety. He's had fatalities, you know, in fights, and he speaks about them openly. I don't think Eugene for a second he wouldn't bat an eyelid making that choice for a fighter, and I'm sure he'll say that later on to you if he comes on, because he looked so like everyone was just waiting for Yuri to win this fight. I know I've already said this. Go ahead.
Let me pause on the 205 talk, and we'll give Paulo his flowers. He'll be on tomorrow's show, by the way. We'll give him his flowers in a minute. But maybe, and this is crazy to say, but maybe the biggest story of Fight Week was Josh Hokett. And it wasn't just on Saturday. From the media day on Wednesday, as he's like, you know, doing stuff with Yuri, trying to get under his skin, trying to get under Carlos Ulberg's skin as well, the press conference, the promos, the weigh-ins, the weigh-in show, and then the fight. The fight was unbelievable. Like, we have a stat here regarding this fight, this win over Curtis Blades, a hard-fought, unbelievable win. You guys were on the watch party. PT and I were texting throughout. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I couldn't believe that Curtis Blades was surviving. Let's put up the stat here. What is it? 354 significant strikes between the two of them, 174 to 177, a new 3-round heavyweight record. 3-round, not 5-round, and the third most combined strikes, significant strikes in any 3-round UFC fight ever, regardless of weight class. Now, I have long believed that Mark Hunt versus Bigfoot Silva is the greatest heavyweight fight of all time. That was 5 rounds and somewhat stained by the fact that Bigfoot popped afterwards. This is up there. This was unbelievable. If you haven't seen it, it was unbelievable. And it was unbelievable because of the action, because of the strikes absorbed. By the way, I'm told from his team, Curtis Blades, broken orbital and broken nose. Hokett seems to be okay, more on his future plans in a moment. But you're watching this back and forth, and the theatrics added to it. The multiple middle fingers, all the theatrics from Hokett, the talking, the middle fingers, everything that he did leading up to this point. This is a guy in his 3rd UFC fight. And all I could hear all week long were people belly aching. Oh, enough of this guy. Let me mute his name. Let's stop paying attention to him. Stop talking about him. Stop giving him any type of attention. Stop giving him coverage. Stop having him on your show because he's doing shtick. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, and I know it's cringy at times. This guy's really, really good. PT, tell the people. I don't want to show the receipts. Tell them what I said to you before the fight. What did I say to you before the fight?
You said, I don't get all of these people getting so upset about this because they actually care about a fight here. They really care.
And what did I say about the result?
Oh, yeah, you did say he'd win. You did. And
No, I said he's going to roll through him because he is an incredible athlete. He is an incredible football player and an incredible wrestler. He was a D1 football player and wrestler at the same time. There's footage of him and Bo Nickel going toe-to-toe in wrestling. This is an incredible athlete, the type of athlete that we haven't seen in the heavyweight division in quite some time. So don't get jaded. Don't get blinded by the antics. Is it everyone's cup of tea? Don't do the same shit. Look, I get it. I get it at times. It veers towards the uncomfortable territory, and I get it at times. He's playing on certain things, and I get it at times. It could be this is the fight freaking game, and we're crying here on this show every single day that it's boring, that it's stale, that it's unimaginative. Here's a guy who's saying, "Let me take the bull by the horns here." And historically, this guy in his third UFC fight is not fighting on a numbered event main card, but he forced them to fight on a main card because he was doing all the antics in the empty Apex. They didn't do this. He did it. He used their platform to his advantage. He was just another guy on an Apex card that no one cared about. And he said, let me do something crazy. Let me do something a little bit off the wall to get attention. And it worked. And now you have his football teammates saying he was always this crazy. Well, he took their spotlight, he shined it on himself, and he's playing some sort of like weird Mick Foley, like multiple personality thing. And it's working. You know how I know it's working? Because everyone was talking about him all week long. And then, yes, he had to show up and he had to win and he had to perform. And guess what? He performed, he delivered, it was an incredible fight, he won, and now he's on the White House card 2 months later. Now, I'll be honest, when I saw this, that they announced that he was going to be on the White House card, on the card. By the way, I thought they don't make fights on fight night. I thought they wait till Tuesday. I guess not when it comes to this card. The story is Dana White is sitting with Donald Trump, who is cage side. Trump says, why isn't Derek Lewis on the White House card? Dana White says, great question. Let me fix that. Speaks to Mick Maynard, matchmaker for the heavyweights. Get Derek on the phone. Ask him if he wants to be on the card. Derek says yes. Fight happens. Joe Rogan says, in the fight, hey, is there another slot on the White House card? Light goes off in Dana's head, goes back to Mick Maynard. Go find out if Josh could fight. Chases him down as he's being sent to the hospital. He says yes. What else is the guy going to say? He's a lunatic. I say that in the most loving way possible. And now they announce this fight, and it's the 7th and final fight. By the way, who told you on the Monday after the White House card that they were going to have another fight on there? I told you. Anyway, here's Josh Hokett. Here's Josh Hokett in the ambulance seconds before being taken away to the hospital.
Tell you what, we can drop it right here. Oh, brother, you're smart. fucking driver.
He's an absolute lunatic, but he gets people to care. He gets people to talk about him. And in this day and age, this is what we've asked for. We've asked for this. So tell me right now, Josh Hokett's bad. Tell me he's bad for the sport. Tell me he's crit. Tell me all this stuff. Like, it drives me nuts when I see media and fans crying about this guy when you've been asking for this. You've been asking for someone to break through. This is what you got. And guess what? He fights really, really well. Like, he's a very good fighter. He's a very talented, athletic fighter. This is what we've asked for. So what's the problem?
It is part of his currency being a bit of a bell end, though. That's not
100%.
Like, he absolutely knows what he's saying is provocative and it's going to upset people. And therefore, those people are like, I hope this guy gets absolutely battered tonight. And I'm going to sit down, make sure I'm watching so I can watch this lad get absolutely battered. So he's very aware of that. Like, so that being out there, these people being like, I'm so annoyed and I hate him and I can't believe he said that. That's all part of this. That all feeds into who he is. So you're playing his game if you're
100%.
reacting to him like that, unfortunately. You know what I mean? So it's all part of it.
I can only speak for myself and not like a larger audience, but I feel he's much closer to Henry Cejudo than he is to like Sean Strickland, Colby Covington. I don't know what he
Agreed.
actually stands for. I don't really like have a big problem with Josh Hokett as a personality. The gimmick just doesn't work on me. I don't identify with what he's doing. It's corny.
Neither
to
do
me.
I, by the way.
I don't.
But it makes you feel some sort of way. You kind of stop and react and watch it.
You said maybe he won the week, or maybe it's not. He won the week. He was the story of the week. He was talked about 100x more than the title fight. The fight itself was talked about 100x more. He won the week, no doubt. But I don't really like feel a certain way about him other than like when I see him doing the promo stuff, I just don't care.
You don't feel a certain way about him because you're...
What's the worst thing he said? Like, what's the worst thing he said?
Yeah, I don't think he said anything that bad.
But Rick, you don't feel a certain way about him because you're somewhat like sane and you watch fight sports and you know pro wrestling and you know antics. People who are complaining, they're all falling for it. Like this, we've seen this. You mentioned guys, and they do this in different sort of ways, and not everyone can pull this off. By the way, maybe the most impressive thing that he did on Saturday night was getting on the microphone after that fight, getting hit with and saying that shit on the microphone without stumbling. Like I just stumbled. He did not stumble. You know what I mean? Like this guy, the fact that he does that is actually really, really impressive, whether people want to admit that or not. I get it. But he's doing this thing where, like, on the one hand, he's a crazy guy. On the other hand, he's hitting on Laura Sanko. On the other hand, he's playing like a scared puppy. It reminds me of the three faces of Foley. Foley used to do this. There was Mick, there was Mankind, there was Dude Love, there was Cactus Jack. He's doing the same sort of thing, and he's pulling it off. And then he fights like that. Dana said that, what was it? He walked the talk?
Yeah.
I think he said he walked the talk. I think what he meant to say was he walked the walk and talked the talk, or talked the talk and walked the walk, whatever it was. You can't say shit about the guy because he delivered at the end of the day.
1,000%. And me and Rick were having the similar sentiments to you before the fight. We were talking about it. You know, this shtick doesn't really work on us, but he's got people tuned in. He dominated social media all week leading up to the fights, definitely more than the main and co-main events. And you know, at the end of the day, like people are going to tune in because I would imagine a majority of the people wanted to see him get knocked out in a heavyweight fight on Saturday night. But I said the more he wins, the more people will forgive it and get on board with him. But man, when you go out there and win in a performance like that, people are going to forget very quickly. Like he earned so many fans come Saturday night because, to your point, you cannot say shit about him now. Like he went out there, he was not afraid to get starched in that fight. He was not afraid of getting KO'd and getting embarrassed in front of the world. He put it on the line and he came out victorious. Like, credit to him. And honestly, I also have to say, the shtick isn't really for me. Him getting through that whole speech, and at like one point he has to take like a huge just like and like keep going on the speech because he's running out of air. And then the pre-fight when he's doing the shadow boxing, doing the eye poking, that whole like 30-minute sequence of showing him shadowboxing to him finishing the promo was his best work.
The fight was nuts. The fight was absolutely nuts.
The fight was fucking crazy. I showed my friends came over to watch the Masters, and I showed it to them. I was like, "You guys watch the Hokett fight?" They're like, "No, I don't know who that is." I was like, "Please, just enjoy." And even then, they were like, "Wow, this is madness."
Imagine looking at this lineup when it was announced, and all of us saying it was the deepest card, and the biggest story coming out of it would be Josh Hokett. So much so that he gets added to the White House card. Now, I do think that there is a conversation to be had. Like, the White House card is in exactly 2 months from tomorrow. The guy's crazy. He's young. He's very athletic. That is a quick turnaround. His team tells me he's okay and that he'll be good to go. It's a quick turnaround. Like, that is a very quick turnaround, but God bless him.
It's a perfect fight, though, for the quick turnaround. He's either going to die or he's going to be Derek Lewis, like, senseless. It's exactly the fight you'd want if you're turning around quickly and just got into a war. Because either your night's going to be over quick because you just got knocked out and you wake up in the ambulance, or you put it on Derek Lewis and he crumbles like Derek Lewis usually does. Like, that's what you want. You're not going to the lab and having to really watch film to game plan for this one. This is the one that you've seen enough tape. You know exactly what you're in for.
Does it open the card?
That'd be sick. Because if Hokett does what Hokett did to Curtis Blades, not even the result, right? If Hokett gets knocked out or wins, if he comes out the same way he did against Curtis Blades, we're in for a treat. So yeah, hell yeah, I'd love that.
It's a fun way to open the card. It's two Americans, by the way, so I'm sure they don't hate that. More American flavor on the card. It's just amazing.
At least you can win one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You've
DT's
been the one
favorite fighter
against. Yeah, will he be upset? And what will he say on the microphone afterwards? They have to worry about that. Rick, you've been saying Gable Stevenson, UFC champion at the end of the year. I don't know if that's possible, and we'll get to him officially being added to the roster, fighting on July 11th. We could be looking at a scenario. He wins on June 14th. is Josh Hokett like fighting in a title fight in a year from now?
Hokett took everything that my Gable Stevenson prediction was working for.
He could be fighting in a title fight in a year.
I said it on Saturday. The Gable thing is still live, but Hokett has really made it a lot harder because he comes in and he beats number 5. That could have been the path, right? That could have been the route for somebody like Gable Stevenson, because Gable Stevenson versus Derek Lewis, I think, is a very favorable matchup. If Gable had gotten that one, he could have won that and been fighting for a title. I still think, give him, if they give Gable Stevenson like a Sergey Spivak or somebody at that July event, it's still in play, but it does feel like the fast track is now Josh Hokett's.
Man, the guy is a great athlete. He really is. He's lean.
He's a great athlete, but I have some real concerns about his heavyweight lack of power. Right?
Okay, what about the takedown defense?
It looked great.
Takedown defense looked good.
He's a great wrestler. He's a great grappler against a bigger guy.
He's got a good chin. Who's he getting knocked out?
Wait, Curtis has?
Yeah, who's he getting knocked out by?
Ngannou, Aspinall.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Power punchers of the division.
Giants, though.
Yeah, those are the guys Josh Hokett's going to be facing.
But Josh Hokett isn't a 265 monster like these dudes.
I think Josh Hokett's future is at light heavyweight, if I'm being honest. I think he probably has to get disciplined, lose some of that fat, and get down to light heavyweight, and I think he'd be a real problem for a lot of guys. At heavyweight, he's going to have some advantages in the speed. He had it clearly against Curtis, right? In the third round, when both of them were gassed to shit, he's the one still spamming those short punches and able to get the gas tank going a lot faster than Curtis was able to. I think his future is going to be at light heavyweight, though. But in the meantime, I think he has the style and the capability to give problems to guys like Curtis, to give a problem to guys like Derek Lewis, and see how far it could take them. But once you reach the Volkov, Tom Aspinall, even a Gable Stevenson, who I'm already putting up there, I think it's going to be, the size is going to be an issue, and the lack of power is going to be an issue. But man, he's fun. That's all I care about. He made that card fun. And so after the fight that came before it, we desperately needed that, and he delivered it. It was him. It was him all week.
Also, he clearly is putting in all this effort into the gimmick and everything like that. And the post-fight speech, he had to memorize that. Who knows how many times he went it over. He doesn't stray off of it. It's just I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and then I'm gone. Bye, Joe Rogan. See you later. He plays this whole macho American card. The president was right there. He didn't even address him.
That's a good point. He weighed in at 233, by the way.
Yeah, light for a heavyweight.
Yeah, and
he's going after Ulberg and Yeri. I think Rick's dead right. I think he has.
And Curtis was 261, so he's fighting a guy who's 30 pounds heavier than him and unable to knock him out. I don't think it's a huge indictment. I understand what you're saying.
No, not an indictment, but the advantages he will have at light heavyweight are way bigger than the advantages he will have at heavyweight.
He's going up against Bo Nickel in college. And then went to the NFL. Supreme athlete. I get he's not everyone's cup of tea, but this thing that we like to do, you want to know how fickle the fans are? When he was on the show last and he stayed in character the whole time, everyone was like, that was awful. And then in the build up to this, everyone's like, that's awful. Now today I say who's on the show and every comment is, where's Josh Hokett? That's how fickle the fans are. If ultimately you can deliver and produce fun fights like that, you'll be just fine. And everyone will slowly but surely kind of accept it. I'm not going to say it's Chael Sonnen-esque, because Chael was the best and he had this fun charm to him, and I don't know if he has that quite yet. But if he can continue to do that, he is going to be fast-tracked, and he's going to be one of the biggest names in the sport, because so few people are doing that, and the UFC is just doing an awful job of building stars at this moment. I mean, I don't get into the whole AI thing. I don't get bothered by it. I can't even tell. I usually have to text you guys and ask if it's real or not.
Same.
But that video...
That's a great point.
That video was... I mean, I was
incredible, right? That video was amazing.
I was offended by that White House video. Like Dana walking out. You couldn't get Dana walking out. You could we once lived in a time where Conor McGregor and Jose Aldo were literally walking on Las Vegas Boulevard, towards each other.
Wait, you don't think
they were
at
the
White
House?
Yeah, Washington Monument in the back.
I was offended by that.
Expect more of it, man.
The way they're moving, it's just so weird.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple screenshots from it, where Pereira's doing the bow and arrow, and it just doesn't even look like him at all. Expect more of it, man. That's all we're gonna get. That's what all content is gonna become.
What is the cheapest?
Shut the fuck up and watch the fights.
You're right, Dana.
Yes,
You're right,
yes.
Dana.
What is the cheapest way we can get everything done? Look, Ronda Rousey laid it out perfectly.
You are so right
it
with this.
continues to go back to that over and over and over and over again. They are only concerned about minimizing costs, maximizing profits, shareholder value. There is no more art to this. There is no more craft to this. There is no more martial arts to this. This is a profits-driven business, and flying out those guys to do that that video shoot is a lot more expensive than just doing some AI slop. That is what we will get forever and ever and ever.
I know.
That's very worrying. That is very worrying the way you just let that,
Is that
it feels like it sounds like, no, I don't think it's inaccurate at all. It's just when you laid it all out there, I was like, well, Jesus, if anyone kind of wrote this down in bullet points, they'd be like, well, is this the death throes of the UFC? Even though I know they're hugely successful, they just find a massive, massive deal with Paramount. But when you just call it in like that, that is very worrying.
As a fight promotion, that death happened a while ago. As a business, boy, business is booming. Business has been better than ever.
Well, they dropped the poster. We do have the poster, so that's in the works now. We've got it out there.
Let's see.
It's Ilya Taporia and Justin Gaethje featured. Cyril and Alex there. Actually, not one of
Still going with Freedom 250, eh?
Yeah, it actually looks like a movie poster, like with the White House there. It looks like an Independence Day movie. That's exciting. They've dropped a sort of schedule of events, so that is worth noting. Here you go, June 12th, the Friday.
Does that look
PM.
like a PFL menu to you? Like a PFL fight week kind of thing? That's what that reminds me of.
I'd be lying if I said I paid attention to it like that, but
wow.
June 12th, Freedom 250 press conference at the Lincoln Memorial. June 13th, Fan Fest at the Ellipse, live music, panels, meet and greets, weigh-in. Then you've got the Fan Fest on Sunday from 3:30 to 12 a.m. On Saturday, by the way, 3:30 to 11:30 p.m. Same thing, panels, live music, athletes, Freedom 250 watch party. They announced Crypto.com and RAM are the two presenting sponsors. Crypto.com going to be giving $1 million in... Is it $1 million in crypto, or is it $1 million worth of crypto?
Crypto?
It's in CRO, which is Chronos, I believe.
In bonuses, they didn't say how it's going to be broken up or whatever. But I actually wanted to ask GC about this in particular. Zach Brown headlining, big deal, small deal?
No, Zach Brown's a huge artist. Yeah, he's worthy of performing.
This is a big deal.
Yeah, I mean he's a massive musical
country star, right?
Yeah, country star from Georgia.
That's
Chicken
why I was
Fried,
asking.
all that.
He did.
Also,
and a little bit of chicken fried.
That's
him.
Go beer on a Friday night. Exactly. My biggest takeaway from that press conference at Lincoln Memorial.
Hell yeah.
Sick.
What?
Yeah.
It's
a
insane.
press conference at the Lincoln Memorial is fucking crazy.
Cool.
That is a massive monument, like one of the most historic things in America. Yeah, that'll be dope. Looking out on the Washington Mall. Shout out. Zach Brown.
How are you going to celebrate the win? It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be great.
I mean, Oval Office, are they doing the walk from the Oval Office still?
They've said that. I don't know if it's true.
Come on.
They've
that
said
would be
it.
amazing.
If only Derek Lewis gets it, that's fine. Just let Derek Lewis.
Nah, they got to all get it. I want everyone walking through that.
It's going to be a cool event.
I want Steve Garcia walking through that. It's going to be great. Carlos Ulberg beat Yuri Prochaska. He's
Are we going to the
light
Ellipse?
heavyweight champion. TBD.
Shout out.
Same time as the World Cup opening week. So there's a lot going on in the world that weekend as far as sports are concerned. Paulo Costa with the incredible third round win over Mirzakhanov. What a win that was. Wow. He looks amazing at 205 and appears to be one of Donald Trump's new favorite fighters. Like they really had a moment there. He looked into his eyes. It was like AJ and I in the ring there. Like he really got deep with him. It was
he's a beautiful
lovely.
man.
Yeah, you're a beautiful man.
Good looking
It's
man.
too pretty to be fighting.
Tells a lot of dudes that they're good looking, right? It's cool though. I do it myself, but I just thought it's
No. Listen.
I mean, it's hard to argue with that when it comes to
warranted
Paulo
with
Costa,
Washington.
you know?
It is warranted. I'm very happy for him. Great win for him. Like we said, Josh Hokett defeating Curtis Blades via unanimous decision. Unfortunately, Dominic Reyes and Johnny Walker had one of the worst fights of all time. Like I don't even know what was going on there. Like you would think those two would produce a fun fight. I don't know what happened there.
Dominic Reyes afterward was like, I'm getting 2 checks is more important than being entertaining, which was ridiculous in an insanely close fight that could have been scored either way because neither guy did anything. But I think it's 2 guys with a ton of power that have both been knocked out a lot of times that didn't want to get knocked out again.
It was tough. It was tough to watch.
I was reading the scorecards and I was like,
It's
did
tough.
the judges manage to watch this whole thing to actually score it? Because
Should have just been 30-30.
Great hair on Johnny Walker. And apparently his wife makes a mean shepherd's pie or beef pie or something. Cub Swanson got the great win over Nate Landwehr, got his family in the cage, got the video package, had the emotion. We'll talk to him in about 30 minutes time about that. And shout out to him. He's been a great ambassador for the sport from WC to UFC and everything before that. And it was really nice to see him get that moment. Aaron Pico and Patricio Pitbull had a Bellator fight on a UFC prelim. Pico looked great, huh? Pico looked nice. Like he looked like the Pico that was looking the way in which he did going into the UFC prior to the Lerone Murphy knockout. Man, when that guy's striking is on point, like he is crisp. There's one sequence that's been shown a bunch of times on social media. 1-2, drops Pitbull. Great win for Aaron Pico. It was somewhat surreal to see these two Bellator mainstays fighting, with the UFC gloves and the uniform on a numbered event, but shout out to them. Kevin Holland and Randy Brown had a fun scrap, eventually won by Kevin Holland. There was a moment there in the second round where it looked like Randy Brown was going to tap or at least go to sleep, and that did not happen. Kevin Holland saying afterwards, hard to submit someone with a skinny neck, but it was a big win for him. He took some time off, 6 months off, comes back, looks good, and says he wants to come back. And first, actually, he wants to help his son with his horse riding, and we'll get into it. That's the submission that I was just talking about. But it was a fun fight, and the crowd was very much into it. Mateusz Gamrot, who's a fan favorite over in Europe, of course, had a nice win over Esteban Robovic. Arm triangle win in the second round. Was fired up afterwards, saying he wanted to fight the likes of Paddy Pimblett and others at 155 pounds, and someone who has just been teetered. Like, he was in the Arman Tsarukyan territory before Arman Tsarukyan just exploded over the past, 4, 5, 6 months. So shout out to Mateusz. Tatiana Suarez has looked good as of late, rebuilding herself since the loss earlier this year that was last year actually, to Zhang Weili. She submitted Lupi Godinez, which is no easy task in any way, shape, or form. So shout out to her. That was a big time win. Markel Medeiros so Markel Medeiros and Chris Padilla fought to a majority draw. Initially, they said Padilla won. There was a mix-up with the scorecards. I don't know what's going on with that. We continue to see this. Taco Padilla is now, he's now not investigating it. He's, what's the word I'm looking for? He's going out there.
Appealing it.
He's appealing it. Thank you very much. He's appealing it. And so we'll see what happens there. Yeah, I thought he won.
Like he won this one.
Yeah. So let's see what happens there. More often than not, nothing happens, but you got to go through with it. And then two quick ones, Vicente Luque with the Darce choke win, and Charles Radke with the win to open up the card. So shout out to all the big winners, but there was no bigger winner than the brand new UFC light heavyweight champion. What a performance. We're still buzzing. We're still glowing. We still can't believe what transpired, and we are very, very, very appreciative of the fact that he's kind enough to join us, so let's not make him wait any longer. Here he is, the one and only, the new champ, Carlos Ulberg. Carlos, my man, congratulations. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. All good.
Still in Miami, I see.
Still in Miami, man. Spend a bit of time here. Possibly go to Vegas and get this knee looked at.
Okay, so lots to get into with you. And again, thank you so much for joining us. I really do appreciate it. And very, very jealous of your scenery back there because it's a wonderful place. How is the knee feeling? Do you have any sort of intel updates since Saturday on what transpired with the knee?
Yeah, it was just a freak accident. I think what had happened was I pushed off my leg, and essentially it's just my knee that gave out, and yeah, that just caused a bit of vulnerability in the fight. So yeah.
Do you know if it's actually a torn ACL? That's what's been hypothesized and said online, but we don't know for sure.
Yeah, we don't know for sure. We're just waiting for. I'll get the scans done when I arrive in Vegas this week, and we'll know everything once that's all done.
Do you think it's a torn ACL?
I have never done a knee at all, so I have no idea how to react to it. It's just swollen at the moment, and I'm just it's hard to get up. So definitely something going on in there.
Are you in pain right now?
What is pain? Hey,
you don't feel anything.
It's swollen. It's definitely like it takes me takes me a while now to get anywhere. So definitely walking like an old fella.
Can I ask, in the moment when it happened, like we've seen the video of the ripple effect and the calf and whatnot, could you describe what that feeling was like?
Yeah, it was like I said, it was just a freak accident. Things, just the knee felt like it was kind of going in and out of the socket. Felt like there was just a bit of pain there. I couldn't bear any weight on that leg, and every time I would push off that right foot or step or put any kind of weight on that leg, then it would give out. So yeah, that's basically it. Was just the pain that I had to go through too was unbearable.
Unbearable. Wow.
No, it was terrible.
Well, clearly, yes. Do you remember any sort of dialogue that you were having, internal dialogue? Like, are you thinking to yourself, I don't know, why me? Why now? What do I do? What are you saying to yourself in that moment?
Yeah, so many things, right? But you can't let too much get into your mind, especially at a time like that. You have to really stay composed and focused. And I think that was the main thing for this fight, was staying calm in any kind of situation. And this, Gary being the chaotic fighter that he is, what we had to do was to just stick to the game plan, stay calm, and you're in a fight. These things happen.
He clearly noticed to some degree that you were compromised. Was he saying anything to you? We saw sort of like his gestures, but I couldn't tell if he was actually saying anything to you.
Yeah, I think he was just telling me to bring the fight, and not really. I don't think I could really hear him. I was just really focused on the moments and really trying to also at the same time figure out what was going on with my leg. But I was in the fight. I was in the fight the whole time, and I think with Yuri looking at me, I looked at him dead in the eyes, and especially when I think he had gestured down at the floor, and I looked at him in the eyes, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm in this fight. You're gonna have to put me out if you're gonna try it. If you're gonna get me out of here. Like this is not gonna be easy for you." And I think he sensed that. He sensed that, and I saw the fear in his eyes, and I think that's what caused the hesitation in him. And I think he saw that, and he felt like, he's not going. This is not gonna be an easy fight.
He has said since that he showed you mercy and he regrets that, and he let his guard down as a result of that.
Bullshit. That's bullshit. Total bullshit. That's fear. That was fear that he had. That wasn't any kind of mercy. Like, he knows he's a fighter, and that's the difference between a champion and someone who's just playing for the crowd. There was no mercy in there. He was full of fear, hesitation, and that's what got him clipped.
So part of the reason why people love him so much is because he has this sort of like warrior, samurai, martial arts demeanor. Do you feel like he's just playing for the crowd? Is that what you're alluding to when he does that?
I think he's a pretender. I think he's a pretender, and he knew that. I think he knows. I know that he's a pretender. So I think from the very time we faced off, he knew that this is going to be a fight. This is a real one right in front of me. He could feel it. So he knew that I knew he's a pretender. So I think when he had that moment where my leg was compromised, he thought, this could be my opportunity. But with the perseverance that I had and pushed through that and was able to adapt with it, I wasn't going anywhere. There was that very moment where we locked each other in the eyes, and he knew, damn, this is going to be a fight. He's not going anywhere, and I've still got my hands. That's the danger that I have is one shot can kill him.
When did you come to the conclusion, like you say this about him, we've never really heard anyone say this about him. When could you feel like this guy isn't who maybe the world thinks he is? When did you feel that? When did you come to that conclusion?
I've always known it. He doesn't hit 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 for 24 hours. He's just playing for the crowd. People just see those sound bites and believe it. That's playing for the crowd. I'm here to be the best in the world. I'm not here to play for the crowd. I'm here to be the best.
And so, did you notice that when you faced off with him, or do you feel like you've felt this from the beginning, months ago, years ago, since this fight was booked?
Years ago.
Okay.
Yes, years ago. Years ago when we first made but then also just watching and seeing how he operates, and I know that's not a real fighter in there. That's just someone who's trying to play to the crowd and wants people to believe a narrative and trying to go with it. And when that word merciful was fed into his mouth on that night after when he had said what he had said, he went with it and played with it, and that was his excuse so that he could hopefully get a rematch. There is no way he gets that rematch. I don't see him getting past Ankalaev. He gets his ass beat from Ankalaev, and I don't see him in that top victory.
There was a moment where you threw a leg kick, a head kick, and you could see the leg, the leg which is giving you your foundation was again compromised. What are you thinking in that moment? I need to stop doing that? Did that make it worse?
Nah, yeah. So that was just me kind of really, and again, I've got so much things going on in my mind, but at the same time, I'm trying to stay composed. And it's just me trying to test where and how far I can push my leg. I know it was a very risky move, but I said, if I can clip him with this, he'd probably go out. If I can get him with this kick, he's out. I know that he doesn't like getting hit on the left, with anything on that right side of his right side. So, and if you catch him on the right side, and he can easily get put out. So I thought that if I was to throw that kick, I'd put him out of his misery, or put myself in a better position what I am now having to deal with. But it was a risk that I was willing to take just to see where things were as well with this leg. Can I put some weight on it? If I throw this kick, is it gonna able me to do that? Can I now play with, being able to put some weight on that leg? And that's where that was going, and that's why I threw that kick.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable to hear your thought process throughout all of this, because most people are thinking, oh, he's screwed. There's no way that he'll be able to do something. You never doubted it.
I knew. Never doubted it. There was never a doubt. Never doubted in my mind at that moment or in that fight. I was expecting to go in there and be prepared for 5 rounds of mayhem, and for him, lucky for him, that didn't happen, because of the dilemma we were dealing with and my knee being compromised. I had to think, okay, well, maybe we need to put him out on this first round, because we don't know if we come out of this, the time lapse 5 minutes, and we have to go to the corner, and maybe the doctors come and check out the knee, and they say, they call the fight. So we have to put more sting on our shots. We have to sit back a bit more and then let him come into it. He was going for it. There was 100% no miss. Sorry to say it, but I don't like someone that's just going to make excuses just to try and get another shot like that. No way.
So
not with me.
You've seen this stuff since the fight, and it has bothered you.
Yeah, like exactly. And because, so I think this whole narrative was kind of fed into him, but then also, as I was going through the media and people were going with it, I was like, what's going on? There was no mercy, but I had to kind of, I didn't get time to rewatch the fight and figure out where that was, because I had to see, okay, well, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I was so worried about my leg that I couldn't see that. But I went to watch the fight over again, and then I was like, actually, no, there was no. I wasn't missing anything. And since then, it's just been like, I don't like that he's trying to use this narrative to make an excuse for himself.
You were talking about the possibility of the fight being stopped if it went to the second round, in between rounds. You're saying this now, but I'm wondering, in the moment, are you thinking that as well? I need to finish this guy because I don't want someone to take this away from me, either your corner, the doctor, the ref. Are you actually thinking that as the seconds are clicking away till the end of the first round?
Yeah, we had to adapt. We had to adapt on what we needed to do, put a bit more sting on the fights. The game plan had to change slightly. We had a few game plans with the strategy we had, but we had to fall on another because going forward was going to be a bit different because having to block those kicks and put a bit of weight on that right foot was obviously not doing well for me. So we had to sit back a bit more and let him come to me, which is not what we wanted to do. We wanted to push forward and let him eat his words, which was not being able to engage in and fight fire with fire. So that was the whole point of this fight, but we had to adapt.
When you hit him with that left hook, that check left hook, do you remember what you're thinking? Like, holy shit. We're thinking, holy shit, we can't believe, because we're kind of like writing your eulogy in our heads because it's such a sad scene to see you as a sort of wounded animal. Are you thinking the same, holy shit, it landed? Or are you thinking like, okay, this is all as expected?
Yeah, no, I know my left hook. It can reach, and I've been practicing that shot specifically for him. And I knew that eventually he would walk into it. And I threw it a few times, and I think what I wanted him to do was give him a fake sense of comfort, and then he would come in, and then I'd land that shot.
Unbelievable moment. Unbelievable scenes. When you spoke to your team afterwards, your coach, Eugene Bareman, the corner, did they tell you that they would have called it off?
No, I don't think they would have called it off either. They know me, and like, I'm in there for a fight. These things happen, like, it happens in training and it happens in a fight, which is essentially where you want it to happen, is in the fight. So whether it happens in the fight or whether it happens, you don't want to be going out like that. But I've still got my hands, and I would have thought, like, if I really couldn't move, I would still throw my hands, because that's where my power is.
You're not a very sort of emotional guy. You don't show a lot of emotion. You're even keel. I would say you're somewhat unflappable. You don't let us in too much when it comes to, like, okay, who is Carlos Ulberg? Did you have that moment in the back? You've had a long journey to get to this point. You've had some downs, many ups. But you were a pro in 2011. You turned pro. So this is a long journey to get to this point. Did you break down in the back? Did you have a moment with your family, your team? How did you react when the lights were off, so to speak?
Yeah. I mean, it took a while for it to really sink in, because there was so much stuff that you need, the obligations, but then also you still have a lot of the team around, and just giving thanks to them. Having a bit of time with the friends and the team, and having them around. So there's still that energy that you have to kind of give to them, but then it really only kind of dawned on me that the day after, where I kind of had a moment to myself. One of my family members who had also traveled and gave me a big hug, and we kind of just appreciated that moment. And that's when it kind of like just sunk in, like, yeah, this is it. We are where we're meant to be, and the mission was to just to be the best, and to stay here as long as we can, and just to get better at this, and yeah, I'm excited for it.
The victory is gigantic, the moment is gigantic, but it's rare that someone experiences a career highlight like this while also having to think about a potential injury and all the stuff that comes with that. Is that part of the reason why you were maybe somewhat emotionless afterwards? Were you thinking about that? Were you worried about it? It must be like a whole mixed bag of emotions that you're going through, because you also did suffer something while also enjoying the greatest moment of your career.
Yeah, I mean, like, could be, right. I mean, I've been in fights. I've been in big fights, and I knew that this was definitely not going to stop me from getting that title, and really putting a stamp on this mission. So yeah, I knew that nothing was ever gonna get in the way. And like I said, anyone that steps in my way, and on that night it was Yuri, so we made sure to get him out of there.
Do you have any sort of idea what the UFC is planning on doing if you're going to be out? I know this is all very fresh, but this is what everyone's talking about. It was just a vacated title. For the record, what we said on this program is they should not do anything with the belt, let you enjoy, let you be champion, even if you don't fight in a year, let's say. God forbid, worst case. There are many other champions who are out 9, 12 months and they're not getting stripped of belts. So that's the worst case scenario, right? If it is that type of injury. But did you get any sort of sense as to what they might do given the injury?
Yeah, I don't think anyone should go with that narrative as well as me sitting out and letting the belt vacate. Just we'll see how things go, but I'm pretty confident it should be okay. As in, I know my body and I can recover pretty quickly. Like I've got the superhuman Polynesian blood, brother, so be fine.
I don't doubt that for one second. Did you give yourself a moment to think about the journey, think about what you've been through, think about, from rugby to King of the Ring to UFC? Like, are you allowing yourself to smell the flowers, or are you not that kind of guy?
Yeah, not really that kind of guy, but there are times. I mean, it's more spending time with the people that who have helped you get here, and really that's the way that I like to kind of smell those flowers is give the flowers, and that's what really gets me going, because I think that's what puts a smile on my face is giving back to those who have kind of given to me. So I think I'm just having lunch now with friends who have traveled over, and really just spending time with them. And I think moving forward, once we're kind of out of Miami and onto other things, we're just going to be looking at how we capitalize on being the champion. And now what that entails now, because it's another chapter now. Now that book of becoming the champion has been closed. Now it's how to be a champion, and to keep that title for as long as I can.
Were there moments where you thought you would never be a champion in the UFC?
No way. No.
You always believed?
I've always believed I was going to be champion. I always knew that, and had self-belief that with God's grace and with my obvious luck, my luck of just being able to being and with the body is what I'm saying, and like no injuries, no serious injuries would kind of put me out, and that would essentially get me to this position. But then also just being in the gym and getting the honest work in, and really focusing on being a better fighter, and really just getting smarter out there.
There are worse places to become a champion in the world than Miami. I saw you went to a club afterwards. They had a belt for you there. I don't know how they made it this quickly, or they just took a chance, or were just so confident you were going to make it. But what was that Saturday night like, afterwards, the party afterwards in Miami? Golly, I can imagine.
Oh, that was good, man. It was nice. So it kind of just happened pretty quickly. It seemed like it just flashed by. So it was nice to have the team there, the group, and the support that was given to us, and the guys who have given their time for this to happen. So that was nice. That was nice. It's nice to do that, but when I get home, I think that's when we have the real celebrations, and people have a parade with New Zealand that will support me there, and so once I get home, I think that's when it all is gonna sink in.
And so, what could you give us?
There is no place like home, brother.
Amen.
No place like home.
I agree with that, and I'll let you go in a moment because I know you're with family. But I was just curious, what is the timeline for you now? Are you going to stay and maybe even, get it all checked out in America? Do you feel more comfortable doing that back home? What are you looking at here as far as your schedule?
Yeah, I think right now we will look to, at the moment, probably get scans in Vegas, and I do have back home. We do have some good surgeons back home as well, so we'll figure out what we need to do. But I think the plan is we go to Vegas and figure out what they can do for me there as well.
Okay, and if it was up to you, and let's say you're not out for too long, who do you think your first title defense is against?
I don't know. You've got Uncle Live, who's been I think he's probably one of the best in there, and I think that's the only guy that I need to test myself with from there. I think he's deserving, but again, I think just leaving it for the UFC, they know what they're up to, but definitely not a rematch for Yuri.
Okay. Do you think there's a world where you never fight him, or do you think there's a world he wins 2 in a row or something like that, and he's back in this spot?
Hey, if he can get through some of the guys, but I think he's had his chances already. He's had a fair few goes, and I'm not normally this hard on guys, but hey, if you're out there talking smack, then not with me, buddy. Yeah, no, you can't make excuses out there. You didn't even come and congratulate me after the fight, and so I was like, normally I'm quite like I really show animosity, or I show love to anyone that I fight, and they know too. Like the ones that know. But with him, it was a bit different because I just feel he's more just trying to play to the crowd.
And that's probably why I asked you so many questions on it, because I don't usually hear this type of feeling or animosity, as you say, from you. I understand where you're coming from. It sounds like you feel like he was maybe taking something away from you, taking the victory away from you by saying this, right? Is exactly. That an accurate?
Yeah, that's it, man. It's what they've pretty much taken away there was in that fight was a very compromised knee, very compromised knee. Someone who was at a disadvantage came back from that adversity and got a win in that moment. So that was taken away because he had said that he had shown mercy. When I feel like that's sad, because the storyline now could have been so much better with someone who had come back from a trouble like this and been in such a disadvantage and came back and really kept strong mind and stayed calm in any situation. But now that's been kind of clouded because of the whole mercy narrative.
I can understand why you feel that way. I can also tell you that I think a lot of people are saying this about you and showing you that love and respect and are just blown away by what you accomplished out there. So I wouldn't be too hard on yourself, or even him, to be honest, because I think you're getting your flowers. I will admit, I like Yuri a lot, and I don't feel like he's a faker per se when it comes to that, but you have your reasons, and I think they're very valid. But I would say this is one of the greatest moments that I've ever seen in the history of the sport. I've never seen anything quite like that, with the stakes that high for someone to do what you do. I'm blown away by what you did. I truly am. I'll let you go in a second, but I just want to ask you about this one photo, because I'm equally as blown away by it, and I just want to know, what's the backstory here? What's going on in this photo? I just need to get the answer, and then I'll let you go. What's happening here?
Oh, the Old Spice photo.
Is that what it is? What is this? What's going on here? You're a man of many talents, apparently.
No. So I'm in Fiji. Here with family, and they had horses, horse rides. And we had done like a cultural event, and that was just me taking a photo representing the culture. So I did like a little culture dance for the hotel, and we just took a photo with it riding the horse. So some
kind of photo, that is. Well done. Thank you so much, Carlos. Really appreciate you jumping on. Enjoy the victory, enjoy the belt, enjoy everything that comes with it. And most importantly now, I hope everything goes well with the scan and everything that's to come there. And I hope it's not too serious, and we'll see you back in there. It was really one of the greatest moments that I've ever seen covering the sport, and you deserve all the attention and flowers and love in the world for it.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, all the best to you. There he is, the new champion, Carlos Ulberg, the one and only, who is representing the great country of New Zealand so very well on the biggest of stages. And I'll be honest, I was not expecting that. But I understand where he's coming from, and I also understand where Yuri is coming from. And these are highly passionate, competitive fighters. And he feels how he feels, Yuri feels how he feels, and maybe we'll see them run it back and maybe not. Credit to him, though. Not a lot of people would say Magomed Ankalaev's name as the first challenger, right? And we'll have to see, and Magomed probably will have to fight if he's going to be out for a long time. He still doesn't know, as you just heard, how serious the injury is. And we're going to talk to Eugene Bareman later in the show as well, because A, I love speaking to Eugene, and B, I want to get his take on how it all went down. An amazing scene. By the way, anyone notice that I have like a bit of a busted lip? Anyone notice that? Speaking of working through injuries.
Who gives a shit?
Well, thank you.
What happened, bro?
You see it right here.
No.
Come on. You don't see this?
Nothing.
What happened?
You're such a liar.
I
You don't
do see it now. Yeah.
Now I see it. Yeah.
I'm a little bit self-conscious, so it's a crazy story. It's like if Carlos's knee is a 10, I'm at like a 9.5. Never happened to me before.
In
ever.
terms of level of injury or what you did?
Injury
what you
and turn of
accomplished?
events.
Okay. Break it down.
I'm in Miami, coincidentally, at a restaurant. Pizza comes on the table, take a bite. Cheese is so hot, burns my lip. Never experienced that before. Cheese did this. Can you believe that? Cheese. Hit my lip.
What was the restaurant?
Call Me Gabby. Great restaurant. You know it? It's next to Smith
Sure
and
do.
Walensky.
No, I don't call me Gabby.
Tremendous
I'm going to call them up and offer them top dollar to try and get the video of this happening, because I would pay it, and a lot of money.
You see that? You see that, guys? Look at what Dad just went through.
That does look pretty bad.
It is bad. It hurts.
Well, full credit, I had not noticed it, so you literally stuck your
Guys.
lip out and pointed at
Still
it.
can't see it.
Yeah, don't.
I'll tell you where you don't get that. Over at Pew Pew, courtesy of our good friends over at DoorDash, who are delivering.
Fries.
Yeah.
Woo!
They're delivering all of our UFC 327 coverage today, and we love them for it. And so let's keep that train rolling along. One of the great stories heading into this event was the retirement fight for one Cub Swanson. You may have seen last Monday right here on this channel, we had an incredible uncrowned film produced and directed by our good friend Casey Leiden. He was there, boots on the ground with him leading up to this fight. It's out right now. It still holds up. In fact, it's probably an even better watch now in the aftermath. It's called End of an Era, Cub Swanson's last fight. The last WEC star left on the roster doing his thing going into this fight against Nate Landwehr. Wins it. I mean, it was just straight out of a Hollywood movie. He wins in the first round, family in the cage afterwards, video package plays, incredible stuff. And now he truly sails off into the sunset, but not as like a guy who's disappearing from the sport, is going to be one of the best coaches, has already become one of the best coaches in the game, has his own team, Bloodline Combat Sports, has great fighters who are already in the UFC winning in the most spectacular way possible. Everything has been set up very nicely for Cub, but we wanted one last Monday after post-fight interview with the man, and he is kind enough to join us right here now to talk about everything that transpired in Miami. There he is. Hello, Cub. How are you, my man? Thank you so much.
I'm great. Thanks for asking. I can't complain.
Yeah, man. Well, first of all, congratulations. Congratulations on everything. We'll get into it all. But this is your final Monday to bask after a Saturday victory in your life. And so what is that feeling like? Because I'm sure every Monday after a win is an incredible load off, like a relief. The flowers smell great. The sun is shining even brighter. But the final one, what does that one feel like?
It just feels like it's right. You know, I've been kind of planning this for a long time, so it's not like a big shock. You know, life goes back to normal. And I think that's one of the coolest things about staying a day or two extra at the Fighter Hotel, is that like the next day everyone's in a rush to leave, but if you stay an extra day, that next day it's just silence and there's no one around. It's kind of eerie, you know, and I kind of like that to decompress.
This is another veteran move on your part. Most people are rushing out. You're staying the extra day. That's a veteran move. Shout out to you on that. One thing that was interesting in everything that you said in the aftermath was, they would ask you, and I saw everything, hey, is there one that you would come back for? Are you leaving the door open for this or that? You seem truly done and truly content. While some other people will retire and then 20 minutes later at the presser say, but if they offered me this, I would come back for that. So what's the difference with you? Why are you truly, truly done?
Because I've been thinking about this for a while. I've been planning it. Me and my wife talk about it all the time. She always said it's completely your decision, but I know the toll it takes on my family, and I've been doing it long enough. So I think at this point, just realistically, I'm playing with fire. I've had so many injuries in my career. I can still hold a conversation. I'm still pretty healthy. So at some point, I gotta say enough is enough, and let the young boys try. So I'm content.
I was thinking about this with you throughout the week, and I always think about it with fighters. I remember with Dustin last year, it was very emotional. How do you balance receiving the flowers, all the tributes, all the questions, all the videos, but also staying focused and actually going out there and fighting? It's not like you're going down to dance or something like that. You have to fight another human being who was showing no sort of warm, fuzzy feelings towards you, as he shouldn't. He was saying, hey, this is not a fairy tale. I'm going to try to beat this guy. And so how did you deal with that? How did you deal with those mix of emotions? And then were there times where you were worried that it was becoming too emotional?
Definitely. I was a little concerned with it, especially after, the press conference. I kind of was like, all right, on Wednesday, I had a great day of everyone, praising me and giving me the love, that maybe I hadn't gotten in my career because, I've had so many ups and downs. And so it was about Thursday. I was like, man, I still got to fight. I need to lock it in. And then it was funny. I got to see Giga came out to support me on Friday, and he was like, hey, man, enough with this crying stuff and get over it. He's like, I need that big energy from you, and you need to go out there and fight. And I said, I appreciate that. I said, you're right, and I'm trying to lock it in. And then, I don't really like being alone fight week, because that's when it really hits you. And so after weigh-ins and then the day of the fight, a couple times, my team needed to get out and get some food, and I spent time alone, and I was kind of like, oh, I don't really want to be alone. But that was when I really just kind of sat in my own thoughts and really focused. And I think that really helped me out.
Did you go online? Did you read stuff? It was a Cub Swanson love fest all week. Did you allow yourself to read all of that?
No, I was seeing all the stuff, at the beginning of the week, because obviously the video that we did, I was really proud of, and I wanted to get that out there, and I wanted to capitalize on one of the whole reasons for this fight was to be able to shed light on my new gym and what I'm doing next. So I was trying to do the PR for that and make sure that, I was capitalizing. But then at a certain point, I just had to get my phone away from me and say, you know what, I need to focus, because all the love you get, you still got to get in the cage, and that there's no love there. So I had to switch my mindset.
And by the way, shout out to you. Thank you for being such a great subject, and thank you for sharing the video. And I'm glad to hear that you liked it. It was one of my favorites that we've done so far. So really, really appreciate it. I did hear you say something in the aftermath, and it made me think oh man, did he regret all of that? Because you said you kind of wished that you didn't announce the retirement fight because it brought all this attention on you. Did you feel that way at any point in the fight? Man, I wish I just kept this to myself and family?
Sorry about that. It got a little loud right here.
No problem.
I do wish that I would have kept it, it's like hindsight,
Yeah.
In the moment when I was getting a little stressed about, okay, this is getting a little bit crazy. I questioned it, but then I kept telling myself, look, if it all turns out great, then you're not at all. So I was like, your decision was your decision. It's out there. Soak it up and make the most of it. And just the same thing with my kids coming to the fight. A lot of people have their opinion on that, but I was prepared to have the talk with them if I got my butt kicked, so I was prepared to tell them, hey, that's a part of life. But luckily, now they're going to go back to school on Wednesday, and they're going to say, what'd you do this weekend? Oh, I sat with the president and watched my dad get in a fight. How crazy is that?
What a life. By the way, are you on Lincoln Road right now?
Yes, I am.
What a place. What a place. Yes. Are you with your family?
Yeah, they're inside the Nike store right now. Just I got my boys some soccer jerseys, and now I'm trying to go shopping for my daughter. So trying to take care of them and give them some appreciation for what they had to go through this week.
Well, sorry to take you away from that, and we won't keep you very, very long. My kids love that Nike store at the end of the road over there as well, so I know it very, very well as well. What did they say about being up there with you at the weigh-ins and just being a part of this fight week? Were they startled by it? Were they nervous? How were they reacting to it all?
Well, it's like they really know. They think they know what I do, but they really didn't. And I think that this was a big shock for them. My daughter especially. She was expressing to my wife in the cage when she got in there. She was kind of crying, and she was like, "I don't know how to explain how I feel. I'm happy, but nervous." And so it was it was a lot for them to take in. But I know they'll always remember it. I'll always remember it. And so, yeah, it was a beautiful moment.
Did they actually speak to the president?
Yeah, he actually was talking to my wife and my kids the whole time, asking them if they get nervous. And he was saying that I was really tough and he was a fan, and that he thought I was going to win. And he was just being super nice. And so that what an experience, for them.
Oh my gosh. Your wife is probably super nervous in that moment. She's watching her husband fight. The president's trying to have a chat with her. She probably wants to do nothing but watch, right? And not chat with anyone at that moment. But what a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, because honestly, that's usually how it is. She likes to be left alone, and she wants to, just be in her own thoughts in that moment. But that was a great distraction for her. And just there's that picture where I'm bowing after the fight, and then the president's looking at her, and she has her hands on her face. I could just see like the relief that she had when it was over. And that's what I'm talking about. I can't be selfish with my time or my life anymore. And I don't want to put my family through that anymore. As good as I felt, and even though I feel like I could keep going, it's like, what's the point? I'm proud to have performed like that at my age.
One of the things I loved about the video that we did is how honest you are about the thoughts, the nerves, the GSP chat. He was always very honest about his nerves before a fight. Because this was the last one, were you even more nervous? Because you wanted that fairy tale storybook ending, did you feel more pressure?
Yeah, I think, like I said, by Thursday, I started getting like real nervous. I was like, man, all this attention that I'm getting, it could either get to him or it could really motivate him. And it seemed to me like he was getting motivated. So I was like, all right, he might come after me right away. And then after the weight cut, I started to get a little bit of pressure in my ear. I tend to get ear infections because I've had face fractures. So I woke up not feeling too good. I was kind of stressed about that. I was kind of like, all right, I don't know if it's going to progress or get better. And so I had the shakeout in the morning, and that made me feel a little bit better, but I took it real easy. And then backstage, I didn't tell my corner because I didn't want them thinking I was like, my head wasn't in the game. So I was just real quiet, and I told them, hey, I'm gonna put on some dance music. We're just gonna warm up really light. We're just gonna keep it light, the attitude, and we'll see. I think I know exactly what I need to do. So honestly, I feel like that was a blessing in disguise because it made me really lock it in. And when I stepped in there, I don't think I've ever been more present in the moment and just felt like in control. And it is as scary as I made him out to be in my head. I felt like that I was not going to lose.
How do you feel now, by the way? Did that last? Did that linger?
Yeah, I think I got a little bit of a cold.
Okay.
But I could tell my body was fighting it off because I was in good shape. I took all the vitamins. I did all the things to make sure that I wouldn't be in this position. But it is what it is, and I'm glad that it's hitting me after the fight.
What's it like as you're about to walk out for the final time? You're locked in. You're probably thinking of a million things, and there's an old teammate one of the greatest of all time, John Jones, who kind of just walks in there and has this moment with you. Like, do you want to be left alone in that moment? How are you processing all of that?
Yeah, usually I want to be left alone, but I have an out for people that other fighters that I respect. So just to see him for a minute, he gave me a big hug, and that was cool because I was like, all right, well, maybe some greatness will, will come my way. And then just strangely enough, with Pico being in my corner in the same locker and Hockett, I had Greg Jackson and Brandon Gibson and Winklejohn in there as well with my corner that I have now. So it's kind of weird. It was nostalgic, and I was like, man, everybody's here.
Wow.
Yeah, and honestly, I was talking to Gibson and Greg after, and I was like, man, I honestly feel like the energy that I had with the music that I put on and the energy that we had, I feel like our locker room all did well. So I was like, I think the energy of the room was really nice that night.
When was the last time you were in the locker room with them? About to fight?
I think when Brian Ortega fight was the last time I had Greg in my corner, and Link. Longer than that. It's been quite a while. Yeah.
So that must have been, I mean, like the nostalgia, right? Like for it to end kind of this way was written in the stars.
Yeah. Like I said, it's one of those things. I've learned to kind of like, I used to be so high strung about details when the pressure's on. Fighting can do that to you. You worry about every little thing, but everything down to the tickets. I had promised a couple of my teammates tickets, and then I had more people coming, and then some don't end up making it, and so at the very last day of weigh-ins that night, I was like, how many do we need? And they're like 4, and I had 4 tickets left, and I'm like, oh, see, it all works out. So everything just kind of was like that. Everything just kept working out.
Unique about your story is the fact that you have, Bloodline ready to go. It's already in motion. Fighters are winning. You're producing great talent. We saw that in the movie as well. Beautiful logo, by the way. I love everything about it. Not every fighter who retires has that thing to just go to, like, your new life has already started. What was the turning point for you? Did you see someone, did a light go off at one moment saying, I can't just let this thing just play out and have nothing on the other side?
Yeah, I say this all the time. When I go to bed at night, I watch YouTube videos, or when I'm traveling on trips and stuff like that. I love watching stories on the athletes, how they made it, how they didn't make it. I love getting inspired, but then I also like learning from other people's mistakes. And I've just been trying to be a student of how to be successful, and then how to stay successful. I always tell myself, I don't want to end my career broke and broken, because it's like, you got injuries, you can't work a regular job. I want to make sure that if I make this money, that I can sustain it. And so, after my manager passed away in 2020, that was a really hard time. And that was when I fought Giga, and I struggled that night because I just kept thinking, man, there's more to life than fighting. I've been doing this so long, and I can't just keep fighting one fight at a time with no like master plan. And so I challenged myself to start thinking about what comes after fighting. And my manager, Tommy, always told me that. He would always say, look, you're not going to be fighting in your 40s, strangely enough. And I always thought about that. What am I going to do after? And I really thought it was going to be something outside of fighting. But when I really thought about my skill set, it was like, man, I'm somebody that has been at the top for a long time. I've fallen short. I've gotten hurt. I've had crazy things happen in camps. I've had crazy things happen right before fights pull out, like I've had all this experience, and I'm like, my experience leads up to me being a coach, and I actually enjoy that. So that's where that kind of started. And I just been pursuing it. And little by little, you get emotionally involved with all these fighters, and now I got a whole crew of guys. And so, me and Kami's cousin, we started the management company, Bloodline Combat Sports Agency. And then after that, we just decided to start the gym. And so now we have Bloodline Combat Sports, the gym. And yeah, we're super proud of it. And we want to produce talent. We want to give them everything that they need. And just, you know, we have like kind of a mantra of like everyone succeeds together. And yeah, we're just trying to do things a little different.
I love that you have the management side as well, not just the coaching. I also love that you mentioned your late manager, Kami Safdari, at the end of your media availability. I know he was so, you know, he wasn't one of those managers who put himself out there and did a ton of media and all that, but you guys were so close, so tight friends, more so than client-manager relationship. I would imagine on Saturday, part of the emotion was him not being there as well and not being able to finish the story with him.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a crazy thing because there's two people in my life that were like the most pivotal to my career, and I always thought like at the end of my career I can't wait to like give them love, and both of them are gone, and it makes you think like you can't wait, you know, you gotta attack life, and you gotta keep living. And so shout out to my original jiu-jitsu instructor that infected me with the passion for the sport, Ramon Diaz. And then, you know, my manager, Kami, who mentored me and took care of me from, you know, 19 years old all the way through. I always say he bought me my first cell phone and paid for it until I was like my mid 30s. And I was like, dude, I think I should start paying for my own phone. But he was like, he started off as like a father figure to me. And then we ended up growing into best friends and business partners. And we were equals by the end of it. And when he passed away, I had to just toughen up and take over, because there was all these other athletes that we had started helping that needed help. And I just didn't think that anybody could care about them as much as I would. So that's really what the management side started from.
45 fights, 22 years. That kid back in 04 from Palm Springs, could you have ever imagined any of this? Like, was this even part of the plan, or like, did you surpass that long ago?
I've evolved so many times since then. Yeah, that was just a stubborn kid that had no business being in there. Just so ignorant to life, and you know, it's wild to me. Yeah, I just said I wanted to fight. I really had no business doing it. And I lost that fight in 30 seconds. And everybody was like, man, I don't think you're that good at this, and I think you should move on. And I just wouldn't take no for an answer. And after that fight, I ended up rematching him a little bit later, but I won 11 fights in a row and made it into the WEC. And then I didn't lose again until I fought Jens Pulver. And that was a huge step up for me in mental capacity and competition. And that almost broke me. And, you know, and that kept happening to me. I get in a little over my head sometimes and fall short, and then you pick yourself up and you do better. Simple.
Last thing, because I don't want to take you away from your family for too long. Your greatest fight, the one that's in the Hall of Fame, is the Doo Ho Choi fight. And you've talked about it a lot. We've talked about it. But one thing I don't think I've ever asked you about, which I was always curious about, if there's a backstory to it, the photo of you on your knees at the end of the fight, kind of looking up at the sky, is one of the great, you know, fight photos I think of all time, because it just like it says so much about the fight and about you and about him. Who are you talking to? What are you doing? Why did you look up at the sky like that in the immediate aftermath of the fight?
Honestly, it was kind of like a looking up to the fight gods, in a sense. It was like, in my mind, it was like a gladiator moment. Like, are you entertained? Are you not entertained? Like, I just remember looking up and going like, yeah, we did that, you know, and I'm glad I survived. It was just kind of like a thank you and an acceptance of everybody. It was, I don't know how to explain it better than that, but yeah, it was like, thank you to the fight gods for allowing that to happen.
One of many, many, many great moments that you gave us, and many that we should thank the Fight Gods for. Thank you, Cub. Appreciate it very much. Congratulations on an incredible career, a career that most people wouldn't even dare dream of. It's been so much fun watching you and covering you over these years, and glad that you're not going away. There's a bunch of great fighters that you're mentoring that are going to be around for a very long time. So well done to you. Congrats again. Enjoy everything. Enjoy Miami, and enjoy everything that comes with this victory, because you deserve it, my man.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for sending your crew to follow me. It totally, I forgot about it. And then I saw a tweet from Esther Lynn saying like, congrats. And then I was like, oh yeah, Casey, like he was a part of my camp, you know, I need to reach out to him. And so we talked last night, and I'm really appreciative that you guys did that for me, because I like telling the stories. I think the backstories are what makes this sport great. And you guys are doing something truly great with the backstories here, and giving somebody who may not be a fan, they can become a fan that way. So thank you for that. And thank you to all the fans. Always love you guys. Always appreciate you guys. And I'll be around.
Much love, Cub. Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Right. There he is, the newly retired Cub Swanson, live from Lincoln Road. You see that, Andy? I could spot in Lincoln Road from a mile away.
I was very impressed.
Hundreds of miles away. Thousands.
You were like, oh, yeah, that store. Yeah, my kids love it. Yeah, you're a local, man.
Lacoste, I know that Lacoste right there. The Nike store at the end of the road is a tremendous spot. Actually, every time I go there, there's one dude who always talks about fighting with me. He's a hardcore fight fan. That's heaven on earth right there. The 305, heaven on earth. And what a great backstory to that photo. I love that photo. And really, if you haven't seen that video, I'm not just trying to pump it up because it's ours. Casey did a great job. Shout out to Esther as well. The whole crew, as always. There's many people involved. There it is. Oven with the great thumb. Frank with the tremendous audio.
Who, me?
Yeah. Frank really held it down for us while we were away. Every time I was like, Frank, you need some time off.
Give me a fucking break.
Oh my God. Great stuff there. Man, I say it all the time when these guys from, the 08, 09, 10, 11, 12, I get emotional one after another. It's inevitable. They're all going to retire. And I feel quite confident in saying we're not going to see him anytime soon competing in some sort of bare knuckle or anything like that. I feel quite confident in that.
Well, just consider how good the guys that he's coaching are, right? Like that has to be a calling for him now because of how good they've looked. Recent performances too. Like, yeah, I hope we don't see him just because of not because I don't love watching Cub fight. And when when we released our doc for Uncrowned Films, I actually went back and watched a lot of Cub fights, and he was so much fun to watch throughout his career. But I hope he doesn't fight because he's got such a great thing going with the gym and his team. He's got such a great thing going with his beautiful family. And what a storybook perfect ending he got. Like it doesn't really get much better than this. I hope that's, the last we see of him in that capacity. But as somebody who's bringing up a next crop of incredible fighters, Leanne Douglas is one in particular that blew my fucking mind in Seattle.
Danny Silva.
And Danny Silva is incredible. But Leanne is like, oh my God, I can't wait to see this guy fight next. What more? He's done everything he needs to do inside the cage. Now he can be that coach.
You know what was so great about the video that we did? You see them preparing for their fights before they have their breakout moments. And he's bigging them up. And they're relatively unknown at this point. And it's like, oh shit, this guy can spot talent. This guy knows what he's doing. And just seeing the way he's talking to the younger talent, the younger fighters in the gym, and having the foresight to have the management company, have the gym. This is the way it should be. Not every fighter is going to go into media, going to have a YouTube channel, is going to be at the desk. This is, the path that a lot of them did take back when those things weren't available. And he's got tremendous mentors, tremendous coaches who have guided him, tremendous mentors on the management side as well. So we're going to be hearing about Cub Swanson and his effect on this sport for a very long time, if you ask me. Still to come. Plenty still to come. Shakur Stevenson is going to join us. Talk about Conor Benn's win and what's next for him. Eugene Bareman is going to join us. Talk about Carlos Ulberg's win and everything else going on in the world of CKB. Kevin Holland is going to join us for the first time in a very, very long time. And in a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by Daniel Rodriguez. You may have seen over the past few days. Some info has come out about him and the stuff that he has had to deal with and overcome over the past few months in Mexico, to be exact. And so we're going to get into all of that and more. I did want to give a quick plug to our merch store, arielhelwani.com, which you can also access via uncrowned.com. We've got some new drops out, and what have I been teasing for quite some time? Uncrowned merch, we finally have it. We teased it before we left. There it is. Hoodies, t-shirts. We also brought back the old favorite, Helwani Knows, the very first Helwani merch item. That's over on arielhelwani.com. Can you guys do me a favor and link to that in the chat? I would appreciate that very much. There's actually very, very few left. That's what Brandon tells me, who runs our store.
Now.
Yeah, people love the hoodies. They love the shirts. So rep what we're doing over at Uncrowned. You can even get bottles like this one that say "Who Me" on it. So yes, we finally got the merch, guys. Isn't this exciting? Everyone's loving the merch. Who's going to be the first fighter to wear it organically, like Khabib used to wear our MMA fighting merch? You guys remember that back in the day? Khabib wearing the merch?
Always had that shirt.
Always had the shirt. Rick, did you take your shirt?
Not yet.
Be nice if we cut to you and you're wearing the shirt.
Yeah, it was pre-show. Didn't get a chance.
A lot going on.
Not everyone is as dedicated as I am, boss.
Yeah, you did wear it. Didn't wash it, which,
crazy
You
work.
literally said, "Why are you taking so long? Put the fucking hoodie
I
on."
don't know if I said that.
What, are you afraid you're going to mess up your hair?
No, I don't know if I said that. One thing that we didn't talk about regarding Josh Hokett, by the way, I think Josh Hokett got engaged before the fight. So a pretty big weekend for him. I'm pretty sure this is coming from his actual girlfriend, and I'm pretty sure it says POV, you go to a UFC fight and Josh Hokett proposes to you. Is this a real proposal?
Cannot be real.
Why? You don't think it's...
Brother, he's rocking American flag wide receiver gloves, and then why would his fiance put, you go to
laughing?
a UFC fight and Josh Hokett proposes to you? Yeah, now he's doing the...
That looks real to me.
Josh, I'm so scared. Yeah, it looks real. He's on a knee giving her a ring. But
Yeah.
No, I don't think he got proud.
There was no kiss. It's not.
There was a hearty laugh.
He's wearing a fucking bucket hat and a Venom kit with American flag wide receiver gloves on.
You guys aren't that romantic, okay? I see the beauty in this. I see the beauty in most of the things that he does.
I was going to say in the gimmick.
I don't know. I saw that. She said proposed. I'm pretty sure that's his girlfriend, because then I looked at the page and I was like, oh, these are other Josh Hokett related. Unless it's just someone who's just a big fan of Josh Hokett.
I was going to say Josh Hokett was super fan. What is it? Pip Savley?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, here she is.
Real or not?
No.
Wow, this is a total fake thing?
Real.
This
Definitely not real. She's throwing out first pitches at banana ball games.
did I get?
Yeah,
well, why didn't anyone tell me this?
That's that bullshit.
Yeah.
This is just a fan? Actually,
She's not a. This is not Josh Hokett's wife.
no.
Am I on the right page? That was it? Yeah, Pip Savley. Yeah,
Wait, she's actually
she's an influencer.
You think so? You think I just
What
got
do you mean?
influenced?
No, literally, it's her in her bio on Instagram. It says TikTok, 1.7 million followers.
I just got influenced by a TikToker?
Yeah, 1,000%. They are not. I can't even find this reel now.
That two-timer? He told us he has a girlfriend or a wife, maybe. Does he have a wife?
It's not her. Fair play to him.
So when I dropped that in the chat, no one told me, no one thought
Look,
to
man,
say.
there's so much going into that chat. We just gotta grab and go. It's just grab, put it on the
thought to
press
say,
and keep it moving.
Why
First,
this?
Is it AI? Now are they actually romantically involved?
This is
Trust me, this is not his wife.
Really?
Yeah, this is not his wife. No.
Chat, is it his wife? Tell me, chat.
Don't address
When
the
you
chat.
say chat, are you addressing the chat or are you addressing ChatGPT because you're asking?
That's what they say. Chat. Is it true, chat?
Don't do the chat.
Hokett did comment on it.
Oh, what'd he say?
Heart emoji. Yeah, I don't think.
That sounds legit. That sounds like true love.
No, it doesn't.
I don't think they're dating. He has no post.
Wait, you think that the text is literal in that she really just is a fan? He proposed to her.
I don't even think she's a fan, man. I think she was just. In Miami for the UFC event, and she had VIP access, and he did that.
Chat, is this true? Come on, chat. Let me know. Chat. Why do they do that? Like, are they actually reading the chat?
Is it the chat or is it ChatGPT? Which one?
I don't know. They just say chat. All right. Well, I feel like a dummy right now. I'm actually like, oh, wow, look at this guy. You know, he's romantic.
Would that have been romantic on the, like, not even like on fight day?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Empty arena, right next to the octagon.
I think so.
Full Venom kit.
I think there's something nice about, like, hey, you did it at your place of work before a big fight, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
It's crazy, Ariel.
Do you wish you had proposed to Jacqueline in the kitchen?
Not the kitchen, but my studio. Why the kitchen?
Because your place of work. It's not in the octagon on fight night.
Yeah,
so
but I
why
don't
would
work
you do
in
it
the
in
kitchen.
the studio?
I don't work in the kitchen.
That's like our hangout spot.
You mean like this kitchen? Like,
I was talking about your kitchen at home. No, motherfucker.
You're like, how'd you
I was
know
like,
where I'm supposed to her?
What are you trying to say? What kind of male chauvinistic pig are you?
You're like, this is where you're going to
Oh my god!
Oh, you flipped it to her place of work.
Yeah.
That's fucked up, man. That's where you go.
Yeah. By the way, so I references might as well play it here. Here's Dana White saying that Josh Hokett talked the walk or walked the talk. I'm not quite sure. Let's play it.
In the world who are not a big fan of Josh Hockett's shtick.
Yeah,
but when you go
I'm
out,
one of them.
When you go out and fight like that, though, it kind of makes the character stuff irrelevant, and he put on an insane...
He walked the talk tonight. You know what I mean? When
There it
people
is.
come out and say stupid shit and have sort of a shtick, it's not my thing. But nothing but respect for both of those men tonight in that fight. It was unbelievable, and you won't hear a word out of me from here on out about him. He like I said, he walked the talk. So,
can you explain how?
It's one thing to have a shtick and act whatever, and it's another thing to go in and fight the number 5 ranked guy in the world, who was a bad dude, and do what he did to him tonight.
Walk the talk. I was just looking it up. Is it walk the talk? Yeah, it actually kind of makes sense. Like you walk like you talk, you walk it like you talk it, something like that.
It's tough.
Yeah. Anyway, shout out to him. More on him throughout the week, and hopefully we'll connect. For now, though, I know a lot of you are very much looking forward to this chat, as am I. We've been wondering about this man for quite some time, and delighted that he is here, delighted that he is able to speak to us. Let's not waste any time and say hello to Daniel Rodriguez, kind enough to join us right here and now. There he is, D-Rod in the house. Hello, Daniel. How are you?
Hey, Harold, how's it going? Great to see you again, man.
It is great to see you as well. I say that genuinely. There's so much to get into with you, and I just kind of want to leave the slate very clean. And you've hinted at some things, you've posted some stuff online, but your whereabouts and what you've been through over the past few months very much up in the air. And so, could you tell us everything? I just want to listen for as long as you want to talk. What happened? Where were you? What have you been through? Take us from the beginning up until now, if you can.
Man, if you, I'm pretty sure y'all remember my last fight versus Kevin Holland. You know, it was an amazing matchup, and you know, went on vacation to across the border of Mexico, and you know, forgot I had a little bag of weed with me, man. It was under an ounce, and got pulled over at the line and got checked, man, and man, the border patrol were tripping on the weed, and you know, I was thinking I was only going to be in there like probably the weekend, maybe a little bit shorter, but man, the laws over there out there in Mexico, they're way different, man. They don't play no games, you know. So what I was thinking would turn into what was going to be, you know, probably a little weekend or maybe overnight, turn into 8 months, man. Right in the prime and the smack prime of my career, man. And yeah, man, that was it, dude.
And that is an unbelievable thing. For those that may not remember, that fight against Kevin Holland was in July. How soon after that fight are we talking that you were crossing the border?
Exactly 2 weeks.
Okay.
2 weeks, man. I was in celebration mode. I was just headed out to Rosarito and just have a good time and spend the weekend out there. And you know, I didn't think twice, man. I made a mistake and trying to get some weed over over the border, man. And if anybody in Mexico knows, the weed over there is just trash. So, yeah, you know, man, I made an honest mistake, man, and ended up paying some time for it.
Is there any particular reason why they were searching your car as you're crossing over the border? That doesn't happen all the time, right?
Nah, man, I guess their excuse was that there were no license plate tags in the front. So, yeah, just like to raise a little bit of awareness, everybody. Like, man, be careful when you're crossing that border right now. Right now, it's really hot because the whole Trump thing, I guess, deporting everybody and you know, I guess they got a grudge against Americans, you know, and I guess they try to make an example out of me, man. I try to keep a low profile, try not to let them know who I am or who I was, you know, and you know, it didn't work out. It didn't work out the way I wanted to, man.
Did you get the impression that they had any sort of idea while they're searching you or have your license or whatever, that they know who you are, that you're a famous person, UFC fighter? Did they show you any indication that they knew who you were?
Nah, they had no idea. Usually, there's opportunities to get yourself out of certain situations over there in Mexico. And I was hoping for that. You know, I had a wallet full of cash with me at the time, and try to see if I could catch a break. You know, I try to see if, you know, they could help me out. You know, and because it wasn't the police. It was actually the border patrol, the National Guard. Like, you know, they don't play no games, and I didn't realize that you know, that they take it so seriously, and potentially they hit me with a smuggling charge. So over there, I guess like that's a really big deal, you know. And I try to offer some money to get me out right there on the spot, but they weren't going for it, man.
And again, to be clear, you had less than an ounce, you say, on you?
Yeah, it was 27 grams. I had a fresh ounce of weed with me.
Okay.
And you know, the cold part about it was, like, I pulled over right before crossing the border, and I thought about it. I was like, man, should I throw this shit out? You know, like, man, you know what? I don't think anything's gonna happen. And sure enough, man, I should have just stuck with my gut feeling.
Were you alone?
No, I wasn't alone. I had someone with me, you know, and unfortunately, that person had to do the time with me.
Oh.
You know, so I wasn't alone in there, but, you know, I feel really bad about that.
Is that person still locked up as well?
Nah, she unfortunately, we were able to get out together.
Okay, at the same time.
Yeah, at the same time.
So once you get handcuffed and everything, they put you in. Why are you locked up for months and months? That's July 7th. That's 9 months ago. Why is it so long? What are they telling you? What's the process that you're dealing with?
Man, I guess the whole judicial system in Mexico is like a whole different world, you know, and they really didn't have no sense of urgency to you know, move my case forward, and you know, it took so long, man, and it was ups and downs. I went to a few court dates where I thought I was getting out, and I didn't end up getting out, and honestly, I was looking at probably even being there till late July, no, June or July, and you know, lucky I got an amazing legal team, man, and we were able to work some things out, man, and get me out. But there's a whole bunch of requirements and stuff behind it that I gotta stick to, you know.
Like what?
You know, if you know my background, you know that this is not my first time going to jail. This is not this is just a part of like my journey through the whole MMA thing, you know, and you know, like MMA has really helped me change things for me, you know, and you know, we're able to start programs, you know, and try to help people, you know, try to get the youth and start programs for them so they could, you know, experience what I experienced, which is, you know, like the discipline and you know, looking forward to something better in life than just, you know, a lot of the troubled stuff, like, you know, a lot of gangs, and in Mexico it's way much worse, you know. Shout out to Raul over there at Interim Gym. You know, he shot me a good letter of recommendation. There was a ton of people, man. I had a ton of support coming in, man. A lot of fighters actually. You know, yeah, Rodriguez really tried to pull some strings for me. Brian Ortega was there for me. It was a ton of people, man. My whole management team, even the UFC tried to get involved, but there's only so much they could do, you know, because you know, like I said, the Mexican government, they ain't having it, man.
Was this your first time in a Mexican jail?
Yeah, this was my first time in the Mexican jail, and I could tell you one thing for sure, man. It's the worst. It's the worst you can. It's just the worst possible situation, you know. Fortunately, I was able to make the best of it. You know, I was able to you know, pull a couple strings and get a little bit of workout equipment there, and I was able to work out and try to stay in shape. But it's not the same, man. It's not the same. We only went to yard twice a week, and those days were the only days I would get to run. You know, I spent the whole time running. I probably looked like a crazy ass dude out there, just running laps and laps and laps and laps. But it was only twice a week, you know, and you know, I think the worst part about the whole thing was the food. You know, I feel a little bit unhealthy, a little malnourished, you know. I think that was the toughest part is the nutrition in there. I'm used to, you know, I was coming off that big fight, man, and my body was like healthy in the best shape ever. And then to be thrown and locked in a jail cell and just put in one spot and just given the bare minimum food to eat was like just, it was terrible, man.
What about the living conditions?
Living conditions were horrible, man. If you think about it, it was just locked in a cell 24/7. You know, we only went to yard two times a week, so that was the only movement. You know, and in there, it's a whole nother world, man. Like, fortunately, I did have some people in high places looking out for me, so I was able to have some privileges, but at the end of the day, there's nothing like freedom, man.
Were you living alone, or was there someone with you, or other people with you?
Yeah, I had a couple people with me. I had two people in you know, in high, very 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 high places, especially in there, and you know, they looked out for me. I'm very grateful. You know, everybody loves a fighter. You know, everybody loves a winner. You know, and I'm fortunate to have, you know, been where I was at. You know, I was probably in the best living situation I could be in there, but it was still horrible, man. It was horrible, but I'm out now, you know.
And we are glad for that. I'm just curious, because obviously this is something that we don't often get to hear about. When you say that you're with people in very, very high places, when you get in there, do they know who you are and say, hey, we're going to take care of you? Like, how does that process work out to where you get linked and sort of, you know, part of their crew protected by them?
Yeah, so what happened was I went to court one day, actually my first court date, and one of the guards recognized me and started asking me for pictures. You know, I'm like, I'm like, what the hell? You know, so all the guards are right there taking pictures, and I'm like, all right. So some of the inmates saw that, you know, and one inmate asked, like, yo, who, like, what's up with you? Like, this and that. And I didn't really want to say anything, you know. In a situation like that, you want to keep the lowest profile because me being who I am is kind of like, you know, kind of like a target on my back, you know. Like, you know, people are going to want to test you. People are going to want to, you know, you never know. You never know. So I always just wanted to keep a low profile. But once that happened, as soon as I hit the prison and over there, it's not like out here. I've been in jail over here where there's like the LA County jail, where it's like it's not prison, but over there they throw you straight in. It's straight into prison and yeah, man, my first like 12 days there, I was in like a 6-man cell with like 25 people in there, man. Dudes sleeping on the floor, 2 man per bunk, and I couldn't even sleep, man. It was just disgusting in there. It's horrible. It's the most horrible situation you could think of. And, you know, fortunately, word got around that I was in there. And I got shot up to the VIP section, you know, so I was fortunate enough to you know get some love, and yeah, they did show me a lot of love, you know, and in the back of my mind, I kind of had a sense like, you know, I think this guy's using me as protection, you know, I'm kind of like his bodyguard or some shit like that, you know, but I just ran with it, you know.
Damn, that is wild. And when you say like people would test you or if they didn't know who you were, did you feel like people tried to before this happened? Did you feel like people were trying to, you know, to see what you were all about?
Nah, man, nah. I've been in jail before, and you get that a lot. There's always someone in a bad mood, or there's always somebody like trying to test you or something. But this time around, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just the way I carry myself. You know that I didn't really get tested much, and the word got around really quick. Word got around real quick who I was, and even like the guards and everybody. Hey, you're the fighter, huh? You know, I'm like, yeah, you know, that's me. And you know, I don't really get tested much at all, to be honest with you. And especially with the people I was with, I was definitely felt like not to be fucked with.
What does VIP look like? What does that bring for you?
Well, to be honest with you, man, it's just certain privileges. I don't want to give away too much because some of the I don't want to burn the spot for some of the guys. They're still living in there, and those little things go a long ways. You know, those little small little things, bro. That goes a long ways. You know, and yeah, man, I was fortunate to have some of that, man. It's not cheap, but you know, I was able to communicate with my friends and family and a few loved ones, and that's pretty much all I needed, man. I needed support. I never thought, I didn't expect us to be in there that long. I mean, eight almost 9 months for a bag of weed is insane. You know, I never thought twice. You know, coming from here in California, in Las Vegas. And, you know, the cops don't even worry about that stuff, you know, and went over to Mexico, and I guess Mexico's it's not legal yet. So they try to throw the book at me, man. And, yeah, man, it just took me all that time to work out a deal with them.
When you have moments where you think you're getting out and it's not happening and the months are trickling away, how do you stay sane? Like, what did you do to keep? One moment you're fighting in New Orleans, you're fighting all over the world, you're a UFC star, and the next you're sleeping in these conditions. How did you keep yourself going and keep that hope alive that you would eventually get out of this?
It was rough, man. I'm not gonna lie. It was in March. I was supposed to get out in early March, and it didn't happen. And I had my heart set on it, man. I was like, all right, got my heart set on March, you know, and then went to court one day, and they're like, nah, man, we're gonna bring you back at the end of July. And man, that shit broke my heart, bro. I'm like, man, I was just shook. I was just shook, man. It kind of it took a lot out of me, man. It took a lot out of me, but fortunately, a few weeks after that, my lawyer called me. He's like, I have great news. We managed to speed up your court date, and it's looking like you're gonna get out. And I didn't even want to get excited, man, because I've been on a roller coaster already of like, I'm gonna get out, and it doesn't happen, and then I get my hopes up again, and then it doesn't happen. So when they had mentioned it to me the last time, I was like, yeah, whatever, whatever, dude. I was just, I kind of just lost, I wasn't sure what was gonna happen, man. So I just wasn't really trying to focus on it that much. At that point, I was just trying to live day by day, because at the end of the day, I'm in jail, and anything could happen at any point, and a lot of things were happening, a lot of stuff was going down, and I was, man, I gotta get the fuck out of here, man, before I get myself into some trouble,
You said that you guys came to a deal in order to get you to come out. What does that mean? Like, did they not realize to keep you there for that long was a little bit excess? Like, what is this deal that you come to in order to get you released?
I can't really speak on that right now, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't really speak on the details of it, but it's yeah, it came with a price.
Okay.
I don't even know if I could say that.
I understand, and don't want you to reveal too much, but I do want to ask. You said you could talk to your family and friends. Are you even aware of what's going? Like, are you able to watch fights? The MMA world probably felt like a million miles away, but that's still your job and how you live and what you're so well known for and what you're doing so well at. You had won a bunch of fights in a row, 3, I believe, off the top of my head. So here you are. Are you watching? Are you trying to keep tabs? I saw the footage of you hitting mitts and stuff. Are you at all aware of what's going on out there?
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, like some of the perks that we did have, I had a TV, and had a little bit of internet access, and had a little bit of phone action, where I was able to keep up with the MMA world. But really, I was just focused on my family, and I was keeping up with the UFC and stuff, and a lot of times I would watch my own fights to keep myself motivated and in the game, and just a reminder of who I am, and what's ahead of me what's ahead of me out here, and coming off that big win, man. That's been my motivation, because I know that once I get out, story's gonna be big, man, and it's just this is the type of shit the movies are made of, man. So I just want to like really lock it down and get back to where I was, man. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a tough little road back, man. But I'm all for it. It's gonna be an amazing story.
Just curious, and thank you so much for telling us about all of this, Daniel. I really appreciate it. Like, typical day, what are you eating there?
Man, typical day. Lots of tortillas. Lots of tortillas, rice, beans, some kind of like soup, but the soup is like probably like an ounce or less of protein, and majority like potatoes and carrots, so it was the bare minimum, man. Luckily, they do have commissary, but even the commissary there was horrible. It was chips, couple noodles, soda, so like nothing that my body is used to consuming, in order for me to perform at a high level, and then on top of that, just like having a minimum space, and space to do stuff, So I would do a lot of jail workouts, and I actually made myself like a makeshift, like a speed bag and a punching bag, and I was just trying to be as creative as possible just to stay in shape, man.
Wow. Where'd you get, I saw the mitt work and all that. Where'd you get that stuff?
Yeah, I had to pay the guards for that.
Okay. So you were doing stuff. And who did you find to help you out with that?
Very, very fortunately, man, my cellmate he used to be a boxer, so
wow.
Yeah, so he did have some skills. And I was able to, so I was able to get some really good mitt work in, and whole time I was in there, I was like, man, I feel like I'm getting ready. I felt ready for like a boxing match, and yeah, man, it's just I gotta get my grappling in, and I gotta. I was doing like no type of grappling or anything, so it was just all boxing, But the only thing is like that's that Mexican style boxing, It's like the true nitty gritty Mexican style boxing, straight out of jail, man. This is crazy. Um, I I used to watch movies like this, like dudes. I look up to dudes like that, like Bernard Hopkins, dudes like that, and I got a lot of I got a lot of people watching, man, and I just want to like put in as much work as possible and just lock in, man, and I made a mistake, everybody makes mistakes, nobody's perfect, and I feel like MMA and everything ahead of me, man, is just it's a little intense right now. It's a lot, everybody's trying to get a hold of me, and it's a lot coming straight out of a jail cell, to just yesterday I was on stage in front of 10,000 plus people, and it gave me the feeling of the last time I was in a cage, it's like the whole world is watching, and shit, man, I'm just gonna live it up, do the best I can do.
When did you get out?
It's been a few days now. It's been like 4 or 5 days now.
I saw that video of the band playing as you're leaving. Can you describe what that feeling was like when you were released, when you realized?
So right there, I was at the border, man. And to be honest with you, that was a weird situation because if you're ever crossing the border in Mexico, you know that there's people right there trying to hustle, sell stuff, and sometimes you kind of got to ignore them, There was this one dude that I kept knocking on my window, and he kept trying to kind of like catch my attention. I was like, nah, man, I'm out of pesos, brother. And he took it the wrong way. And was flipping me off and like talking all kinds of mess, man, and kind of got to me, man. I mean, I'm fresh out of jail. I don't tolerate disrespect, and I got out the car and I'm like, what? And like, what you talking about? And I had my oldest son with me, and I'm just like, man, what am I doing? I can't be. I'm just out of jail. I can't be like beating up these people, or like I can't be doing stuff like this no matter what, And got back in the car, and and it just hit me like how I have to change, man. How I have to like live life now, and it's not the same as it was before that fight, man. It's different now. It's different, and I just have to be responsible, man. I gotta be the most responsible possible. I gotta still have an opportunity to go out there and show the world what I'm made of, man. And I think that this time around, it's gonna be something special, man. Cause it's like, I went to jail for a long time. I had 8 months, 9 months is a long time. And I everybody's watching, and I just want to bounce back and give it all I got, man. And that comes with changing a lot of things that I had going on before. I gotta cut a lot of things out, man. So this time around, like you guys got a 100% focused D-Rod.
Realistically, when do you think you could fight again?
You know what, man? I went to the gym the other day, did some warm-ups. My oldest son, he knows I'm out of shape right now. And he just finished his high school wrestling. He just finished his senior year. So he's feeling all pumped, and he's like, "What's up? You want to wrestle?" I'm like, all right, we could do this. I'm gonna give you your shot. Here's your one shot at Pops, And I got the takedown, but that's all I had in me, bro. I'm like, oh my God. So the rest of the whole practice, he was just tossing my ass up. But it's really just a cardio thing. My body still wants to move like the way it used to. It's just conditioning right now. And I know right now it just feels a little bit tough, but I know in a month from now I'm gonna feel way better. I'm gonna head out to Las Vegas and go to PI and just spend as much time as possible in there to just recover and get healthy and just bounce back, man.
Have you allowed yourself to think of the perfect opponent for the return, or is that too far away?
Oh man, there's some good offers. Again, Kevin Holland tried to slide in my DMs yesterday, and I'm not interested in that. I already beat him. I know he won yesterday, but I really want to shoot for the stars, man. I really want to take this to the highest level possible, and we're possibly looking at a matchup versus Leon Edwards.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think ideally, a solid 3 months, I'll be ready.
Do you feel, as of right now, you're still getting used to life again? You're still trying to adapt and adjust to life? Do you feel like that's going to take a while in its own right? While it sounds like you're appreciating life and have a new lease on life, which is tremendous, but just having this freedom, do you still feel like it's a little bit fresh and raw for you right now?
Yeah, it is. It is very fresh, man. I'm not gonna lie, it's a lot. Just yesterday, like I said, I was on stage in front of 10,000 people.
Where was that, by the way?
That was my boy Rene Vaca, comedian. He had a big show called Vaca Fest in Ontario, and it was amazing, man. I was backstage, ton of celebrities, and like people know me now, and I'm just trying to take it easy, take it day by day, and not overwhelm myself. It's a lot. Like I said, a couple of days ago, I was sitting in the jail cell, and now I'm, hanging out with people that I admire and look up to, and man, I just got to take it day by day.
Well, welcome back, Daniel. We missed you. It was a question that we would get every week. What's up with D-Rod? Where is D-Rod? Can you tell us about D-Rod? And wanted to speak to you and get the full story from you and understand what you had been through. Did we just lose him there? Oh my gosh. Just as I'm saying goodbye. Maybe his phone died? What do you think? Okay. Well, I hope he heard that part. And if you can just express that to him, I would appreciate it. I'm glad to see that he's okay. It's good to see that he's okay and back, and hopefully we'll see him back in there in due time. He says 3 or so months. It would be quite the scene with him coming back. So wish him the best and do appreciate him coming on and explaining all of that to us. Let us move along and say hello to our next guest. It's been a minute since I spoke to this man. He had a fantastic win on Saturday in Miami, UFC 327. An incredible win over Randy Brown. Almost got the submission. Still don't know how Randy's survived all of that, but it was amazing scenes and seemingly very much back on track. And so I am very excited and very happy to say hello once again to our old friend Kevin Holland, who I'm told is standing by. Is he actually there? He's there.
What's going on, brother?
Long time no speak, Kevin. How are you?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Welcome back to the show. We missed you.
Thank you, brother. It's been a long time.
It has been a long time. I do appreciate you coming on. It's great to see you and talk to you, and congratulations on the win. You had a bit of a time off there to come back and have a performance like that. What does that feel like? What's that do to the confidence?
Oh, man, confidence is always sky high, but it feels good to get back in there and make something happen, especially after, having a little bit of time off. It's never fun having time off when you're me.
Was the time off your decision? Was it just no fights being offered? It's rare for you to have that kind of like 6 or so months off. Why?
Yeah, I actually had that opportunity to fight on the Houston card, but I was having root canals done and stuff like that. So timing just didn't kind of work out. And I was going through some things with some changes in, per se, careers. And, just so happened to just work out this way. And I'm actually pretty happy with it. It's got a little bit more time to prepare for Randy Brown, too. And we could definitely say that was needed.
By the way, multiple root canals?
Yeah. I got 2 root canals done. And
at the same time?
Yeah. I got to go back and get one more. So
that's awful. One is horrendous.
Yeah. Years of just eating junk food and not worried about the teeth, and got a little older and was like, man, I'm starting to feel something back there. Went and got it checked out. It said some root canals and some cavities. And I said, God, all those cookies at night weren't doing good for me. So yeah, getting those done right.
And did that affect you in the lead up to the fight, like getting punched in the face after having that?
Nah, it was normal. Had a really good dentist. They did a good job. So felt same as always, just make sure I threw my mouthpiece in after, because I spent a lot of money on those pretty ass teeth to get done.
And by the way, now that you've seen the results of having some time off, are you going to stick to that sort of plan, that sort of cadence? Maybe take longer breaks in between fights?
I don't want to take too long between fights. That 6 months was quite a bit of time, but 4 months is probably a lot more healthy, and I guess it's good for me. It's like I got a lot of things going on outside the cage, so it's good to spend time with the kiddos. It's good to be at the house. It's good to relax and do things like that. But 6 months, almost thought I was retired for a second there.
I feel like we're talking to, and maybe it's just because it's been a while, like a grown-up Kevin Holland, a mature Kevin Holland, an evolved Kevin Holland. Is this the new, the father Kevin Holland? I feel like this is a different side of you that we're seeing.
Yeah, life changes, things change, and it's I was young and I was always pretty hot-headed, airheaded, and always doing dumb shit. And now we're a little bit older, and kids look at me, and I got to make sure I'm there for my kiddos. And my oldest son's 13 versus being 6 and 7, and that changes the game. So it's like you got to shaping up a little bit, and it's just how it goes.
What was the turning point for you, if you could pinpoint one?
Honestly, I don't even know. It's like I honestly don't know. Maybe my son with the horses, or I don't know. Yeah, having to be at this damn ranch all day. Maybe that did it. Okay. Simmered me out a little bit.
So what's up with the horses? So your son rides horses?
Yeah, he rides horses. He's first started off with some barrel racing, and then he really started liking roping. And then he seen that Chad Money Mayfield guy one time doing that tie down roping, and he got all into that. So now he likes the roping. And myself, I thought the cutting was pretty cool. So, in the process of trying to see what discipline he wanted to go, I got a little bit of this, got a little bit of that, and I started liking it with him. And it's our Sunday fun day now, and everybody in the family is just yeehaw, and we're just going around doing our thing. I enjoy hunting the most, but if we can get on the back of the horse and have some fun too, that works. And I found me a fun one to compete in for mounted cowboy shooting. So I get to shoot, ride the horse. So
wow,
great time for me.
You're a real life cowboy now.
Oh, he is. I'm just a posture. I'm playing catch up until I can play tag along.
And how did he get into this?
My old buddy I used to associate with and do everything with. He actually got him into doing all this stuff. So Justin Adams, man, props to him. He's actually doing really good in his career, helping out some other fighters with management and stuff like that. So happy to see everybody doing good, and props to him for getting my son turned on to the horses.
Do you own horses?
Yeah, we own quite a few. We got 2 on the lot right now. We got one that we just bought that just pulled up a second ago. She does reining. I wanted him to get in the reining competition, so he's riding her, and he did really good today for his first time doing some reining. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe in the next month or so, we'll put him in a competition. Then I got my mounted cowboy shooting horse out there. She's a red roan. She's an absolute beautiful one. Young. She's the youngest one out of all of them. We got another red roan that was supposed to be a cutting horse, but she was actually sorting horse, and the difference between sorting and cutting is pretty there. I'm pretty much there. So had to see what discipline we wanted to take her, and we took her to the cutting school, and he said she'd do a really good job at roping. So now she's at school doing roping, and she's absolutely killing it. So props to her. And then we got another horse who was his barrel horse. He's actually selling his barrel horse. So I'm proud of him because he's 13, conducting a pretty good business deal with the horse. And he's selling that one. Then he said he's going to sell 2 cows, and he's going to use the cows to replenish the extra money that he needs to buy the new roping horse that he wants to get. So kid has a game plan, and I got a game plan, and we'll see if we make both of them work.
Bro, I got to be honest, Kevin. I have no idea what you're talking about right now. Roping, reining, or what? I've never heard these words before. What are you?
Yeah.
What is this? What is this language that you're speaking?
Yeah, Texas caught up to me. That's all we can say. You know.
What is reining? What's reining?
I don't know if you've ever seen Yellowstone, but when they do the big spins,
oh yeah, yeah,
the big run, and they do the stop and they slide. That's kind of reining. It's all about posture and performance.
Wow.
How the rider rides, how the horse works, and their connection, how they move. And then roping, of course, throwing the rope on the back of the horse. You got several different styles of that between team roping, tie down roping, and just breakaway roping. And then mounted cowboy shooting shit on the back of the horse. So that's my style, me. And and then the cutting, that's you got cows in front of you, and you're trying to stop the cow or separate the cow from the herd, and so on and so forth. So
wow.
But don't give me the line. I probably said all that wrong. We're gonna go back to Wikipedia again.
It sounds great to me. So how much time are you spending on the ranch there?
I'm out here about 6-7 days a week trying to catch up to him. He's out here as much as he can. It's baseball season right now for him, so he's a little bit slowed down. But he does homeschool, so he doesn't have to worry about going to regular school. So he's out here as long as the sun's up, the guns are out. He's out here doing his thing. And right now, we just bought that horse. I let him conduct that whole deal on his own. He got the papers. He did the money transfer. He did everything on his own. Did the test ride on the horse.
Wow.
The kid's a stud. Yeah, man, I'm proud of him.
Is this your oldest son?
Yeah, 13. He's doing pretty good for a 13-year-old. Conducting better deals than I ever did at 13.
Why homeschool, by the way?
Man, I didn't do good at regular school. He wasn't doing the greatest at regular school. The grades were okay, but the behavior was always something. And it's like just had a ton of energy, and it's like I figured, probably get more out of homeschool. And when I did my homeschool stuff, and not necessarily homeschool, but I had a one-on-one teacher for a lot of years. I got the most out of that. So since taking him to homeschool, he's got the most out of that. And then he wants to be a cowboy. So if he wants to be a cowboy, he's not going to learn that in regular school, but he can put more time in out here and then do a schoolwork. It's a piece of cake, and we can make our own schedule. So, some days he starts at 10, some days he starts at 9, but he can get up here at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, feed his horse, ride his horse, and then get back and do schoolwork. And then he can come back and do baseball in the afternoon and come back at night and help me feed if I need help feeding. But when I'm in camp, I tend to do all the feeding by myself because I'm on go so much. So he gets his 6 weeks off, and he was happy with his 6 weeks off.
So at this point, like, is this his goal? Like, is this what he wants to be when he's older? Is this the end goal for him?
Well, he wants to be it now. Hopefully he still wants to be it later on, or all those acres I bought and all these horses I bought be for no reason.
Wow.
But I got his back. So if he decides to step away, I'll continue to do it for him until he gets older and realize it's a lot better career than some of the other careers that we can take. And he was doing his research one day. He was figuring out how he was going to make his coin. When you're 12, you start wondering how you're going to do this and how you're going to do that. And he was already riding before that. And then he goes, "Dad, I can actually make some money riding horses." I said, "Yeah, you can make plenty of money riding horses." And he said, "Okay, I'll do that. I don't want to get punched in the face." I mean, you see my face now. He's like, "I don't want to look like that." So he has a game plan. And as long as he's not riding bulls, I'm happy with it.
I was just going to ask about that. Has he shown interest in jiu-jitsu, boxing, fighting, anything like that?
No, I've made him do jiu-jitsu, and my little brother's actually thinking about fighting now. And when he was younger and my son's younger, I've always made sure they knew how to do a 1, 2, 3, a good roundhouse kick to the leg, and a good flying knee. And as long as they could do those, I felt like we'd be okay. And so they always know how to fight, but, it's not something I'm trying to preach and push upon them. I fight enough times a year. I fight enough times in a lifetime that they should never have to. And if they can find other things that, makes them happy, then, I'm happy. Like my little brother, he's graduating from barber school today. So we get to go to his class and get a fresh cut and, get to watch him do his thing. And then my son, he's all about these horses, and hopefully they stay far away from fighting. I say that, but then my little brother's fighting. So I don't know. Hopefully no jiu-jitsu and no martial arts for my son, though. Hopefully none.
The brother who's graduating from barber school, is he also the one who's going to be a fighter, or is that a different brother?
No, I only got one brother.
Okay.
One brother. It's funny. Me and my mom are a lot alike in a sense when it has kids. I got a 13-year-old and a 3-year-old, and she has a 33-year-old and a 19-year-old. So we spread them out pretty far. I don't know why we do it, but we do it.
So there's another Holland coming up, at least as far as fighting is concerned. You think he's going to turn pro?
Yeah, I definitely do. I mean, he's going to have his first amateur fight. We'll see how that goes. As long as that goes swell. I told him, if you don't listen, I'll never book you another fight. So the rest of the career is going to be on you. But as long as he listens to everything he's supposed to do, then, we'll see how far he can go. It's he's a different frame than me, so it'll be a different weight class and, different style. But hopefully he listens better and does, smarter things, and it'll be a Kevin Holland with less losses. A smarter big mouth, we should say.
Will you train him? Will you be his guy?
I will be there to help him out as much as I can. I'll more so be there to help him out with his career, make sure he makes the right moves, make sure nothing bad ever happens. But I like the coaches I have now. I like the training partners I have now. I like the people that I have in my life right now. And I think that, they're at a prime time in their career where they're not going to do anything but get better. And they'll be absolutely amazing for him to continue to excel and go forward.
By the way, speaking of horses, is it true that you have Metallic Cat's daughter and granddaughter? Is that a real thing? I heard Metallic Cats is a legendary horse.
Yeah. Props to the UFC. They pay us good bucks. Hold on. I'm sorry. I got to learn how to put these meetings on Do Not Disturb, right?
All good.
So, yeah, Metallic Cat's granddaughter, that was the first one that we bought. I'm sorry, I lost you there for a second. Metallic's granddaughter was the first one that we bought, and she actually does, she was the sorting horse that I was talking about, and now she's in school for roping, so that's going to be pretty cool to have that one in the roping field. And then we have the daughter of a Metallic Cat that's actually going to be doing our cutting and stuff like that. She won't come home to us right away because we're nowhere near good at riders to be doing any cutting and stuff like that. At least I'm not. He probably is. But we'll keep her at school for a year, let her continue to do her training, let her continue to do everything she needs to do. She's still a young one. She's under 4, so we'll let her continue to do her practices, do her training, do her competitions underneath them with our brand attached to her and see how she does. And hopefully she does amazing. And then once my son's about 14, 15 years old, we'll send him out to start doing some competitions on the back of her. And hopefully we can have a grand old time,
I heard you say you spent about $100,000 before this fight on a horse.
Yeah. Between Metallic Cat's daughter and between Blue, he has a little bit of that Hancock in his bloodline. We actually just purchased that one too. So yeah, that was pretty up there. We don't want to put an exact number on there. And then we were buying a walker to go in the back next to the arena, and we needed to get us a circle pin, So yeah, good old round pin and a good old walker out there. That'll be a couple more bucks. So yeah, the money's going left and right, but. Most people pay for the kid to play basketball or baseball or football or something. Mine's does baseball and ride horses. So, yeah, that's where all my cho-chos be going.
I love it. I guess I should ask you about the fight itself. Are you happy with the performance? Are you happy with the fight overall?
I'm happy with it. I'm a little disappointed in myself in the third round. I put in a lot of work in my cardio and my energy going into this fight, doing everything I needed to do to make sure I was in tip-top shape. And I was in really good shape. I just didn't push in the third round. I allowed Randy Brown to kind of go out there and clinch up with me in the third round, and I should have dragged out of that clinch. I guess because I got comfortable with the ground, but, should have stopped all that.
What about the second round? I mean, that choke right there, what are you thinking as he's not going away?
Dude, a rubber neck. This man must have Gila somewhere else. What am I doing wrong? Make these adjustments. So, I'm making the adjustments and trying to put him away. And I heard him gargle a little bit and, start to do that. And he just wasn't going to tap. And props to Randy Brown, for absolutely staying game in a situation like that. Because, I've been there against Chimaev and shit. I guess I ain't got Chimaev straight because I sure as hell would have tapped the hell out.
Now looking back, from a technical standpoint, what do you think you were not doing in order to put him away?
I seen the Gracie video where they said I could have used my leg to trap the arm down. But if you go back and watch the choke live time, there was one point in time I used the leg to put the arm down and still didn't get it. I think maybe I could have, re-squeezed, transferred the grips, and instead of going for, the anaconda, could have switched back to the darts and actually put him away with the dark man choke. But, in the midst of a fight, man, you're just happy to be there and you're thinking you got it and you're going for it. Your arms start burning a little bit and you're like, you know what? Got a whole nother round, man. Let's just get up and get back active. So, yeah, could have made a few more adjustments, but, ultimately, I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu, but I ain't the greatest in jiu-jitsu. So we'll probably have to ask somebody else on that one.
Fair enough. You've talked about, I know you've said that you want to get some rematches back, Mike Malad, who's fighting this weekend. And by the way, for the record, I don't know if you saw, I thought you got screwed in the last fight, with the low blows and everything like that, and I said it on the show.
Yeah, it was wild. That was wild. Yeah, I, you know, it's like even though me and you weren't talking for a while, you know, I'm still a fan of Ariel Helwani, so I was always peeking in and seeing what Ariel had to say about this and that.
That bummed me out, man.
I liked your intakes, so yeah, I was paying attention to that, and I was like, look at my dog, he got my back still, so that was pretty cool.
Yo, that bummed me out because I always loved our chats, but I
that was young Kev. Young Kev gets hot headed over everything. My apologies for
all good.
Forever even coming at you the wrong way.
Not needed. All good. We've been through this enough to know that everything's water under the bridge. But I'm curious, is that the one at the top of the list because of how that played out? If he wins this weekend, would you like that one back at the top of the list, number one?
Yeah, you know, in all reality, my guy D-Rod, you know, he's getting out. He's coming on. He's a lot of steam. He has a hell of a story ahead of him, you know, and it's like me and him could shake back to our story like Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier. We could shake back later. And he should go out and find out exactly how far he can throw this football. I will always be there. But Mike Malott, and it's like win, lose, or draw, I need that one. So if I got to go get one more in between time and then I got to shake all the way to Canada and do that fight again, I'll do that fight again. Just, you know, if he does foul play, you guys got to, you know, punish him for foul play. And other than that, we'll be good to go. And it's like, I think if I rematch Malott, I think I'd finish him 100%. So
do you think he wins?
I was on my way
weekend?
to finishing him before he kicked me in the balls last time.
Do you think he wins this weekend?
No, I really don't think he wins this weekend. I mean, people are writing off Burns like Burns ain't who Burns is. I mean, Burns, he has some mean shots that he tends to throw, and Malott's there to get hit by those shots. And then on the ground, I didn't feel like there was nothing special that Malott could do. And I feel like there's a lot of things special that Burns can do. So I'd have to put it on Burns if I had to put it on anybody, you know?
We just spoke to D-Rod, by the way, and he mentioned before his phone died that you slid in his DMs yesterday. That's what he said very quickly. Could you tell us what you said to him?
Last message he had sent me was a salute, so I sent him a salute back, just, you know, letting him know. Just got the dub, you know, we talked about it. Here it is. And, you know, he assured me he had some positive things on the uplook for him that could be going on. But, you know, my message to him was, you know, do everything that you can do to get everything you got to get out of life. And, once again, if that bag fumbles or if my bag rises high enough to the equation, I'll be right there ready for my rematch. So nothing but the best for all of these guys in the organization. But when it comes to me and these guys who's beat me before, my job is always to get my league back. It's the big payback, and I always want it.
For sure. Unless
it's Chimaev. Leave me the fuck alone.
I feel you. You know, there was once a time where you were fighting crime on the streets, and then I saw the video of you in Miami. There was a fight going on. And you filmed it. Crazy that you're there. But this one, it seems like you stayed out of it. Am I right?
Well, I stayed out of it till the end. Yeah, I was watching. You know, I'm thinking I got to fight this week. There's no reason to intervene. These guys seem to be buddies. Doesn't really seem to be that bad of a problem. The bottle he had in his hand was a plastic bottle. It wasn't a glass bottle, so I knew it wasn't going to be too bad. The guy who actually lost the fight was spitting on the old guy prior to that, and I thought that was pretty crazy for him to be spitting on him. So props to the old guy for go ahead and getting it in. I was calling him champ, but he was moving like a champ. He got his smacks in. He did his thing. And then they stopped at the right time. You know, you heard my words back there of telling him, you know, don't pull his pants down, even though he was going for the good old McTwister of the twist of the 3000. And managed to, when it was all over and done with, the guy acted like he wanted to get up and return fire to the old guy. I told him it was enough, and they agreed that it was enough, and I explained to him it was a fair fight, and the old guy won. And he said it was a fair fight, and the old guy won. And then we proceeded to make sure that the old guy got him a new bottle of liquor so he can go enjoy the rest of his night somewhere else.
Oh, really?
Before that night was over with, though, I got stopped by the police. They were like, "What did you have to do with it?" Nothing at all, but just a good old time.
How do you always fight? Still, till this day, you're always like, I don't see this stuff. I never see this on the street.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I just never in the house, right? It's like no matter where I'm going, I'm always outside. I'm always doing something. It's like right now I'm doing the interview, but I'm in the truck, but I'm outside at the ranch, and you know, it's like I'm right connected to a main street. I might leave the street and see somebody flip an 18-wheeler over and have to pull them out. It's just life. It's just kind of how it goes.
So now when you're done with this, like, are you going on a horse today?
No, honestly, my ankle hurts a little bit from kicking Randy Brown so much. So I'm not going to ride the horse for a week. My horse needs about another week of just being pampered and loved since I was gone. And I'm just going to, me and her going to go on walks together. I'm going to walk her instead of walking on the back of her. I'm going to walk her with her and brush her and feed her and let my son put in the work with the horses for the week. And then once this week is up, I'll be right back at it like a jackrabbit.
Well, this is lovely, man. I want to give a shout out to Ed Cap, who works with Iridium. When he texted me about you coming on the show, I was like, it warmed my heart. It really did, because I was bummed that we had a bit of a falling out, but I'm really, really happy to talk to you again. Truly, it really, really made me so happy. And thank you for coming on. Thank you for doing this, and congrats on the win. Welcome back. And I'm so happy to see everything's going so great in your life with your family and the horses and everything. It's wonderful to see this side of you and this evolution of Kevin Holland. So well done to you, man. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate you, brother. And I'm glad to see everything's still going so swell for you.
Thank you, Kevin. All the best, and we'll talk to you soon, hopefully.
Yes, sir.
You're the man. There he is, the great Kevin Holland joining us. How great was that? Lovely. The what is it? The fences mending tour, the mending fences tour continues. Who says we have beefs around here? How many? This is the theme of the year.
You're really walking the talk, man.
Yeah. How many?
Is that a reference to somebody who we might be able to?
Yeah.
Okay, how many? Rhonda, Gina, Kevin. There's been others this year. Come on, help me out. There's Tony Khan.
James Tahuna?
Was TK this year?
In the past 365.
Was DDP the?
DDP was before that.
Yeah, DDP was a while ago.
We've had others. Someone's got to. Jedi definitely.
Carl! Good to see you.
I will say, Flat Earth did a great job on Saturday. I said this to the guys before. He did a great job on Saturday. Did I not say this at lunch?
You did say that, yeah. Does he still think the Earth is flat, even after the Artemis missions?
I would love, you know what, Carl, I'd love to have you on. I want to congratulate Carl Froch and tell him that I thought he was phenomenal on the broadcast on Saturday on the Netflix broadcast. And I'm not just doing this because I'm trying to be his friend. In fact, the whole beef started with him calling me, what do you call me, a clown or something? Anyway, I thought he was great, and I think he should do it more. I thought he was honest. He was well spoken. The breakdowns were good. Him saying, hey, you know, Fury Joshua isn't as big as it once was, is accurate. It's still mammoth. But look, one life. We all come together. We only get one shot at this. Remember what a wise man once said, guys. Yodo, right? Yodo. So that's just great. I'm really happy. And a big shout out. I want to give a big shout out to Ed Cap for making that happen. Best in the business. We've said this before. When he texted me, I was like, are we talking about the same Kevin Holland here? Because I don't think he likes me very much. But as you see, the door is always open to anyone. And I also want to give a big shout out to John Williams of Vayner for making the D-Rod interview happen. I'm sure he could have talked to a million people. And, you know, we were checking in on it. I was well aware of what was going on, checking in. And, you know, the story played out, and we wanted to give you the full story. Now you know the full story. So I appreciate these people. And that's kind of the evolution of me, really, as a journalist, as a media guy. I used to just want, to me, getting a big interview, getting the first words is more important than a tweet or a fight announcement or anything like that. That's the way I feel about my evolution. And it's great to see other people evolve as well, like Kevin Holland and NFEF. And D-Rod. So a lot of evolution on today's program. I'm very, very happy. All right, still to come, Shakur Stevenson. But coming up next, another guest that we haven't talked to in a very long time, one of my favorites. Have loved speaking to him over the years and reached out after Saturday's big victory. The one and only Carlos Ulberg getting the vacant title. We spoke to Carlos earlier in the day. If you missed that, check it out earlier in the show, but really wanted to pick the brain of one of the best coaches, in my opinion, in the history of the sport, and his body of work, his resume speaks for itself. All the champions he's produced, all the title contenders, and now still, you know, not just champions, but up-and-comers, rising stars, rising prospects, rising contenders in the sport. We're speaking to the head man over at City Kickboxing in New Zealand, Eugene Bareman. Coach Eugene Bareman, kind enough to join us from Belfast. There he is, the man himself. Eugene, it has been a while, my friend. How are you?
Hey, Ariel. Yeah, good to be here, mate. Yeah, it's been a while. I've been a little, haven't been in the media as much. I've been trying to keep my head down and get some work done.
And I appreciate and respect that. There were several messages that went unanswered, which I don't take personally. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to throw another one Eugene's way. And you responded, which made me very, very happy yesterday.
Yeah, mate, nothing personal, mate. Just me being me, I guess. So, yeah, please don't take anything to heart.
Never.
Full respect to you.
I appreciate that. And now you're in Belfast for PFL on Thursday. It's a crazy world that you guys lead, the coaches of this game, because you don't even get a second, you know, you win a big rugby match, tournament, championship, you get to sort of bask in the glory. Here you're right back to work.
Yeah, I've actually been 5 weeks on the trot So I started in London, and then I went to Seattle, and then we did Miami, quick trip back to New Zealand, then straight across to Belfast, and everywhere in between it. So yeah, that's life.
Does this exhaust you, or do you enjoy this type of grind?
I don't enjoy the traveling, Ariel. Like I enjoy, walking out in front of the crowd and the pressure, and I enjoy the training and this, all of those things. Everything to do with the fight is the part that I enjoy. The rest of it, not enjoyable.
So how do you balance the two? Because you like the sort of byproduct of it all, but not the traveling and everything else. Do you start thinking about a world where you don't do this anymore, where you take a break at some point, where you walk away from it? How do you balance it?
Well, honestly, I just don't balance it out. It's all in. And I don't know how to think about that, Ariel. Every week I have a new young person walking through the door and saying, "Can you help me achieve these dreams and goals?" So it's like, man, where do I stop? Where do I finish? I honestly don't know.
Do you enjoy it as much as you once did?
Yes. Case in point, it's Saturday night. I mean, I probably enjoy it more, if I'm being honest.
Wow. Okay. Why do you say more?
Because I learned through the experience of what I've already done to savor these moments a lot more. I think my mind moves too quickly to, what do we have to do next? How do we make this fighter better? How do we prepare for the defenses? I'm just always moving on. But I think as the years have gone by, Izzy and Volk have won and lost their titles and regained their titles. I've just understood that this is how fleeting this is, how difficult it is to do, and how you should just stay in the moment a little bit more and appreciate it.
So let's talk about Saturday, and let's talk about your guy, Carlos. Can I ask from the beginning, when did you first meet him? Do you remember how long ago?
Man, Ariel, I have such a long history with my guys. It all gets blurred, but I'm going to say less than a decade ago. So, but close to a decade. So 8-9 years ago, he first came to me, maybe.
Was this, so at that point he had already started fighting? This wasn't straight off of the rugby pitch, right?
No, he had already started a boxing career. But in that boxing career, he had had a couple of amateur MMA fights.
And what was your read on him? Like, you're a great sort of evaluator of talent. Did you see something in him? Did you see that he was someone that could go very far in his career?
Yeah, my earliest memory from him is I would take Israel to spar at one of the gyms that he was sparring, and they would match up against each other. And Israel was already a very good professional fighter by then, and Carlos was a little bit newer to the scene, but you could see that Carlos was very, very talented. He was, even though there was a big discrepancy in their experience, Carlos would give Israel quite a bit of trouble.
At what point did you feel like, and maybe it was in the UFC run or maybe before, okay, this guy has championship material. You know what it takes to be a champion. You know what that looks like. When did you start to believe, okay, he's not just a regular fighter, he's a championship fighter?
I'm going to say maybe the first or second fight after the debut fight.
Okay.
In which he lost, if you remember rightly.
And so why that one?
Because he just completely flipped the script. He completely changed his attitude around the sport, his dedication. And I guess the biggest thing that I could see changing way back then was his mental approach to the sport. Like, it's a cliche saying, but sometimes you learn more in your losses than you do your wins. And that loss was probably the best thing that he could have ever gone through at that particular time in his career.
Wow. And so we fast forward obviously to this fight. How did you feel about the matchup going into it, the test against Yuri?
Nervous. Like I typically like to look at a guy and be able to figure out some like patterns and some habits and just try and, you know, looking at someone more conventional is easier. And so in that respect, Yuri caused us a lot of problems. So, yeah, and he causes problems to his opponents because of his style.
When we spoke to Carlos earlier, he was a little bit fired up about some of the things that Yuri said after the fight. And I'll ask you about those specific things in a moment. But one of the things that he also did say was that he never really bought into this idea of Yuri being this like martial arts Bushido master. He thought that that was all very inauthentic and something that people fall for, but that he feared Carlos. He sensed that fear from Carlos when he looked at him, when he saw things about him, when he saw things that he was saying. Did you feel that same sort of way as well?
Sorry, just to clarify, Carlos thought that Yuri feared him, or Yuri thought that Carlos feared him?
Carlos was saying that he felt like Yuri feared him, that Yuri was kind of putting on an act.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, I'm not sure. I can't answer that. All I can say is that at that end of the sport, Ariel, like fighters have got to use whatever they can at their disposal to give them whatever tiny advantage they can. So that's what I put a lot of that down to, and including the stuff that Yuri does, you know. If it works, if it gets you a mental edge, if it puts your mind in a place that can win you a fight, then you can't mock it.
Did Carlos have any pre-existing knee, leg injuries going into this fight?
I'm going to say no, but he did have staph. He had staph. He got the staph infection earlier in the camp in that leg, which basically put that leg out of contention for a week or two.
Do you think that's related to what transpired?
No, that's not related. No, it's not related.
Okay.
The staph was lower down in his leg, and I think that's all to do with the structure of his knee, I think.
Okay. And how was he, and I'm building up to the fight here, how was he fight week in the back? You've been with guys as they're about to fight for the belt for the first time. Was he handling it well? Did you feel like there was a sense of confidence about this guy that he was about to go out there and do the thing?
Yeah. Yeah, I honestly felt like that everything that Carlos had done up until this point in his life was building up for that fight week. There's some pretty big adversity that we've kept kind of under the lid in terms of some of Carlos's fights that have built him up right to this point, as well as other things that have gone on in his life, you know, his upbringing and his childhood, that have all led to that week and this moment. So, and so in that respect, I thought that he was perfect in fight week.
Wow.
It was the way he approached it.
Regarding those things that you're talking about that you've kept under the lid, can you shed some light on that now?
I mean, I guess I can. Like, he fought in Sydney. I can't remember who he fought, but his front leg was completely gone. So, like, he had a bone infection on his front leg. So, he couldn't even walk during fight week. He couldn't even walk. He couldn't even do a training session. And it didn't faze him in the very least. He went in there and he won. If that leg had got kicked one time significantly, the fight would have been over. But the guy didn't batter an eyelid at that. He went into the fight with the bone infection.
Wow.
And said, I'll take care of business and I'll heal this after.
I believe that was against Woon Jung, right?
Was whoever we fought in Sydney like a couple of years ago.
Yeah. And so with that in mind, you're watching the fight prior to the moment where it seems like he injures his knee, certainly his leg. How are you feel? I know it's relatively early in the fight, but how are you feeling like things are going? Is there any sort of sense that you're gathering from how the fight is flowing?
Yeah, pretty good. Like we wanted to see if we could start taking a bit of ground away from Yuri straight away. We just felt that was the best thing to do, was to make our presence felt and our intention felt. We didn't want Yuri to jump on the front foot and get wild really early in the fight. So Carlos started taking a ground from him. And then we just wanted Carlos to start pretty conservatively, just feinting and just seeing what he could land with his long-range weapons. I landed a few leg kicks, and he was getting a few reads off his feinting, and he was taking ground and pushing Yuri back a bit. So in that respect, at the very start of that fight, we were quite happy with things.
When do you notice the injury, and how do you react to the injury?
Yeah, I think we saw, the first real obvious limp, I can't recall exactly, but it was one of the first real obvious limps. And then there was some successive limping after that. How I react, I didn't react well. I was a little bit dumbfounded, and I was a little bit frozen in the moment. I've done many championship fights, but I'll be honest, I was a little bit stunned and frozen. So luckily, I just have some brilliant coaches that have been with me from the start. They've been on this journey in the UFC with me since the start, and I'm always the one that gets chucked in front of the camera. But those guys are really the secret to the success of my team. So surprisingly, they were all calm.
Wow.
They were very, very calm, and they kind of snapped me back to where I needed to be focused mentally and calm me down. And that's what a good corner does, when we pull each other up and we level each other out, and that's just how it should work. So, I owe them a lot.
Can we give them some shine? Who are they? What are their names?
Yeah, Andre Paulette is our kind of mainly our wrestling coach, but he does it all. And then Tristram Apakatoa is an old fighter that started with me, very intelligent man. And then Michael Angove is another former world kickboxing champion, another very, very intelligent, intellectual person. And these guys have been with me from the start. These guys are kind of the unheralded heroes that have if I wouldn't be where I am now if it wasn't for them.
Amazing. And there was a great moment afterwards, which I'll ask you about in a moment, but you're thinking one in that moment, because like in the broadcast you're watching it, and as I said to Carlos, it's almost like they're eulogizing him, like it's like, it's a shame, like it's inevitable, something bad's going to happen. Are you thinking those same things? Are you thinking this is over? He suggests to us that thought never crossed his mind. He knew that he had to do it, and he would do it, and it would be all good. What are you thinking as you're seeing him, very much compromised, very injured, and unable to put any pressure on that back leg?
I'm a bit confused. I'm a bit stunned. I'm a bit taken back by the moment. Then my fellow coaches, the first thing I heard from them, I remember very vividly, was, no, we're going to be all right.
Wow.
One of them said, going to be all right. And then one of them said, Yuri's going to creep in. You watch, Yuri's going to creep in. So Yuri's going to lose his sense of distance because he thinks Carlos is more compromised than he is. And then a minute later, that happened.
Wow. Golly. What's that reaction like? Can you describe that feeling when you notice that he clips him with the left hook?
Just raw adrenaline, raw emotion. You got to understand, we also realize that is our chance. Like in that moment, we cannot let Yuri bounce back from that. So we have got this one shot. So, I mean, at that stage, mate, all technical training went out the door. We were just up on our seat and just willing Carlos to just find the shots that he needed to end that fight, because obviously we knew we were in a compromised position. So just pure, raw emotion and just trying to just send that will and that emotion out to Carlos. How you do that, I don't know, but yeah, just absolutely raw emotion.
The scenes of you and the coaches afterwards, it seems quite emotional. It seems like almost you're not quite sure what to do, but there's like a huddle there between you two guys as he's celebrating, and before you can come into the cage, this is the scene right here, and you could see just how emotional you are. Can you tell us about that huddle? Like, what is going on right here? What are you guys saying to each other?
Yeah, I mean, it makes me emotional looking at that, but that is an exact replica of a huddle that we did in Melbourne in front of 60,000 people. Like I said, like, those are my brothers, those are my friends. We started this journey together, and our goal was to help these boys accomplish their dreams. And so we wanted to do it again. Like, we want to do it with everybody, but we also know that it's so hard to do that, man. Like, obviously I've been a part of Volk's team, and I've been there when he's lost, and I've been there with his win. Kai's tried twice, and Kai, we weren't able to get him over the line. So we just know how difficult it is to get this done. It's just a tremendously difficult thing to do, and then to just help a kid realize his dreams and goals. It was just us just coming together and sharing that moment. And yeah, I just said, I love you boys, and I just embraced them, and I just wanted to just feel that moment. And just, yeah, that's just an exact replica of the same huddle we did when Israel stopped Robert Whittaker all those years ago in Melbourne.
For this to come 2 weeks after Izzy's last fight, do you think that added to the emotion? Because you're seeing the two sides of the spectrum here.
I mean, if I'm answering honestly, I don't think so. Okay. Ariel, like, as a coach and a professional, you kind of have to, you've just got to block that out. You know, you've got to put all that aside, and you've got to get on with the job at hand. It's kind of like having multiple guys on the card. Sometimes everybody before you has lost, and you've just got to block it out and move on. So, yeah.
Carlos told us a couple hours ago he still doesn't know what the injury is. What do you think it is? Do you think it's what everyone's saying in ACL? You've been around a long time. Do you have any sort of sense as to what he's dealing with?
Just a scratch, mate.
Oh.
He'll be back, mate. He'll be back as soon as he can, I reckon. Like I said, the way he was jumping around at that after party in Miami, I reckon it's just a scratch. So, yeah, we'll wait for a medical diagnosis, obviously, because I'm the furthest I'm the furthest person that can make that qualification. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but
fair enough.
Probably not as bad as everybody thinks.
That is fair. He did say that he was bothered by some of the stuff that Yuri said in the aftermath, that he showed mercy, and that's what Yuri said, and Carlos felt like that was taking away from the victory. He didn't feel like he was showing any mercy. He felt like he was just getting caught, and Yuri's saying this to make excuses and get the rematch and whatnot. Seemed very bothered. I've spoken to Carlos a bunch now. He was fired up, and I'm wondering what you think of this narrative that's being put out by Yuri, who I have great respect for, and I don't believe that he is lying to us. This is his story that he is telling, and I'm going to accept that, but I'm curious what you think about it. Do you feel like he was showing mercy and made a mistake by doing that, or do you feel like something else was happening here?
I feel like I feel like Carlos got him. I feel like Carlos sucked him in. Carlos drew him in. If you break the sequence down, you can see that's what's happening. But also, I'll give Yuri that. Like, man, fighters have got to find a way to build themselves up again, to build their spirit, build their mind back up again so they can get back on the horse and make themselves stronger. And sometimes fighters have to make up a story in order to do that. And that works for them, and sometimes it works against them. So whatever story Yuri makes up in his own head to justify what happened, then all power to him. I hope it gets him to the place where he needs to go. But, you know, like, I see what Carlos was doing. You see Carlos used the double high guard, which is that's Floyd Mayweather, that's Winky Wright, that's James Toney, that's old school. You want to put yourself in a defensive position, so you draw someone in a little closer. You can see Carlos did it the first time, and then he thought Yuri was going to bite, so he wound up the left hook, but then Yuri didn't bite on that one. Then he put his hand up again like he was defensively shelling up and invited Yuri. Yuri took that step. Carlos unleashed the left hook. That's as high a level striking and as high a level mindfulness as you can get. If you've got a hurt fighter, that's what you want them to do. You want them to set a trap. And if people don't understand that and killing Yuri, then that's not my problem. Then don't understand it. No, that's all good. But that's what happened.
Does it bother you to hear this?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't bother me. Like I said, I'm all about the fighter. I love all fighters. I think that so whatever Yuri needs to build himself back up. What I do know is someone has to win and someone has to lose. That's the saddest part about it. Yuri has a family. Yuri has a career. Yuri's got a baby coming. Yuri put everything, sacrificed so much to be where he's going to be, just like we did. It's always tremendously sad that one person has to lose, because most of these fighters come from some very deep backgrounds, and they need these wins, man. They need these wins. So it's that part of it's very sad. He's also a very good friend of mine, manages Yuri, and that was very sad for me. Tim was absolutely gutted. So there's a sad part of all of this that people don't pay attention to. So I give Yuri all the props in the world, and if he needs to say something to pull himself, to get himself back where he needs to be, then that's fine. But we shouldn't let that affect what actually happened, which is like what I explained to you before.
Carlos mentioned that he thinks that he's got to get by the Magomed Ankalaev test whenever he's cleared to come back and all is good. Do you like that idea for him in his first title defense?
Ankalaev's a great fighter. Yeah, I mean, look, whether it be Volk, whether it be Izzy, whether it be Carlos, one thing I know, that once you get to that level, once you're the person holding the belt, the name just comes through, and you just take it. You know what I mean? You get to do a little bit of maneuvering when you're in the top 15, or when you're making your way to the top 15. There's ways to manipulate things, and there's tricks that you can use, but those all go out the door once you become the champion. So whoever becomes the rightful challenger, you've just got to step up to the plate and defend your title. So if it's Ankalaev, Ankalaev will be a great challenge. I mean, I love the challenge. I love the challenge of the top 15. The top 15 is where you've weeded out all the cannon fodder, and you're literally fighting only the best guys with the best teams in the world, and that's what you've got to thrive for.
I want to be mindful of your time over there, but I did want to ask you about Izzy. A lot has been said about him in the aftermath. Are you in favor of him continuing to fight?
I'm in favor of him doing what he wants to do, but I'm also want to make him understand that there's nothing that's forcing him to fight. He can also just as easily choose to call it a day, and all the people that truly support him and all the people that truly love him will still love him. So he's just going to have to do some really deep soul searching to figure out what he wants to do. There are a couple of changes that he has to make if he wants to keep fighting. I've made that very clear to him. I'm not going to.
We lost him at a critical point in the interview, but we will connect. I think maybe someone was calling him there. Something about these calls happening at the same time as the Zooms. Just a few more minutes with the great Eugene Bareman. So good to have him back on the program. Been a while. I don't think we've had him in the Uncrowned era. I definitely haven't had Kevin Holland in the Uncrowned era. He's in Belfast, by the way, because there's a PFL event on Thursday, and he's there with Tyson Pedro, not James DeHuna, who is coming back. We spoke to him a few months ago when he announced his comeback to MMA. PFL had an event this Saturday, which I don't know why they would do an event on the same night as a numbered UFC event. Very much flew under the radar. That was in the Chicago area. Mitch McKee against Sergio Pettis. McKee winning. Pettis very emotional leading up to the fight, his first fight without Duke Rufus by his side. But I wanted to get back to Eugene, who I do believe is with us. Yes, there he is. Hello, Coach.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, we were talking about Israel. Sorry about that. That's someone called through. I don't know.
No problem.
Stop that, but
You mentioned that there are some things that he needs to change. Are you able to tell us what that is?
And I was just about to mention that I'm not going to go. I'm going to keep that private, Ariel. So
no problem.
He has to just do some soul searching, and then me and him will get back together. I haven't seen him since the fight. I took off straight after the fight, so I'm sure if there's one person that's good at introspecting and looking inside himself and figuring out what he has to do in his life, that guy's the man. So he just has to get inside his own head. So I'm sure he'll do the job.
Do you think he ultimately fights again?
I think he does. I think that he's hyper aware of what he needs to do if he wants to fight again. And so if he commits himself to another fight, I think that he knows he has no choice but to meet those requirements.
I want to be clear. I didn't ask Carlos this question. And the main reason why I'm asking it to you is because you're the head man and you're always very honest and open, and it's a rare story that has popped up, but there is some reporting that there's been a rift in the camp between Carlos and Izzy. You could tell me to fly a kite, and if you don't want to go into it, I respect that, but I did want to ask because it keeps coming up. Is that an issue right now in the camp?
No. I mean, the boys trained together leading up to this camp. They trained together leading up to Israel's fight. Man, look, in any gym, there's always going to be times when you're bumping heads with people. You know, I've had people sparring and training together and they end up in a full-blown fist fight. And then, you know, they don't dab up and make friends until 2 weeks later. You know what I mean? Like, we are not playing chess or checkers here. Like, things happen. It's a physical and emotional sport. But yeah, the boys are all good.
Okay.
But the media and social media, they love to. They say what they want. You know what I mean?
No, and I wanted to talk to you because you always tell to us straight, and you are the boss, so to speak. And so I knew that you would shed some light. I didn't want to saddle him with any of that, but it keeps popping up. Yeah. I don't know how people find out about who's following who and all this stuff. Honest to God, I have no idea. But I thought maybe I would give you the opportunity to clear the air.
Yeah, I mean, the boys are getting on fine, mate. Like, it's like a, yeah. Yeah, like all my fighters, like I just said,
yeah.
Sometimes they're not getting along, but you know, right now they train together and they were civil to each other through the camp. It seems like whatever had happened is, you know, behind them. We've moved on. I mean, I get that all the time, mate, but for whatever reason, social media has taken off of this one, and it's just gonna fly wherever it flies. But yeah, that's from the horse's mouth, isn't it?
I appreciate that very much. I'll let you go in a moment. I just wanted to ask you two last things. So we had Izzy, we had Volk, obviously Kai fighting for the belts. Here you have Carlos as well. Hooker has been a mainstay. Is the next one Navajo Sterling, in your opinion? Is that the guy that we're going to be talking about in a couple of years? Or is there someone we're not talking about yet? Not to say that this person would be better than Navajo. Obviously, Navajo fighting in Seattle a couple of weeks ago. But it just feels like you have created this factory of contenders to champions over at City Kickboxing. And so I'm wondering who you're excited about next.
Yeah, I mean, without mentioning the obvious, Ariel, is that I want all my guys to get to that level. But I would say Navajo is a person who's developing in the same respect as Israel, as a Volkanovski, as a Carlos. Like, he's taking fights that are gradually tougher and tougher, and he's making them look, as he gets a tougher test, he somehow makes it look a little bit easier. That's a pattern that those guys followed, right? Like, they kept getting tougher and stiffer opponents, and then, they even blew us coaches away. They were like, man, he did that remarkably easier than we thought. And he looks like he's taking that same trajectory. In terms of potential, the guy's a beast. The guy hasn't even really tapped into a lot of his potential. And the thing that stands out about Navajo is, just like those three guys in my gym that have won titles before, at this stage in his career, he's living, breathing, and just eating this sport. So everything he does in his life is about the sport, and that's what you need. That's the type of dedication and discipline you need.
Last one, Tyson Pedro this Thursday, right?
Tyson Pedro's back.
Back.
Yep, Tyson Pedro's back. Yeah. Ran into the politics of boxing. MMA gets quite political, but I think boxing's on another level, and the opportunities didn't quite fall into line like he thought he would. So he's made his way back in a different organization now. I think the PFL. I'm over here with the PFL. It's exciting. It's exciting. I've always thought he was a world-class fighter, and if he'd stuck around in the UFC, he'd be in the top 15, top 10. But his path, he's taken a different path. So I'm looking forward to seeing him perform this Thursday, I think.
Yes, as are we. Lovely stuff. And so great to have you back on the show, Coach. Always appreciate these chats. We've missed you, but are delighted to have you back. So congratulations to you and the entire team. Well done once again. Another champion hailing from New Zealand. It's a beautiful thing. Delighted for you guys, truly. It's really great to see. The aftermath was amazing as well. So enjoy that, but obviously good luck to you and the team on Thursday as well. Thank you so much for taking out some time.
Thank you, Ariel. Respect. Thank you.
Same here. There he is, the great coach Eugene Bareman. In my opinion, there are very few coaches who have been able to evolve over the time of 10 or so years, produce champion after champion after champion. Ray Longo comes to mind. Greg Jackson comes to mind. There are a few, but there are some that kind of come and then go. Eugene has been able to do this now several times. Pretty damn impressive, and he's done it again with Carlos Ulberg. Now let's talk to one of the very best boxers in the game. I was so curious to hear his thoughts over what transpired this past weekend in England. But to be honest, we haven't spoken to him since his big win just a few months ago at Madison Square Garden. He is one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world, Shakur Stevenson, the pride of Newark, New Jersey, multiple-time champion, multiple weight classes as well. Kind enough to join us right here now. What's up, Shakur? How are you, my man?
Ariel, what's good, my guy? How you doing?
It's good to talk to you. You were in our hood. You were in our neck of the woods. You didn't come talk to us after the fight at MSG, but we're not holding it against you. We still got mad love for you. You know that, right?
Next time, hit me up and it'll happen. All you got to do is hit me up, make sure it gets to me, and I'm down.
Okay. I think I might have, but it's okay. You were busy. There was a lot going on. And so here we...
My team in a way. I'm going to blame them on that.
No. Your team is great. I love your team. Julie's the best. I love her. I don't want any beef with her whatsoever. I've seen when she gets mad at journalists.
She probably wanted me to settle down during the time. I had a lot going on, so.
I know. I don't want her smoke. I don't want your smoke. So congratulations on that. But you will recall, Shakur, there was a time in July of last year you fought here, and then you came in our studio, and then there was a young man named Connor Ben who was here too, and you guys produced an incredible moment. And then there you were on the stage at MSG, and then he gets in the ring afterwards. Was there any part of you that thought about being there this weekend to maybe return the favor when he fought at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium?
Not at all. I'm really not a big traveler. I like sitting at home and chilling with my little girl and my future wife. So that's what I like doing. But everything that I said on the show came to fruition. I mean, I've been told y'all I'm better than him. I've been told y'all he's not on my level. I've been told y'all that his skills is not up to par with mine. So, like I said, if he's ready to fight, tell him stop going on social media and making up lies saying that I said, oh, I won't fight at the weight class. I said I will. I said with a rehydration clause because he did it to Eubank. That's the only reason why I really said it for that reason. But like I said, he's not on my level. I've been said this, and I will beat the holy shit out of Conor Ben.
Can I ask your professional assessment of his fight on Saturday, how he looked, the performance against Regis Prograis? What do you think?
I think he looked green. I don't think he did that good. I thought Regis is well past his time right now. I think Regis is a great fighter back in the day. But honestly, I feel as though he's just a green fighter.
When you say green, do you think that's someone who can get better, or do you think that we have seen the best of Conor Ben?
I think he can get better. I think he's getting better. I don't think he's staying in one spot. I definitely think he's getting better. But when I say green, it's just I done had a lot of years in the sport of boxing that he hasn't had, so he can't catch up to me.
There were reports that Regis was injured going into this fight. He denied it, and then afterwards, he said, yes, they were all true. He was very hurt, and he even thought about the day before the fight pulling out. Considering that, were you surprised that Conor couldn't put him away?
Yeah, I was kind of surprised because Conor talks about how exciting he is and how much of a big puncher he is. But when I was watching the fight, I was very bored. I bored, so maybe got to put some more excitement together. How you say?
Was there anything that he did that you liked that impressed you at all?
Yeah, I think Conor Ben's getting better. I don't think he's not staying in the same spot. You can tell he's getting better. He's trying to learn the craft. He's trying to get skills. So I will give him a hand on that. But other than that, I told you got a long way to go to catch up to somebody like me.
His detractors, and he certainly has a lot of them, will point to the fact that since the incident that derailed the first time they tried to make the Eubank fight, the tests and all that, he has not knocked anyone out. Is that something that you look at as well? Do you think there's any credence to that?
Yeah, for sure. He hasn't put nobody out since then. So once again, it must be something with that. You know, I try to stay away from that kind of stuff, but it's a very touchy subject because, you know, guys will sue you for saying a certain thing. So with that being said, I don't think he's the same fighter, but he definitely can't mess with me either way.
Is that a fight that you are looking for? Considering what you're saying about him being below you and not on your level, green and whatnot, is that a fight that even interests you at this point?
Yeah, I'm down. I done said I was down before. I'm only interested because when I said let's do it, every fan said, "Oh, he's too small. He's going to get murdered. He's going to get beat up." So since y'all felt that way, then let's make the fight happen. Let me show y'all why I will beat the holy shit out of Conor Ben.
So can I just ask specifically, how does that fight play out? You think you stop him?
I think there's a real possibility I stop him. I will be disappointed in myself if I don't stop him.
Wow. After your fight, which was January 31st here in New York, you guys have the face-to-face. Was there any talk before the Regis fight got announced and made and all that stuff? Did the two sides ever talk about making this fight next for both of you?
Honestly, I haven't really heard too much. I told them I was down every time that they came to my table. I'm like, I'm down. Let's negotiate. Let's get to doing it. But nothing ever really happened. But I'm hearing that he's fighting in September. So if he fights in September, I'm available to fight in September also.
He's been pushing the Ryan Garcia fight. How do you feel about him fighting for the WBC title at 147?
I mean, he would rather the Ryan Garcia fight because he has a chance in that fight, maybe in his brain. So he thinks that he can possibly win that fight. With a fight with me, I know that he's looking like, yeah, I'm not on that level. So he probably won't put for a fight with me over a Ryan Garcia fight.
Do you think he actually wins that fight?
Nah, I think Ryan beats him. But I think he thinks that he can win.
Yeah. Do you think it's a competitive fight, a close fight, or do you think Ryan is on a different level?
Man, I don't know, man. It's hard to say with Ryan because Ryan is so wishy-washy. When I bet my money on Ryan, he'll come in there and do some whole other nonsense. So it's hard to say. It may be competitive. It may be Ryan by wash. Ryan is just a weird kind of guy when it comes to this. Especially if you bet money on Ryan, it's like you don't know what to really bet on.
When you guys had your thing at MSG again, just like 2 weeks later, he shocked everyone by leaving Matchroom and signing with Zuffa. Did that surprise you?
Nah, I don't. I don't get into the business side or whatever he got going on because that's his business. So I don't get into it. Congrats to him for making whatever move that he made, and that's good for him. I like Conor Ben actually. Like I like him as a person. He seemed like a cool dude outside of the gimmicks. So,
did you congratulate him on his win? I know you guys DM each other sometimes.
Yeah. I congratulated him. Yeah, we DM each other. But this time he not replying to DM.
He left you on scene?
I don't know. I didn't look and see again whether he's seen it or not, but he definitely didn't reply.
And it was just a friendly, like, congrats. There was no, trash talk or anything there.
It was trash talk. It was trash talk for sure.
What did you say?
I said, we could fight in September and I'm going to stop you or something like that, or I'm going to beat your ass. But congrats on your win. Good job getting the victory.
Love it. All right. That's fair. I think that's, within bounds. Can I ask Shakur, what's going on with you and the WBC? As of now, there was that big story about them taking away their title, and similar to the Terrence Crawford situation about fees not being paid. How do you feel about how things have played out and where you stand with them now?
I feel like it is what it is. I'm not tripping on it. It is what it is. I appreciate everything they did for me too. I'm not just acting like they didn't do nothing for me. So I appreciate them, but they know that they was wrong in this situation, and they got to deal with their wrongs. I'm not tripping on it. I'm not even thinking about it no more. But they got to deal with their wrongs.
Is there a chance that they fix this and you get your belt back?
I mean, if they call me and say, "Yo, you can have your belt back," I respect it. I think that would be more understandable. But if not, it's okay. They can stand wherever they at, and they just a belt organization. They're not doing anything to me. They're not harming me in any type of way. So it is what it is.
Have any of those talks happened where Mauricio and anyone at the WBC have tried to mend the fences with you?
No, not at all. Mauricio, no, he kind of owes me that. So I don't know why he hasn't done it, but it is, like I said, it is what it is. It's okay. They can stand with their pride wherever they want to stand, but I'm okay regardless. I'm sitting back home and enjoying my family and training and getting ready for the next one.
Last thing on them, just curious, do you think they did that because of your relationship with Terrence?
Yes, I'm 100% sure they did that because of my relationship with Terrence.
Wow. What makes you say 100% sure?
I'm 100% because none of that happened until the thing happened with Terrence. Before that, me and Mauricio had a great understanding with what I was doing with Teofimo. And once they got into it with Terrence is where they switched up everything. They didn't stand on their word. We talked to them and everything was good. And then they switched up on their word. So soon as the Terrence thing started, that's how I know. That was the reason.
January 31st at MSG, was that the greatest night of your career?
1,000%. 1,000%.
It was amazing to watch from afar because it felt like there was a time not that long ago where everyone was kind of jumping off the Shakur bandwagon. And then as I'm watching it, it's like the bandwagon couldn't have been bigger. And so do you feel like perhaps for the first time in your career, or maybe for the first time in a while, like you are getting the respect and love that you deserve as a pound for pound great?
Yes, but I don't want it. I'm okay without it. As they turned their back on me, I don't feel them to just jump back on it. So it's okay. I'm okay regardless. I know that at any given moment they could turn and change on me, and I already got that notice. So it's cool that they're doing it now. But for me personally, I'm good where I'm at. I'm good in being with my family and enjoying my family. I like the praise from them. I love them. So at the end of the day, I don't. It's all good. I hear it, but it's good.
It's nice to get love and respect, though, right? It's way better than the alternative.
Nah, it's not nice when it's like you turned your back on me for one moment. I didn't think that I deserved everything that they did to me. So for me, I took it personal and I went out there and I showed them why to never do it again.
That is fair as well. What was the difference that night? Like you were flowing out there. It was a master class, virtuoso performance. What was it about you that night that made it look so good?
I think it was them. I think all of them put everything together, and once they turned their back on me, I went to training, and all I was thinking about was just showing out and my legacy, and I just wanted to put on the show, and I know I did that. I came in there, I conquered everything that I wanted to do.
What about Teofimo? Was it him? Like the things that he said, his behavior, did that light a fire under you?
Nah, my fire was already lighted. It didn't matter if it was Teofimo or the greatest fighter, Julio Cesar Chavez, or whoever was in the ring with me that night. They would have had to deal with me.
Did you sort of chuckle at the fact that in the end, after everything he has said, it seemed like Teofimo was apologizing for like systemic racism and slavery in America afterwards? That's how much he turned. Did you see that in the end, which he had nothing to do with, but it seemed like you sort of beat that out of him.
Yeah. I seen that. I think he deserved to apologize for that because that's not who Teofimo is. He's not a racist guy. So that was definitely necessary, and I respect him for that. I respect Teofimo for the opportunity. Once again, I never had nothing bad to say about Tio, even though he go on social media now and still try to downplay me. But it's okay. I'm not tripping off these fighters. These fighters can do whatever they want. But he know that I'm the truth. That's what he do know.
Yes. Your next fight, 135, 140, or 47? What do you think?
I mean, I'm cool at 135 and 140. But once again, if it's 147, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there later on down the line. So one day we'll be at 147. But once again, if Conor Ben wants to run it at 147 with the same thing that he had going on, well, you make I'm down.
It feels like Ben and Garcia are moving in that direction. That's what it feels like. If that's the case, can we get Haney versus Shakur? Is that the one?
Yeah, you know what's crazy though? That I would love about that fight. I think that Haney fought at a catch weight against Jose Ramirez 2 fights ago, if I recall, and it was 144 pounds. So, I would love to do it at 144 pounds. We can meet him in the middle. I don't think that the belt has to be on the line. I think that the fight is big enough for both of us to be fighting at a catch weight, and I don't think the belt really matter in that instance. I think we can both sell out a big arena, and it'll be a tremendous fight.
Couldn't agree more. You're two of the biggest names in American boxing and boxing period. Have there been any talks about making this fight happen?
Nah, I haven't heard nothing about making that fight happen. I haven't heard anything about it, so no.
Have there been any talks about your next fight at all at this point?
Yeah, it's kind of be a little bit of talks, but we haven't made no moves on nothing yet. Once again, whatever move we make gonna make sense, and we're gonna find the best available option for me.
Can you tell us the name that's being discussed at the moment? Just between us friends.
I can't say nothing. I mean, we gotta wait and see. When it comes down to it, I will make sure that it's something the fans like.
Would it mean a return for you in the summertime? Is that what you're looking for?
I would rather be back in around like September, October-ish.
Okay. Any particular reason why so long?
Because I don't like to just jump right back in the ring. You know, them training camps is long training camps. I've been boxing since I was 5 years old, nonstop. Guys haven't been doing what I've been doing. So, I'm 28 now, and that's 23 years, about to be 29, 24 years straight in the game. I think that I need time off after these fights so I could come back and get my best. And I think greatness takes time.
Your next fight, will it be with Matchroom or will it be with The Ring? Who will it be with?
I don't know. You know, I do business with everybody. Honestly, I know that whatever it is probably 9 times out of 10 will be with Turkey. I think that Turkey has changed the sport of boxing. So with him changing the sport of boxing, I enjoy doing business with him. I enjoy doing business with him because he like making the best fights happen. So the best versus the best, I'm down with that. That's the shit that I'm into.
Yeah, so it seems like you guys are in a really good place now. Maybe at the beginning there was, I don't know, something, but now it seems like you're in a great place.
Yeah, it was a lot of miscommunication going on. Once, you know, miscommunication goes on, a lot of things with us being men as we are, things be misunderstood. And when things is misunderstood, it's like things can go left. But now that there's not a lot of miscommunication and we got everything settled the right way, it's respect amongst men.
If Turkey were to ask you, Shakur, who's your choice for your next fight? Who do you say?
I can't tell you right now.
No, your choice. Your choice. You're not who you talking to. Just if it was up to you.
I'll say this: I would love to make the biggest fight in boxing happen.
The biggest fight in boxing happen. Okay, I guess whatever our interpretation of that would give us the answer. But I don't know what you consider the biggest fight in boxing.
It ain't about what I consider the biggest fight in boxing. It's what y'all consider the biggest fight in boxing. So y'all know what that means.
Is it Tank Davis?
Like I said, I would like to make the biggest fight in boxing happen.
Holy smokes. That would be something. The bottom line is you have a lot of great options right now. Do you agree?
Yes.
There's a lot of big names that we've just discussed, and any one of those would be pretty damn big.
Yeah, like I said, I'm down with whatever, whatever makes sense. But once again, I would love to make the biggest and best fights happen. I would love to make the most competitive fights happen. And I would love to show the world why I am the best fighter in the sport of boxing.
2 last things for you. We're seeing a lot of fighters signed with Zuffa Boxing. Richardson Hitchens, Edgar Berlanga. Today we saw Chris Billum-Smith. What do you think about what they're doing?
I think it's good. It's a brave move to make. I think Zuffa is a good place to be. They're giving out great money for fighters. So I think that's the thing that makes the most sense.
Have you talked to them?
Not yet.
Okay. And the last one is, I know you were watching the card on Saturday, Fury and Joshua going back and forth. What did you think of that, that interaction? I thought AJ kind of won the battle there. I thought that he came off looking like a boss. What did you think of it?
Honestly, I swear to God on everything I love, people probably not going to believe me, but I did not see it.
What? Well, you turned it off after Conor Ben?
Yeah, I watched Conor Ben and I went to go play the game.
What are you talking about? You didn't see it on social media afterwards? It was everywhere.
Nah, I haven't seen it. I swear I have not seen it.
You just tuned in for Conor Ben Regis program and then you were like, I'm out. You didn't stick around for Tyson Fury's return fight.
Nah, I love Tyson Fury. I'm a big Tyson Fury fan. But I don't know what was going on that day. I just was like moving fast.
Do you want to see that fight?
Yeah, I would love to see it. It's a long overdue fight. So I would love to see AJ and Tyson Fury squash their differences.
Who wins?
I love both fighters. I'm a fan of both fighters. I got no pick.
That's fine. That's fine. I appreciate that. You're the man, Shakur. Always great talking to you. Really, really appreciate it. And congrats on the win. Congrats on making history at MSG. It was amazing to see. Can't wait for the next one. Always appreciate your time.
Thank you, my guy.
You're the man. There he is, the great Shakur Stevenson, one of the great fighters in the sport, and dare I say, a legend in the making. 25-0, 11 knockouts. WBO ring junior welterweight champion. Was the WBC lightweight champion. Has won titles in, I believe, is it 4 different weight classes? Yeah, I believe it is. 4 different weight classes. Unbelievable. And beat Teofimo Lopez at Madison Square Garden back on January 31st. We got a lot to get to as far as news and notes. What a day so far, guys. 6 guests, biggest names from around the world of MMA, but we've got a lot to get into, so let's not waste any time. I was just talking about the interaction between Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua, so let's start there, and then I'll get back to some of the other stuff as well. But what about this interaction here? Tyson Fury wins. He beats Makhmudov on Netflix. Thought it was a great broadcast. Morrow is so good. Morrow and Andre Ward are tremendous. Thought Carl was great. Shout out to Elle Duncan doing her thing on the desk. It always just feels bigger watching a fight on Netflix. It feels like HBO on steroids, so to speak. It just feels big. Anyone saying otherwise is missing the point. It is massive. And I can't wait to see the numbers, by the way. I thought Tyson looked good. I thought Makhmudov is a lower level than his recent opponents, certainly Usyk, etc. And he was trying to bum rush him, and he was trying to outmuscle him. He's a bigger guy. Tyson looked good. The jab looked good. The movement looked good. Would you have liked to see him maybe, put together some power punches, maybe put him away? Maybe, but I thought it was good. He got the rounds in. He was off for, 16 months or so. He looked good. I thought he looked really good. It made me want to see that AJ fight. It made me want to see the AJ fight next, like literally next. Enough of this one more fight, and then they're going to fight one more tune-up. No, do it next. I know after Wilder's win over Derek Chisora 2 weeks ago, I said, do the Chisora, excuse me, let me get some water here. It's been a long. Do the AJ Wilder fight. And yes, I'd like to see that. But obviously, one of the biggest what ifs is these two guys not fighting each other and what would happen if they did fight each other. So Tyson did his job. AJ shows up. He's sitting there with Eddie, which was quite the scene because Eddie's watching Conor Benn, who I didn't think looked amazing. I think if he'd be 100% honest with you, he would say the same. He got the win, but it looked like it was a banged-up Regis Prograis. It just didn't seem... Honestly, he looked better in the second Eubank fight than he did on Saturday, in my opinion. AJ's watching. Eddie's watching. There's even footage of AJ filming Tyson Fury, which was just an amazing move on his part. Look at this. He's filming Tyson. And he's filming him in between rounds as well. He's filming the corner work. And then afterwards, Tyson gets on the microphone and makes this grandiose challenge. And I thought AJ looked amazing. He looked like the boss. He referred to himself as the landlord, and he looked like that. It felt like everyone was just sort of thirsty, begging for it, and AJ was sitting back. He always plays the right cards in these moments. I thought he was phenomenal in this moment. I thought he played it perfectly, and he came across, honestly, as the A-side in this equation. If you missed it, like Conor Benn did, take a look at this.
I want you, AJ, Anthony Joshua. Let's give the fight fans what they want. The Battle of Britain. And here's my challenge. I challenge you, Anthony Joshua, to fight me, the Gypsy King, next. Do you accept my challenge? Let him say yes or no. Let him say yes or no now. Come on, you big shithouse. Are you going to fight tonight?
Tyson, you're a clout chaser. I've never had no problem getting in the ring with you. I punched you up when we were kids. And after watching you here tonight, I'll punch you up again. With all due respect, tonight is your night. And you know I'll sit across that ring from you in due time. You ain't going to tell me what to do. I've been chasing you for the last 10 years. When you're ready, you come and see me and tell me your terms and conditions, and I'll have you in the ring when I'm ready. I'm the boss. I'm the boss. You work for me. I'm the landlord. Remember that. I'm the landlord. You work for me.
Ready, Jordy? Let's give the fight fans what they want. Do not run from me this time. 10 years in the making. Let's fucking dance.
Can I just tell you something? I want to call up DoorDash right here and now, or at least go on my app and order some Dominoes, because I saw the Dominoes all over the ropes and the ring as well, and I was feeling it right here. I was feeling the green olives and the pineapple in that situation. It was great to see Dominoes associated with a big fight. I haven't seen that in quite some time. But guys, can we talk about this? Anthony's sitting there, leaning back, looking like a freaking G. Like, that was Tyson screaming. He's somewhat, emotional, unhinged, whatever. And AJ, unbothered, leaning back, doesn't raise his voice, calling him a clout chaser, saying I'm the boss, I'm the landlord. Look at this shot. Doesn't even stand up. Eddie's standing up. Frank Smith's there. He cannot be bothered. I thought it was amazing. I thought it was unbelievable. And I don't know, ultimately, shout out to the Inside Boxing guys, listen to their breakdown. Canobio, Algieri, they're doing great stuff. I don't know. We saw Turkey multiple times on the broadcast saying, I got a big surprise. He says that often. I have heard that this is what's going to happen. This is what they want to happen. I've been saying this on this show. TKO is going to be involved, and it's going to be on Netflix, and it's going to be a big deal. It's going to be massive. I don't know if their hope was to announce it. AJ gets in the ring. It's a done deal, this and that. We've been through this before. And so for AJ to just sit back and be like, nah, I'm not playing your game. I'm not going to dance when you tell me to dance. When you're ready, because you left the sport, I didn't leave the sport. And he's 100% right when he says that. I've seen him say that. He left. I didn't leave. I've been here. I thought that he came across as the A side. He came across as the big deal. And he's like, yeah, I'll come watch your fight. I'll be there. But I'm not going to play your games. I thought it was brilliant. I thought he looked so much better than everyone else in that ring and everyone else involved. It was not even close.
Well, it's perfect AJ, right? Like, you can feel with Tyson Fury is the circus, right? Tyson Fury gets the people excited, energized. He's always the showman. He's always performing, whereas AJ is always the opposite, right? Like, the book on AJ is that he's just kind of AJ. He's the genuine article. He doesn't do the theatrics. He doesn't bring it up. And that's been to his benefit and his detriment, right? His benefit in that everybody knows what they get out of him. To his detriment, right? Tyson Fury has a way about him that draws people in and gets more attention and gets more buzz, and he's able to promote and sell. AJ always has done the opposite. And so it's exactly what I would expect from AJ. And when you see it in stark contrast in that exact moment with Tyson Fury, everybody smiling like Cheshire cats in the ring, grinning ear to ear, thinking about the money that they're about to make. Even the people sitting around AJ, or now at this point standing around AJ, rubbing their hands together, thinking about what this is going to be. And AJ just isn't for it. He's just like, yeah, it'll be on my terms. If you're serious about it, we can talk. He's just not playing the game at all. He's not playing into the circus at all. And it's exactly what I'd expect from AJ. It was exactly what I know him to be.
I still think it happens, though.
Oh, yeah, I think it happens.
Yeah.
Has to happen.
Has to happen, yes, but I actually do think it happens.
Turkey is going to make sure it happens.
Not just Turkey, Netflix too.
Sure, but I mean, Turkey's
Netflix
enough.
Fight. Yeah, Netflix is paying a lot of money for these fights too. It's not just him. Witness the 516 card. Like, the combo plus throw in TKO. What's going to be interesting is how are all these people going to work together? First of all, AJ's a DAZN fighter. AJ's a Matchroom fighter. What's the relationship between Matchroom and the ring, Sella, Turkey? TKO involved. Frank is with Tyson, apparently. He kind of just showed up this week. Seeing Frank and Turkey sitting next to each other was interesting. There's like so much going on there. There's so much drama.
There's also so much money to be made.
A lot of money to be made,
which will cure all of that.
It is a lot of money. It is a lot of money.
This is the biggest fight you can make right now.
Did you watch the fight?
Yeah.
What do you guys think of Tyson?
Yeah, he looked good, man.
Looked fine,
It was a squash match going into it, it felt like.
Yeah.
It was only like minus 600 on the odds, but I never felt like he was going to lose, and he went out there and he rolled. 12-0.
He looked okay, though. I thought he looked,
he looked good.
Movement. He didn't look out of shape. Actually, I thought he looked in shape. Like, he looked like his face. I thought his body, for the most part, was good. Like, he didn't look like the Tyson that showed up against Francis Ngannou or something like that. I thought because of the layoff, he would look maybe a little bit out of shape. I thought he looked in shape. Motivated.
He looked good, but I've never been one for the Tyson Fury tune-up. Like, I just don't need it.
No, not at this point.
It just doesn't do anything for me. It's fine. Like, it's great. He gets a win under his belt. But I only want to see him in these bigger fights. I don't need Otto Wallins. Like, I just don't need these fights.
No. Especially when there's literally one guy left. There's one guy left.
Just fight AJ. That's it.
AJ has 2 fights left, Wilder and Fury. I still want to see the Wilder fight. I know he didn't look great against Chisora.
He looked good enough to me that I'd still want to see him versus AJ.
That one I wouldn't mind seeing. The Tyson Fury one I got to see.
Yeah, and I want to see that one. At this point, I want to see it after the Fury fight. You know what I mean?
Like the Wilder fight after the
fight.
Fury next.
Fury
have
fought.
to do Fury.
If they want to do this in September, that's in 5 months. So like all this talk about one more fight for all these guys, like what are we talking about here? No,
what's the need?
We're reaching Pacquiao Mayweather territory with this fight. Just please get it done. And the longer we
feel
wait,
like it's past that, to be honest, because we've been talking about this fight since Pacquiao Mayweather territory.
Yeah, it's not past that because I still think they can be. I think they'll be more competitive, but I just don't.
Meaning for a longer period of time. But yes, I understand.
It's getting to the point of absurdity. It has to happen already. Like enough. No, I don't want to see AJ fight somebody else before this.
No.
Just make this fight.
I honestly thought with AJ ringside, and then Turkey gets in, and the presenter is just like, it's time for a big announcement. And then he was like, Eddie, come in the ring, come in the ring. I thought they were actually going to announce it right then and there.
Yeah, they did.
I bet they hoped that was what AJ was going to do.
Eddie,
come on.
And then he's just like,
no.
Me?
No. There's a lot going on there between all these parties.
AJ up in the headphones, no longer the AirPods.
Yeah, he's got this thing going on here.
Frank said aren't they like special?
Yeah, they're bone conducting. So you
Look at
can
this
still
guy.
hear
Bone conducting?
Yeah. So they vibrate like the bone in your face.
It's not playing a speaker.
This guy was legit just scrolling Instagram while he was giving that breakdown. He was like, yeah, dude.
Frank, everything okay?
Bone conducting.
Are we boring you? It's a big day.
Give me a fucking break.
Well, Eddie Hearn's going to be on the program tomorrow, so we have a lot to talk to him about. I'm looking forward to that, as always. I did mention earlier Chris Bilm-Smith signing with Zuffa Boxing. So they've signed another guy, perhaps Jayo Pataya's next opponent, former cruiserweight champion. They're slowly but surely signing guys. CBS, Richardson Hitchens, Edgar Berlanga. Berlanga and Hitchens were at the 327 Fight Week stuff. Did you guys see that? Kellerman hosting the Q&A. Anyone see those clips?
No, I actually didn't.
They did a Q&A, I think it was either before the presser or before the weigh-ins. It's interesting. They're trying to use the UFC audience, but I don't think the UFC audience necessarily, is captivated by all of this. Anyway, speaking of captivated, I was captivated by this video. I guess Edgar Berlanga was doing some sort of TikTok reggaeton video with Richardson and Dana White. This one.
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
How do you think he got Dana to agree to stand there and not partake?
I think it went, Dana, just stand here and don't do anything else. Oh, a little dap in there, though. Yeah, Dana looks very comfortable.
What is that? What was that last move?
Yeah. Do you think Dana at any point is like, what the hell am I doing here?
I think at every point.
We've seen him do TikToks like this before. Remember when Power Slap was getting launched?
Oh,
He was
yeah.
in a lot of influencer videos. Like
one time he was in a garbage can.
It's a great point.
One time he was in a garbage. Then he took the girl out while
No,
she
no,
was
no,
in
the suitcase.
and you could just see her head.
She was in a suitcase.
That one haunts my dreams. I've probably watched that 150 times out of just like pure hatred. But like it's got that annoying ass song on underneath it.
Yes,
It's like
yes.
Walking by the Lambo, yeah. Yeah, shout out. Dana loves
Was he in a garbage can, though, or was it just the girl in the suitcase?
I don't know what it was. It was garbage can suitcase. I saw someone write to me on Twitter today saying, I think in response to the CBS news, like, oh man, they better hope that, Turkey sticks around because once
To be
that
clear,
money...
you're talking about Bill and Smith, right? We're not talking about the broadcast network. CBS.
Yeah, people in the news or in the game, they call them CBS.
Yeah.
EDP.
CBS, CVS.
Yeah.
EDP.
So anyway, they better hope that Turkey sticks around because, if that money goes away, they're screwed. I'm like, you do know that this is TKO, right? Like, that they own the UFC, WWE, a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, even if Turkey went away, they could, you don't think they could afford Edgar Berlanga and Chris Bilm-Smith and Richardson Hitchens? Like, what are you talking about?
Also,
people don't really understand who these guys are, as I've tried to explain a million times.
Would they even need to, right? Like, this is basically a free roll for them. This is house money that they're playing with. They could just shut it down and be fine too. They don't need it.
I don't think they're shutting it down at this point. I think they're
not at this
too
point,
deep.
obviously. Well, I mean, if a significant amount of financing leaves it and it no longer makes financial sense to do, just get rid of it. It's like any other business.
But
you cut it.
Mark Shapiro, Ari Emanuel, Dana White, Nick Khan are pretty proud men. They're not leaving this. If Turkey leaves, which there's no indication that he is leaving, I'm just saying.
I wouldn't love to hear that as a shareholder. Hey, you're keeping this thing that's not making us money? That's odd.
Are they not making money? Because they've got some pretty big TV deals. Sky Sports,
This is the
Paramount
point. They
Plus.
are. But if they were not to, my point is they don't have to. They are under no obligation. In fact, they're on the opposite. They would be under obligation to get rid of it.
My point
so
is,
they can make
it's
more
not like they're doing deals with, I don't know, Ryan Garcia at the moment. So like these guys are all very affordable, and I think that these signings make sense. I find the fan relationship with TKO to be fascinating, especially on the wrestling side of things. Golly, as they head into WrestleMania. To be fascinating right now. And people are still trying to figure out, how they feel about them in boxing. I'd say right now in wrestling, it's probably most interesting, but it's just amazing how all these things are intertwined. It really is. By the way, shout out to the Fisher family. Johnny Fisher, Big John, the Bosch family. Did you guys see this announcement? They made a very big announcement this morning. I'm very happy for them. All great people who deserve the best. Here it is in case you missed it.
I may have ordered too much again. But that's not the biggest news happening today.
This is great. WhatsApp, recreation, family chat, Paramount Plus entering the chat. They've got their own reality show. Bosh. Hey, we did that at the exact same time. That was amazing. The Fishers are getting their own reality show. I will be watching. I love those guys. Johnny Fisher, Big John, all great people. I love that. I love everything about that. Gable Stevenson was at the UFC event this past weekend, and they officially announced that he's going to be competing and making his UFC debut on July 11th, International Fight Week. Right now, no opponent announced, but this was inevitable. We did get the behind-the-scenes footage, uncrowned film of his last non-UFC fight. He is going to be competing May 30th for RAF, and then July 11th for the UFC. And so it begins in earnest. And it's a great card for him to debut on, International Fight Week, and he may have dropped a little hint as to who else may be on that card at the very top of the bill. Take a look at this video that was dropped by the UFC on Saturday night.
Man, I feel amazing. This is going to be the biggest debut on earth, and I'm ready. The butterflies, the jitters, all part of the game, and I'm ready to take that big step to the UFC and do what I need to do. Man, I think International Fight Week is going to be crazy. Maybe a crazy headliner that might come back that you guys might know. So who knows?
Who do you think he was talking about there? Headliner that might come back International Fight Week?
GSP, right?
Amanda Nunes? Max Holloway? No, not Amanda Nunes. Obviously, that would lead one to believe Conor McGregor, maybe?
Hopefully.
And they posted that. UFC posted that. So they know what they're doing. A little edit there in the middle. But a great shot. Did you think they should have done something bigger too? It was just like...
Yes.
Celebrity, like fan, fighter in the fans, blah, 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 blah. And then John and Gable sitting there together.
Who's a bigger signing than him in recent memory?
No, I'm saying, I felt like they could have done a little video package.
I agree.
Yeah. Joe Rogan talking about him.
100%.
Like, they could have built this up a little bit.
Never going to happen.
Yeah. I'm talking a 30-second, we've got some big news. This is the biggest signing. There's a couple shows, you splice it together.
I almost feel like they were operating with an assumption of everybody knows who Gable Stevenson is, which for this audience, a lot of them do. But I don't know. You just signed an Olympic gold medalist. You should probably make a bigger deal about it. I thought it was drastically underserved.
I thought so too. If you weren't paying attention, you could have missed it. By the way,
you did miss it, and you probably didn't know who he was.
He's the biggest signing since who? You have to go back. He's
Brock.
the biggest sign. Yeah, it's that level, right? It's that type of name. So it feels not commensurate with that. It just felt like he was with all due respect to Michael Venn and Page, this is what they did for him, right? They cut to him in the crowd and they were and then later in the press conference, we signed MVP. This is Olympic gold medal, like
it's a big
blue
deal.
chip prospect. I don't know. I would have done more.
Shut the fuck up and watch the fights.
I was told that this was going to happen, and I was waiting, and I thought at some point we'd get a video package or something, and I couldn't believe, I think, was it before the main or was it before the co-main, and I thought maybe they would throw to them and then say, oh, look who it is, and then play the tape, and that was it? That was the announcement? This is Gable Stevenson, who Dana himself and Joe Rogan have talked about, the biggest prospect in the sport, and John Jones's protege and all this, and nothing.
Hell, even if you had Rogan sitting with them, talking to them, that would have been massive. Just hear from him.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, like, any sort of 18-year-old video editor online could have made a Gable Stevenson highlight package in, I don't know, 30 minutes.
Be careful, because now we're going to get the AI Gable Stevenson.
No, I'm talking about splice up some video.
I know, but careful.
Come on, like anyone could have done that. Fire up the cap cut.
Oh, yeah.
And,
shit, look at
Gable Stevenson wins a gold medal. And then you flash to the next one. There's some fancy text on the screen.
Easy work.
They were never going to do that.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's disheartening.
This is, I mean, we're coming off the heels of a promo for the White House made completely of AI. We really thought we were going to get something for Gable Stevenson.
It's very disheartening. It's very deflating. It's not quite the roller coaster of emotions that is the state of John Jones's career, because earlier in the week, he was doing a video with Red Corner, and he said he was done. He said his gloves are hung up. In case you missed it, here it is.
My gloves are hung up.
There it is.
I'm chilling these days. You got business John Jones. No more fighter John Jones. The businessman. You know what I'm saying?
Dana White was then asked about John, and in this video, you'll get Dana's reaction to that comment, John being in attendance, and also John then saying his gloves aren't hung up. Take a look.
Says that watching UFC 327 lit a fire in him to compete, and now he's potentially not retired. He's not committing to it.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure if I'm retired or not. I'm just taking it day by day, just trying to kind of figure out my body and how I feel and things like that. I tell you what, being here at the UFC right now definitely has given me this fire that I haven't felt in a little bit. So it feels very good to be here.
Have you talked to him at all about anything, or no?
No. And listen, how is that any different than John's been in the last 10 years? You know what I mean? The way I always looked at, I used to tell Lorenzo, you'll never be able to build a business with this guy. But when he does show up, it's fun.
Yeah, I don't know about that line. I mean, they made a lot of money and have built big cards around John Jones. Like, they put him in the main event of UFC 200. And I would imagine that was long after, he may have said that, because that was long after a bunch of issues John encountered. But I feel like John Jones really wants to fight. And you remember when we were talking about him fighting on the White House card, and I said, someone needs to ask John Jones, is it just the White House card, or do you want to fight? And it seemed like for a moment it was just the White House card. Like, if it was, hey, if I'm not getting on the White House card, I'm out. Now I feel like he wants one more fight. And it was great to see him there. And I know Hunter Campbell was at his DBX show on Friday in Miami. It was great to see him there at a UFC event, because I feel like it's been a while since we've seen him in attendance. And I think being around Gable has done some good for him. I thought he came off really well in the video that we did of the two of them in Mexico. I feel like if Alex wins, they may try to do that fight. Does anyone feel otherwise? Like, I feel like he really wants to fight. I feel like he has one more fight left in him. And I think that whatever happened with the, hey, we wanted, you to fight for X amount, and then he wanted X amount, and we took the offer, whatever it is, I feel like he's willing to meet them now. I feel like the hardball games are over. I don't know. I get the sense that he really wants to fight. And I get the sense that there's a strong possibility that he will fight again. In fact, he spoke backstage to the UFC Brazil crew, and he did confirm that there was an agreement, but it was a much, much different tone than the one that we got a month ago, where he said, release me and I'm done being disrespected, this, that, and the other. Remember that whole tweet storm around the time that I was in LA for that press conference and everyone was being asked about it? Take a look at this, and just compare it to what we heard from him or read from him a month ago.
Brazil was really, really cheering for you and like trying to see if you would face Alex Poitin. It's something that we really, really were dreaming about it.
Yeah. You know, I feel like I wanted to be compensated in a way that I wasn't, and we just had a disagreement, and that happens in life. But you know what? I'm a big fan of Alex Pereira. I love the way he carries himself. He's just such a classy fighter, potential opponent person. Big fan of him.
Is that not different? I know he's talking to the UFC, you know, social media, broadcast team, UFC Brazil.
It's just impossible to know where he's at because 1 week he's saying, like, I'm not fighting. I'll never fight again. John Jones, the fighter, is dead. And maybe he's saying that because he was frustrated with not getting the White House and he's still, you know, in his feelings a little bit and angry. And now, like he said, getting around the UFC is like, you know what, maybe I do want to do one more fight. But it's just impossible to say. Guessing it is like trying to guess the weather a month from now.
Right.
I just have no idea whether he's going to fight again or not.
It's also best for business for him to do that, to maintain this kind of like in and out nature of it. You don't know that, much like we were talking about with AJ, right? You're not in control of this. I'm in control of this, and so sometimes I'm in, sometimes I'm out. Make it worth my while. But the one consistent, he's been wishy-washy, he's flip-flopped, he's done all these things throughout the whole like saga with Tom Aspinall to this point. The one thing he has been extremely consistent with, has never flip-flopped, has never been wishy-washy about, is the name Alex Pereira. It's always been Alex Pereira. He continues to talk about Alex Pereira. It's very obvious to me that he wants to fight Alex Pereira. If maybe he feels like it's a good matchup, maybe he feels like it does the most for his legacy, that's a sign to me. If I'm the UFC, I try to make that fight. If Alex can get past Cyril, Alex Pereira versus John Jones is huge business.
And then he takes that away from Tom Aspinall.
Yeah. He's John Jones.
That's one last FU to Tommy.
He's John fucking Jones. I mean,
so what's Tom going to do?
Tom versus Josh Hokett.
If Tom has Tom versus
Gable, John versus Alex.
One night only.
Yeah.
All of this planning is while Tom doesn't have a timeline. Once Tom has a timeline, then I think it's like, you know, that takes precedence. But until Tom has a timeline, you just have to speculate and keep it moving.
Man, do you think he'll be at the White House card?
John?
Yeah.
With Gable.
The White House card.
No, Gable's in.
Oh, sorry.
July 11th.
He's at July.
I wonder if, because it means so much to him, I wonder if he's sitting there and they bring him in.
What?
Yeah. I mean, for what?
That's almost like pain. That's additional, like, you know.
I don't think he'll be there. I think he'd be too frustrated.
Sorry, he'll be there for July. He'll be there with Gable.
I heard he loves Zach Brown.
John Jones? Yeah, he loves Zach Brown. He loves clavicular.
Yeah, what is up with this clavicular guy? Why do I keep seeing him everywhere?
Oh, he's taking over, man.
Yo,
he made photo number 2 on John Jones' scroller this weekend.
Let me tell you something. I swear on my life, the last time I sat in this chair, I never heard of this guy.
Nah. We talked about him before.
There's no way.
We have.
Was he on 60 Minutes yesterday? Is that real?
Was he for real?
Yes, I saw it, and he walked off. Unless that's fake.
We had.
I don't know. I'm just like fed him constantly on my.
Why? How's this happening? And what does clavicular mean?
I think it's
it must be
long for clavicle.
Yeah.
What does that even mean? 60 Minutes. Is this real?
Frank actually broke his clavicle.
It is real. He was on 60 Minutes.
I mean, he's a massive item of attention. He's part of the culture at this point.
He's the OG looks maxer.
Oh, it's 60 Minutes Australia. I didn't even know there was a 60
fuck about 60 Minutes Australia.
Hey, show some respect. 60 Minutes Australia is where it's at.
60 Minutes Australia.
Someone recently talked about. Maxing.
Yeah, looks maxing.
No.
Fun maxing is what Casey O'Neill said in relation to Alyssa Liu. It's maxing everything. There's chud maxing.
Maxing.
What'd you say, Frank?
Maxing.
Yeah, there's maxing.
That's the Max Holloway when he's maxing.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
We just explained it.
Look, deeper you get into this guy, the more confused I think you're going to get.
So why is everyone talking about him now? And why
he's a big streamer.
He's a streamer.
Anyway, John Jones. Speaking of streamed, he had a bit of a run-in. But if I'm being honest, I kind of think John Jones came off looking better than the other dude here.
He gave us an all-time screenshot with.
Let's see it. Let's see the video.
Fine.
Here it is.
Albuquerque Enum, dude in a black Ford SVT.
Who's this guy narrating?
Pickup truck
It's fucking
swerved
AI.
3 times.
Just a voice. Just
into
an AI
my
voice.
lane, almost hits my Nison 18OSX. So I
Nison.
flip him off, then this happens.
This voice is unbelievable.
Unbelievably bad.
Okay.
Just like the video could just start.
What, bro?
Oh, why is this guy
trying to get into? You're almost fucking hitting me, bro.
John with the Ford Raptor.
Speculation here. Clearly.
Yeah.
You gotta calm down, bro.
Yeah, bro, you gotta learn how to drive, bro.
You gotta relax yourself, bro.
You're almost hitting me with your truck, bro. You're almost hitting me, bro. What the fuck?
Yo, shout out to John there. You know,
in my fucking lane and shit, bro. Come on.
As someone who has had a camera pointed at him in hopes of doing something dumb, I actually think that the camera being pointed at him made him chill out.
He kind of walked up pretty casual also.
Yeah.
Like, hey, man, just calm down. Relax, bro.
You got to relax.
I think he was in 0.5, so like his arm got a little bit warped when he did the middle finger. But that's an all-time screenshot.
This guy clearly was looking for some kind of trouble. Like, and John could have given it to him, but thankfully he didn't. I mean, this man had no idea what could have happened to him. Like, just zero idea. He's talking shit to one of the greatest fighters of all time, and just has no concept of how badly he fucked this up.
What was he hoping to get out of it? Also, if there was no accident,
do you think though he knew who he was? Of course,
no. Fuck no. Are you crazy?
I think 1,000%.
He knows who he is, and he's talking that kind of shit.
1,000%. That's why he pulled out the phone.
No.
That's ballsy. To know who he is.
To know who he is.
And to do that?
Let me tell you something. John Jones is the New York Yankees in Albuquerque. John Jones is Aaron Judge times 10.
I didn't see this guy's plates. He might be from out of town.
He just said Albuquerque and
Yeah, I forgot.
No, yeah, that's where
John
he
Jones
was.
walks around like Godzilla. Like he sticks out. He is him and Holly Holm. Everyone knows who John Jones is.
And this guy's got
balls of
cojones.
steel if he did that.
No, he wanted the payday.
Payday. You might be in the hospital.
Yeah, you might not be able to use money anymore after John Jones. Are you fucking kidding me?
He 1,000% knew who he was.
I don't.
That's ballsy as hell.
You can't talk shit to John Jones in that scenario if you're just a civilian.
Even if you don't know it's John Jones. John Jones is a pretty menacing looking feel. Like he's 6'4". He's huge.
Payday, man.
Payday.
That's what
that
he wants.
guy.
He'll be fucking eating your liver.
You see that 6'4" dude popping out of that 20-foot tall truck? There's no way you're fucking talking shit.
Diesel.
I'm telling you.
Know that he's a trained killer. No way.
Anyway, speaking of cars, did you guys know that you can get a UFC Florida license plate?
You're fucking right. It's got me wanting to move to Florida and buy a car.
Just for that reason, right?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, know yourself. Andy, if you move back to Florida, you copying one of these or what?
No.
Wait, why does it say UFC lives here? What does that even mean?
Yeah, what happened
That's like
What do you mean? It lives
That's the home?
Yeah.
Not Vegas?
Yeah, man.
The Apex?
Florida is the home?
A little confusing.
I was hearing rumors New York is going to get PFL plates soon.
Stop.
Where's the GFL plates? Where's the home of the GFL plates?
Hey, shout out to my governor, Ron DeSantis, for making that happen, all right?
My governor. There was a big pop at the Helwani household when he was on the broadcast.
When he came out, what a wild thing, huh?
Are you getting these plates not even for your car, just to have like a memento?
Can I order one?
I'm putting it in the studio up here.
Yeah.
I was looking for them all week.
Fuck it. You spent enough time in Miami. Register your car down there.
Can I just say, yeah, that's true. I wish. Can I just say,
no.
It was surreal. It was absolutely surreal. Like, this is not any sort of commentary, but surreal. While at the same time that Donald Trump is watching Dominic Reyes go up against Johnny Walker, JD Vance is in Pakistan holding a press conference to say that the talks with Iran have fizzled out and there's no deal. Like, at the same time, I couldn't believe it. Like, my timeline is JD Vance press conference about this, and Marco Rubio and Donald Trump are watching Johnny Walker against Dominic Reyes.
I get what you're saying, that
Insanity.
JD Vance should have been at the UFC.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe he passed it up.
I think that's a little bit forward of you.
So there's a chance that if it looked like DT was sleeping during Dominic Reyes and Johnny Walker, he was actually getting incredibly... what's the word for it? Incredibly, like,
upsetting?
intel. Yeah, things that are very important to the world right now, and he's just getting it via his phone during Johnny Walker's.
It's just like, what a world. How did the UFC... You know, I always talk about Venn diagrams. How did the UFC become that middle of these two crazy worlds? Like, I just don't understand it.
It's Dana White and Donald Trump's relationship.
Yeah.
He said it again at that post-fight presser. He's just like, yeah, no, he's just my good friend.
Oh, actually, we have this clip. It was an amazing clip to, thank you for the tee up there. I appreciate it. It was an amazing thing to witness because once again, he was asked about the political nature of the UFC. And this is going to be a hot topic for the next 2 months, as it should be. I mean, there's a fight happening on the White House lawn in these times in particular, which, you know, is going to bring, he mentioned he's done a bunch of mainstream media. There's going to be a whole bunch of features about this. And he is going to do an amazing, he is going to try his best, I should say, to position the UFC as, you know, down the middle, impartial. What's that word? What's the word that people call when, like, you're
unbiased?
Not unbiased.
Independent?
Politically, there's a word. There's a word that people use. Anyway.
Libertarian?
I'm too hungover to deal with these people tonight.
We're all really struggling to think of words.
There's a word there.
Independent.
Frank, no, there's a word. Not agnostic. It's like...
Yeah, agnostic, like if you're impartial.
Yeah, but there's a word there. Anyway.
Is agnostic not related to religion?
He's going to try and position the UFC as such when it's an absurd thing. We all know it's an absurd thing, but he's going to try to keep doing this, and he did it again on Saturday. Here it is.
Bipartisan.
And obviously politics is very polarizing. Was there ever hesitancy or consideration of perhaps like, you know, having an event at the White House and maybe a certain part of the fan base that is not lenient to those politics or the administration?
Yeah, I don't think like that. It's not like I'm out here saying, I mean, even if you look at any of my speeches at the Republican convention, they're never political. I'm never talking about one side or the other side. This guy is a very good friend of mine, and that's it.
Thank you.
And he's a big fan of the sport.
Okay, shout out to Frank. The word I was searching for, bipartisan. Thank you very much. You see how non-political I am. Does he not realize that just by virtue of the fact that he is at the convention speaking on behalf of the Republican nominee?
Look, I don't align with any parties. Go watch my speeches at the Republican convention.
Yes. I just don't understand.
My best friend is the current Republican president.
But when he's there, he's not.
Oh, microphone.
When he's there, he's not speaking in favor. So he's very clearly down the middle.
But why even just say it? Like, hey man, this guy's my friend. I supported him. He's the Republican, you know, guy, and I'm like, what's wrong with that? As opposed to like treating us like we're morons and being like, yeah, there's nothing political about me being at a political, what is that, a rally? What would you even call that? A political convention? Well,
Yeah.
You're literally at a political convention that is in favor of one party over the other. This is no commentary. It just is what it is. It is as factual as can be.
Have the Democrats ever tried inviting Dana White to their convention? Maybe he'll go too.
No, but if they did, I'd say yes.
Yeah, I'd be there.
Joe Biden wanted to be here. He could be here.
Do you think Dana White's stuck in between Joe Rogan and DT right now?
Oh yeah, did you see the lip readings?
I don't think that's true, by the way.
Yeah, I can't.
It's all fucking crazy. I got to tell you, man, it's absolute lunacy out there. I mean, it's a bunch of wackadoos.
That's that bullshit.
No. It's just the world's gone mad. The world's gone mad. Anything you say. Renato Moicano says F the fans. I say, wow, what a heel turn. And it becomes like, you hate Christians. Like, what are you talking about? We spent the whole week talking about religion with Joe Pfeiffer and all these other people. I was talking about him saying F the fans. Everyone's lost their mind. I'm at the point right now where I feel like half those people aren't even real human beings. But people are breaking down this interaction between Joe and Donald Trump. There's no way that what they said, just look at how long the interaction was. Does anyone not agree with me?
There's a lot of, to the point that you're making more broadly, there's a lot of people who their slant, their ambition, their want for it, the wish casting of that to be true is more important than what is actually true. Is more important than what the reality of the situation is. So if enough people want that to be the case, that is equal to truth at this point in 2026.
It's wild. And it just becomes the truth.
Yes, it is the truth. The truth is what we make it now.
My favorite moments from that interaction, first of all, the fucking shit-eating grin on DC's face. Like, DC can't contain himself. He's waiting there like, he's so excited. And then, did you see the point where he, like, pulls Anakin?
Oh, yeah.
He like drags him in there. It was a tough handshake. The whole thing is wild.
My favorite is when Cub Swanson gets the biggest win of his life, and it's such a touching, emotional moment, and they cut to the family, and Donald Trump's just lingering next to
lingering. He is like fully implanted. It looks like it's his family next to him.
Could you imagine, like, what was that small talk like? Like, Cub's wife is probably super nervous, ball of nerves. You got your kids there.
Yeah.
So that makes it more nervous than your typical fight where you're sitting there cage side by yourself. And Donald's like, yeah, so you got like, so.
You ever heard of Derek Lewis?
Why is Derek Lewis not on the White House card? Cub Swanson is
know?
putting together the finishing sequences against Nate Landwehr, and he's just like, your husband, great fighter. How about Derek Lewis not on the White House card? Yeah, hold on, Donald. I'm sorry.
She's probably like, please, God, just end this.
I
God.
actually can't think of a more uncomfortable position for a
significant
her
other, yes.
than sitting next to the president, watching your husband in the final fight with the 3 kids right there.
Oh, my God. Awful. You saw the look of relief on her face. It's like, wow. How do you end up in that situation?
Getting back to the locker room for her must have been more relieving than it was for Cub.
Unbelievable. The whole thing was wild. I mean, dating back to how I laid out everything with the Hokit fight. Dana went, do you think does he have a deal? Like, why is he going on IG Live in the middle of the event? There's got to be a deal there, right?
Meta.
A meta deal, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
100%. Anyway, here's the IG Live video where he announces the Hokit Lewis fight. Check it out.
So, I'm sure you guys just saw the Hokit fight, right? So, about
Which fight is happening right now? Is that Dominic Reyes? Oh, no, that's Costa. Yeah.
The president leans over to me and he says, why is Derek Lewis not on the White House card? And I said, hold on a second, Mr. President. I step away and I called Derek Lewis. I said, Derek, the president just asked me why you're not on the card. Do you want to fight on the White House card? And he goes, of course I do. Tell the president, thank you, I want to do it. Then the Hokit card plays out, the fight plays out. He beats the number 5 ranked guy in the world, and Joe Rogan says, is there still room on the White House card? We went back and talked to him. Hokit versus Derek Lewis was just added to the White House card in the last 10 minutes.
I think that's a fun fight. I have no issues with it whatsoever as far as a fight on paper at this point in Hokit's career. Does anyone have an issue with the fact that they didn't at least wait for Hokit to get checked out before announcing it?
No, it adds to the appeal.
Yeah.
It adds to the just like.
What if he had a broken hand?
Nature. So
who's to
fuck it.
check? What do you mean?
Who gives a shit?
Well, they just announced it, then later that night, actually.
No, they'll just have him fight with it. Who cares?
Oh, God.
That's great.
Who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit?
What if he has like a concussion? What he probably
They'll figure it out, man.
So,
They'll figure it out.
it's one of the more
Give me
like
a fucking break.
Just get Derek Lewis on the goddamn card.
Yeah. He'll be like, just one moment, Mr. President.
Can I just? Who would have? Okay, so if the Hokit thing ended up being a total dud of a fight,
Yeah.
who would Derek Lewis have fought on this fight?
By the way, I still stand. The fight to make would have been Gable versus Derek Lewis.
Yeah.
I don't know why they didn't. Maybe Gable's not ready. Maybe Gable needed that extra.
No, but seriously, who would
time.
he have fought? Like, who would have been? Like, are we looking at a word where Waldo Cortez is back on the card? Like, I know he just beat him, but like, who is he fighting? Sergey Pavlovich?
Wait, Waldo versus Derek again?
I'm just saying. Look at the freaking.
No, there's nobody.
It doesn't matter who you put him against.
It's Derek.
Call up Jared Vandera for all I care. It doesn't matter. Just get him on the card. The president's asking for him to be on the card. He's going to be on the card.
It's just an amazing thing because Hokit makes sense because he's on fire and all this stuff.
Yeah.
But we were potentially staring at a world where like Shamil Gaziev is on the card. Who's on? You know what I mean? Like that the White House card went from 7 title fights to it being Mick Parkin versus Derek Lewis.
Donald Trump thinks the Derek Lewis fight is for a title.
He loves Derek Lewis.
Why does he love Derek Lewis
I don't
so
know.
much?
No one knows.
We've got a secret weapon.
He knocked somebody out. He did the balls his hot speech, and Donald Trump was like, "That's my guy right there." And then that was it, forever and ever. That's all. I mean,
do you think he watched the Waldo Cortez Acosta fight?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah,
where he got put out by the jab.
Yeah.
No, he gets updates. It's like, Mr. President, we got some bad news.
You remember when we all thought? Remember we all said after that fight, well, there goes the White House fight.
Nope.
Just goes to show, like, a little bit of time in this sport and everything
You talk
works
about
out.
a little bit of time. Josh Hokett this time last year was fighting in LFA. Kyle Dawkins was fighting in CFFC. Now they're fighting on the White House card.
That is so good. That is so good. Do you guys think it's going to be insufferable between now and June 14th?
In terms of what?
It's going to be like political. I just feel like it's going to be insufferable.
I think between 328 and the White House card, it might get there. But
wait, 328. Oh, I was thinking
Yeah.
March 28. 320, meaning after Hamza.
Yeah, like I think we still have this card to look forward to, and then it'll be like.
And I'm sure this card is just going to be like total,
squeaky clean.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Sean Strickland,
child's a
Hamza.
bear here.
No controversies.
Yeah.
What would be the new take on the White House card, though? I don't know that there'll be. How much more is there
There's
to
going
say?
to be a lot. There's
A
gonna
take
be
with everything going on in the world.
Yes, it's
But we
it's
have
all
that
gonna
take
be
already.
I know, but the
it's
country's
gonna- it's
actively
just-
at war.
It's going to be, and it's just going to be a lot. The thing is, like, Ilia Topuria versus Justin Gaethje is a big time fight. Alex Pereira versus Cyril Gane is a big time fight, and I feel like it's just going to all get lost. They're going to be complete sideshows to, and I'm not trying to. I don't know. It's just almost like, gosh.
Josh Hokett's going to be up on the Lincoln Memorial.
It's going to be. It's just. I can't believe that we're actually.
Garcia.
I can't believe that this is what we're actually living through.
Josh Hokett in front of the Lincoln Memorial doing a bit is going to be incredible.
So what you're saying is, like, as it gets closer, the main news cycle is going to focus on it.
100%.
And that will drown out any of the actual
100%.
fight info. Right.
In the end, it could have been an Apex card. It could have been Moicano versus Chris Duncan, and it will receive none of the mainstream media attention, which I think it will get, for better or worse, is going to focus on the fights. So it's almost like a waste at this point. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like a waste that these guys are going to have to deal with this. Do you know what those press conferences are going to feel and look like? It's going to be madness. I don't know. I hope not for the fighter's sake. There was a fighter, a big name fighter, who is in the title picture, who said, I want nothing to do with that card, not for political reasons, but I just don't want to have to go through the circus and be a part of that circus. And I was like, you know what? I kind of agree with you. Imagine you're fighting in the biggest fight of your life, and then you have to, like, Ulberg, Prochaska, and it's all that other stuff. It's just a lot to deal with, especially if you've never been there before.
Yeah, and then the locker room is the Oval Office, and
you're going to be asked a million different questions. I mean, like, Spain and the U.S. aren't exactly the best of friends right now. Ilya's going to be asked a lot of this stuff. It's a tough spot. It's a tough spot.
Yeah, because I think there is a decent amount of the general public who still is not aware that this is happening.
Yeah. I feel a lot of people have asked me about it, like even in my family and whatnot, but it will get, did you see the way they were billing it? What did they say, the most important or the biggest sporting event of all time? In that AI video.
The most historic sporting event of all time.
Historic, yeah. I mean, it's...
They have it on the poster, too.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Do you think, all right, speaking of the AI video, the ending sequence where it was like the setup on the lawn, do we think that's what it's actually going to look like? Because we've seen that in the like renderings, the draw-ups that they've done.
I sure hope so, because we've seen it like
sick
every time. Yeah, looks sick. I'm looking forward to that. I'm also looking forward to the potential Misfits debut of Plinio Cruz, our guy. Shout out to Plinio. Plinio and Chase Demore are going back and forth, guys.
Book it.
This is Chase reacting to a clip from our show. And he says he'll beat him up. And then his fighter next. Is he referring to Alex Pereira?
Yeah, book Chase Demore, Alex Pereira.
Do that one first?
Yeah, see if he can get through that, and then he gets Plinio.
The boss, the final boss. Plinio says, I thought you had finished your studies, but I'll take you back to school, kid. Let's scrap at Misfits Boxing. Sham.
I'm down.
Yeah, I want to see Plinio back in there.
Oh, it's on.
Oh! Are you sleeping back there? What's going on?
No, I just had to eat 3 on there.
Alex Pereira chiming in. I'd like to see this fight. Shama. Pereira was busy during the Easter holiday, giving back, as he always does. He even won the Forrest Griffin Community Award. It was announced over the weekend. But here he is giving back to the kids back home. I think this was back home. Who knows where he is? He's always all over the place. But look at him. Look at this guy giving out chocolate. Glover, too. What a duo these two are, huh? Are they not the most wholesome duo in the sport right now? They're always smiling, always giving back. He's like He's like Santa Claus on Easter. What would be the equivalent of Santa Claus on Easter?
Santa Claus is not an Easter guy.
What?
Santa Claus is a Christmas guy.
No, I understand, but he's giving out presents.
Yeah, the Easter Bunny.
The Easter Bunny gives out the.
Yeah.
You leave out your baskets.
Oh, yeah. But are you supposed to do it like this, or are you supposed to hide it?
Yeah, there's an egg
hide
hunt.
it. Yeah, there's an egg hunt.
I always wanted to partake in one of those.
We'll do it next year.
Kinder? Love the Kinder eggs.
Dye the eggs.
Those
Oh,
aren't legal here, right?
What?
The Kinder eggs with the little toy inside of them.
What does that mean? That's not legal.
They were like famously banned in the
You could go to the corner store and get one.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
the toy in it.
We buy them like every week. And I'm not even talking about those. Sorry. Cadbury eggs.
Oh, those are much better.
That changes everything.
Cadbury eggs are top.
Wait, do you like Kinder eggs though, or no?
I love both of them, but Cadbury's, like the
cream egg, yeah.
Oh, the cream and also the little small ones.
Yeah, the
with
small
the
ones
chocolate.
are- Yeah, Pizza had some of those waiting for me when I left.
For real?
Yeah, I swear to God, he gave me an Easter egg. Actually, when I got to my hotel, Easter is very big in Ireland.
Yeah.
They had when I got to my hotel, they gave me a Kit Kat egg. It's good people.
Kit Kat egg?
Yeah, like Kit Kat branded egg.
Man. Well, speaking of Ireland, Ian Gary's still waiting for that fight against Islam Makhachev, which I think happens, I'm going to say at this point, by the end of the summer. Here he is reacting to some, Ian Gary reacting to Islam Makhachev. They're going back and forth. And, you know, Islam was reacting to the Taporia stuff. And here they are going back and forth. More on that in a second. But anyway, here's Ian Gary actually catching him with a good one, I thought. So your hand is fine then? No more excuses. See you in August. I don't even know if the hand thing was real at this point. Who knows? Can I tell you my least compelling story in MMA right now?
Please.
Whether Islam Ilya was talked about for the White House card, who said yes, who said no, what the timeline was, who was sleeping, what the phone call, Malki getting a call, this guy getting a call, Ali getting a call. Who cares? Honestly, who cares at this point? Like every day we get another update to this story. And I'm like, the fight's not happening. Let us know when it's happening. This guy's got a fight coming up. Hopefully this guy's got a fight coming up. Who cares? I really don't care. Are we to believe that Islam is scared of Ilya? Are we to believe that Ilya is scared of Islam? No. I don't think that either of them are scared of each other. So who cares? Every day there's a new update on this story. Couldn't care less. We've talked about it. All right. Good. Let's move on. I don't think Michael Morales is next, but he does have a new burger sponsor. Is it a burger? I think it's a burger. Over in Ecuador. Look at this. Is this AI? This is not AI, right?
No, this is real.
Yeah.
When are we getting the Raul Rosas Hardee's burger?
Yeah, seriously.
Promised that one a while ago.
I like that logo there. What kind of burger is this? Yo, Michael Morales is getting hamburger commercials now. That's a big deal. Oh, Troppy Burger. That's big. I love seeing that stuff.
Order Troppy Burger on DoorDash tonight.
I'm going to do that. I'm putting it in my notes. Troppy Burger, DoorDash. Yeah. Speaking of 170 and guys who have ties to Ireland, what about Gunnar Nelson getting his own statue?
It's honestly a sick statue.
Look at that.
That is a sick statue.
After many years of work and many conversations with artists across Iceland, the Gunnar Nelson statue is finally standing outside of... I used to know how to pronounce this. He looks like Mjolnir.
Mjolnir.
He looks like the dad in The Little Mermaid. You know? Like that half...
Poseidon?
I don't know. Yeah, that's what he looks like.
I mean, the gym also looks sick for what it's worth behind him.
Yeah, the gym is sick.
Shout out to Holly and Gunnar. Like I said, Sergio Pettis fighting over the weekend. PFL on Saturday was just crazy. Like, it got no attention whatsoever, but I loved the Duke Rufus tribute on his shorts. I wanted to show this in case you missed it. This was a really, really nice touch, and you could see the emotion on his face and in his voice. Obviously, Duke passing away suddenly, tragically, recently. His head coach, who was by his side after his great win overseas. Beautiful stuff. And great to see him carrying on his legacy. Still hard to believe, to be honest. So well done. A nice touch there from the good folks over at PFL. Merab Dvalishvili is back in action this weekend, April 18th in Philly, guys. And he is in action over at the RAF card. The RAF card that is being headlined by Arman Tsarukyan versus Uriah Faber. Merab's going up against Henry Cejudo, I think. It sounds like he broke his nose. We have the video of it. We don't have to play it sound up.
What a good day and what a stupid accident.
Okay.
Again, 12 years after, my nose is
Yeah, I mean, it's just...
Even
I feel
worse.
for him.
As you see, it's even more cracked the same direction. And yeah, when I touch, my bones are broken inside.
Oh my God, do you think he's going to wrestle?
And one side I can't even breathe. And yeah, I'm gonna do x-ray now. I'm sure UFC will help me with that.
Oh, it looks miserable.
Even I don't have a fight coming up. And I'm gonna try do surgery to fix this nose.
Makes me uncomfortable that he's driving and filming at the same time also.
Let's see how it
Oh,
goes.
is that?
He's taking some
that
long...
makes you uncomfortable?
Taking some long stares at that camera, too.
Yeah. Oh, golly.
Yeah. So,
holy shit.
kind of this. So when you look down, you can see it's.
Oh, yeah, that's something. Anyway, I hope he remains on the card. Can I say, we keep it real here, right? So I tell you the good and the bad. We've been glowing in our praise of RAF, or at least I've been. I think they got the Arman Faber one wrong. The way you use Arman is to have him in these matchups against the Giorgio Poulises of the world. The way you use Arman is that if he can't go up against active UFC fighters, and I don't know why hype is allowed, like you see Rosas and Figueiredo and all these guys, but whatever. Use him against the actual wrestlers. Because A, you'll build up the wrestlers, and B, it now becomes a thing where, like, is Arman good enough to beat actual freestyle wrestlers, Olympic wrestlers, collegiate wrestlers, amateur wrestlers, whatever? Arman going up against Uriah Faber, who is, obviously up there in age, who's, his last fights were at 135, Arman's a 155er. They're not at the same level. Like, that to me is not interesting. Plus, Faber's a good guy. Like, Arman needs a foil.
We just saw this with Makayev, too. It's like the same type of thing. It's just like, what are you expecting this person to do to Arman?
And this one's worse because Makayev is at least in his prime. But yes, he's a 125er.
It's just not...
If RAF wants to keep bringing Arman back, and I could understand why they would, look at the blueprint that you just... The Giorgio feud was perfect. I didn't know who Giorgio was before all of this. And I know some did because of the social media. You put him up there against someone else, that person's going to get the rub. And now there's a story like, how many of these guys can he actually beat? Arman versus Faber feels counterproductive to what you just built.
Do we think Arman's ever going to fight MMA again?
That's what I'm getting worried about it.
No, he is. But this one to me, like, it didn't feel, they wanted him back out there, but it's like, you didn't learn anything from the Giorgio thing. Or maybe that's just the only one that was available and they wanted to capitalize, but I don't know. Anyway, that's this weekend. I mentioned Moicano. I just want to play his post-fight press conference. He did beat Chris Duncan, and I thought he was on fire in the post-fight press conference. Here's what he had to say afterwards. He never holds back that money, Moicano, and I thought his post-fight press conference was on point.
You said that, you want big names or you're going to retire. Was that just in the moment? Like, what do you mean by that? Do you want, like, older veterans like yourself? Like, do you not want to fight young up-and-coming guys at this point in your career?
Yes. I will become 37 years old, It's not that I don't want to fight upcomers, but the business is, I'm doing stuff outside too, YouTube, and I'm making money outside too. So it needs to be, the guy needs to be, at least has some hype, Because look, Chris Duncan, I took that fight because I was like a 2 fights kid. But he's not famous. Nobody know him, These Apex cards, this Apex card was fucking shit. I don't listen to that. But you having Moicano as a main event in fucking Apex, you kidding me, And who is fucking Chris Duncan, brother? That fight doesn't add to my career, doesn't add to my YouTube, So I think it should be like a fight that I can promote, like Ortega, like Paddy Pimblett, like Dan Hooker, maybe Benoit Saint-Denis, maybe somebody, somebody that the fans know. That's what I'm saying. There is a lot of guys that are very good, but nobody knows them. And it's not, and everybody can win and everybody can lose. It's not about winning and losing. It's about to get the most hype, people talking about you, because this is the business.
So good.
And then you have some upcomers that nobody know their name and they're very dangerous. I don't think that's smart.
I don't disagree with anything that he said. The card was a little weak. I thought that there was a lot of hate towards the main event. The main event was fine. He looked good in it. It was a big opportunity for Duncan. We've seen worse. I don't know why everyone was harping on this one. But Moicano's one of the more popular fighters in the sport. And it's void of anything. I'm not going to go on and on about the Apex, but I thought he was great. And I thought he was great in the post-fight as well. I was watching it in bed when we were away, and then it was over. I tweeted, all right, heel turn, looked great. That was fun. Put my phone away, wake up the next day, and it was just like, I was like, oh my gosh. What has happened? What has happened? That was wild stuff, but I didn't disagree with anything that he said, and I hope he gets one of those big fights, and I hope that he is not fighting at the Apex because he is too popular and electric for the Apex. Last thing, and then we'll get to Super Chats. Deontay Wilder, Derek Chisora, this moment was tremendous from when we were away in their fight. He does the Ric Flair HBK. He does it. Look at it. Look at it.
The moment for the bronze bomber to land one huge shot. Or is there respect between the pair?
I love you. I'm sorry. That was crazy. Wasn't the best fight of all time, but it was theatrical, I would say. And it sounds like Derek Chisora is out of retirement because he showed up to the Fury fight saying retirement is for P words. You know what that stands for, Frank?
This is like beating up babies.
Do we have any super chats? I have no access to the Slack, so I don't know if there's like 1 or 100
we'll
waiting
just
for
have
us.
to find out, won't we?
All right, here we go.
Joof Baby 1 says, Ariel, with WrestleMania this weekend, any shot we could get the Salamonster on the show live? And thoughts on Pat McAfee involvement in the main event?
Well, okay, so McAfee is a line from CM Punk. Jason Solomon is doing an incredible job. The Salamonster. Check out Uncrowned Wrestling. New episode tomorrow. I wanted him on this week. Oh, Frankie. This is the best theme song in all of podcasting. Shh. No, I wanted to play it. Come on, guys. Welcome back to a brand. It's so good. This is the theme song for Uncrowned Wrestling. Isn't it great, guys?
Yeah, you got
it. Think anyone doesn't know that?
Everyone knows that. It's like 1980s Saturday night's main event. Anyway,
for the monster,
If
baby.
you didn't know, now you know.
the Salamonster is great. Unfortunately, he's traveling, so he can't join us. Wednesday, we'll have a WrestleMania preview. Actually, we're going to be joined by CJ Perry, formerly known as Lana, who, I don't know if, did it happen yet? We might be doing some stuff with her on Crown. So stay tuned for that. But in any event, he's doing an amazing job. And I wanted to have him on. We will have him on. He's been on fire. And the McAfee stuff is wild. It's way too late in the day for me to weigh in on this coherently, but the build to this main event, this WrestleMania, has not been stellar. And I think the vast majority of the criticism has been warranted. I actually feel like the reaction to Punk's pipe bomb was overhyped. And my feeling about that was actually some of the stuff that McAfee said, which was in 2011, when CM Punk gave us the pipe bomb in Las Vegas, it felt like there was genuine beef between him and Vince McMahon and Triple H and all these people. It felt authentic. I don't believe that CM Punk, who I love, I don't believe that he is at odds with TKO. And so for him to go out there as the sort of, voice of the voiceless, the white knight, the man of the people against the TKO brass, which it almost feels like is being turned into some sort of Angle Corporation didn't feel real to me. They signed him. They brought him back. The reason he is back in WWE in our lives is because of the top guys at TKO. And so I didn't feel like that was real. It felt like this was, let's read what the internet is saying and let's try to respond with the guy who is used to responding against, the evil empire, so to speak. So it didn't feel the same way. I think everyone's starving for a moment like that, so they went gaga. But to me, the 2011 one, just like Hogan and his heel turn was better than Cena's, I think over time most would agree with me. It's weird that the ticket prices and the state of the business has become an angle leading up to this, because I think that Orton versus Rhodes had a lot of history attached to it, and that's kind of been thrown out the window. I think Punk and Roman has been fine, and I think Brock versus Obafemi has been fine. You know what's the best thing that's happening in pro wrestling right now? The best thing happening in pro wrestling right now is happening over in AAA in Mexico. There's an angle between El Grande Americano and the OG El Grande Americano. Is anyone aware of this? Does anyone see this online?
I saw you dropped the clip for us. I saw that.
In short, The Undertaker is the head booker for AAA, which is owned by TKO, WWE. AAA is the most popular. Okay, so it's AAA and CMLL are the two most popular lucha libre pro wrestling organizations in Mexico, historic organizations. WWE bought it about a year and a half or so ago. Taker is now the head booker over there, Mark Calloway. El Grande Americano was Chad Gable in a luchador mask for the longest time, playing a luchador. And then they had a new El Grande Americano, which is Ludwig Kaiser, who's a German wrestler. And the Mexican people have fallen in love with him. Like he's one of their own. He's cutting promos in Spanish, to the Mexican audience with a like quasi-German accent, but they love him. And he's like the biggest babyface. And basically there was you're going to lose me here, but there was a comedian who's blind who was talking about El Grande Americano being like a fraud. And then the bad guy, Chad Gable, as El Grande Americano, comes out and slaps him and puts him in like a hold. And then the interviewer, who's actually Ludwig Kaiser's girlfriend and is of Latina descent, slaps him, and then he's about to attack her. And then Ludwig, as El Grande Americano, comes down and flies in the air, and they have one of the greatest impromptu pull-apart brawls that you'll ever see. It was so real. They were flying all over the place. It was clumsy. They were headbutting. It was amazing. That's the best angle in wrestling right now. That's the best thing in wrestling.
I thought you were going to say my boy Danhausen, if I'm being honest.
No, it's the best thing by far. Do yourself a favor, if you haven't seen it, watch the 4-minute clip and listen to the crowd reaction. Wrestling is fun. Wrestling should be fun. And I don't think it's that hard. And when you get too complicated with this guy and that guy and this, it gets a little convoluted.
I love how you were like, look, it's getting late. I can't give my opinion on WrestleMania. Proceeds to do a scene-by-scene breakdown of the AAA over the weekend.
Sorry.
By the way, Editor-in-Chief Shaheen Al-Shadi confirming CJ Perry's first piece up.
No. Oh, it is up. Okay. Yeah, so CJ Perry is doing some work for us over at Uncrown.
This one, what I learned from Brock Lesnar and what the fans don't see.
Okay, see? I actually think that, so it's a great behind-the-scenes look at the build. Her husband, Miro, is in WrestleMania going up for the IC title. So she's going to be helping us out, and she'll be on the show Wednesday to help us preview WrestleMania live from Las Vegas. She's in Las Vegas, so a lot there. Anyway, what else, Frank? What else?
Danny Alfaro, 1988. I've been on the Hokit train since the first AH appearance. Followed up with Hokit could have out-wrestled, grappled Blades, but he 1,000% decided to stand and strike with him. I've seen him wrestle during camp, and he is insane.
Oh, wow. He's a stud, man. That takedown defense is on point. He's a great athlete, and sometimes that rules the day. What else, Frank? What else?
Jay Valencia, 98. In a sport where you show up 3 times a year, he should have taken the win and granted him a rematch. Carlos would have had a claim because of injury.
What?
He's saying Yuri should have won the fight, and then if he felt so honorable, give Carlos
final verdict. Was it mercy or not?
Yes. It was 1,000%.
Eugene and Carlos call BS.
Yeah, of course,
Of course, they're the
because-
ones that won the fight.
Yeah.
I just think it was mercy, but also Yuri being dumb.
Scared of
All right.
Yuri did not have to do a single thing more in that fight to have become champion. He could have stood there frozen and become champion. He did something different out of some kind of code of honor that he has. 100% believe.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Chu Star. Ariel, love from England. However, please don't refer to penalties in football/soccer as PKs. Glory, glory, Man United.
Wow.
Men in the muck away and all.
Wait a second. How did you know GGMU was Glory, Glory, Man United? Wow. First of all, their PKs here, just like soccer is here and football. Listen, what the hell? Leeds beat Man United? God, I pulled up my FOT mob. Leeds beat Man United.
You pulled up your what?
My FOT mob.
What the fuck is that?
It's the best app.
What is it?
It's the best soccer app, without
It's
a doubt.
just scores?
Oh, it's just the best. It has everything.
Stop saying it's the best and explain it to me what it is. That's what I'm asking.
It's the best.
It's the best. All right, perfect. It's
Wait a
the
second.
best.
I texted PT. So none of you know this, but we're in a relegation race right now, and Forrest gets the big point yesterday. Not bad. I wanted 3 against Aston Villa. I text PT, hey, we need United to beat Leeds. He said, you know what he said to me? Don't worry about that, mate. What the hell? And they lost to Leeds?
Is Leeds like shit?
They got a
We're
red
in the-
card in the 56.
We're in the battle with them.
Are they bad though?
I mean, we're all kind of bad.
Not good, yeah.
Oh, 'cause
anyone
you're like,
anyone
they
in the
lost-
relegation battle is not good.
Yes.
No, I'm saying
Spurs-
compared to Man U.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. They're
like
not in,
15 slots
oh, okay.
beneath them.
Got it. Yikes.
Spurs, who's like, who'd you compare Spurs to in the NBA? Like,
Not Spurs, right?
No, not the Spurs this year.
wait a second. I was calling PC to ask him what happened.
30 million for the kitchen scrap.
Spurs is like not a glorious franchise, but
Wizards?
No, like not quite the Knicks. I don't know. Anyway, they're gonna get relegated at the moment. At the moment, they're in relegation. We needed this, man. We needed this.
You needed just the good team to win against the bad team, and they
I
blew
needed
that.
Leeds
That's
not to get the
crazy.
3 points.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Anyway, what was this about? What was the question again?
Nah, he's just showing love.
So don't refer to them.
Don't call it PKs.
Oh yeah.
And-
Anyway,
and in the
Forrest.
rule.
By the second leg of the Europa League against Porto, we tied them.
Big.
Yeah. I wish you guys would watch with me, but I got no one to talk to about it anymore.
Yeah, no chance.
And what else, Frankie? What else?
Sammy J6Z3S. Missed you, team, but well-deserved time off makes me appreciate you guys even more when you're on.
Love you guys. Love all of you, including you, Sammy. Sammy, we missed you. I missed all of you. I feel back. I'm sorry I'm going a little bit long here, but I missed it so much. But I'm trying to wrap it up. What else, Frankie? What
Well,
else?
good because Sammy wrote back.
Oh.
They had a golden chance to secure Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury.
Oh,
I have
boy.
no idea. Can we just roll with it? Can we just roll with it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why did they have? Why did they have confirmed? Come on, everyone involved.
Yeah.
Make this fight happen, or let us focus on the fight.
It's gonna happen. I feel like it's gonna happen. There's too much money at this point. Gonna happen.
It has to fucking happen.
And what else, Frankie? What else?
Sammy also said, "Here's a donation." God.
Wow,
Shout out
Sammy.
Sammy.
Sammy, we don't need your donations. We love you.
Sammy.
Your presence is enough.
Thank you
Plus,
for your donation.
we're rolling in the DoorDash dough these days.
Thanks for your super chat. Don't stop sending.
Yes. What else, Frankie? What else?
Clutch Attitude MMA. Glad you guys are back. Frank, you're the man. I appreciate that. Does UFC 327 prove fans care more about chaos than perfect game plans?
I feel like they've always cared more about chaos.
Yeah, I
Right?
don't think that's ever.
Rock'em sock'em, like
Fight
balls.
hits ground.
Yeah.
Boo.
Yeah.
Guys
Yeah.
bashing each other's heads in sloppily.
I mean-
Yay.
Islam Hamza recently compared to Gaethje Pimblett, right?
Yeah.
What else, Frankie? What else?
And lastly, all I do is UFC says, I'd guess DJT likes Lewis because he has the most UFC KOs.
Works for me. Works for me. Guys, we have a great show tomorrow, and we have another great show on Wednesday. I'm going to go one day at a time here. Tomorrow's program is a great one. In studio, Alicia Baumgartner, who is headlining the MVPW show this Friday at the Infosys Theater, right next door to Madison Square Garden. In studio, Alex Terrible. Frankie?
Hell yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
In studio, Alex Terrible, plus Darren Till, Paulo Costa, and Eddie Hearn. Is that some kind of Tuesday for all of you? No one does it like us. And one last time, thank you very much to our good friends over at DoorDash who are going to be with us all week long on the road to WrestleMania. We appreciate them delivering our UFC 327 post-fight coverage. And for me, it makes me emotional to be associated with brands like this that truly love combat sports. They're all over combat sports these days. They're very present, trying to help out, trying to be present for the fans, trying to be there for us. And so when you're watching the fights this weekend, show some love to your good friends over at DoorDash as well. Please support them because they support us. All right, it is time to go. Any particular reason? All right. Working through the kinks, right? Working through the kinks.
You missed it on the watch party. About 10 minutes in, he just starts playing the outro music.
No, I know. I saw it, and I was appalled. Frank, everything okay?
I mean, yeah.
I gotta say,
Who's to check?
Do you guys use the pedometer app on your phone?
Yes.
It is. You guys use it?
I do, yeah.
It is astounding. Like, you're on vacation for a week, and then you get the notification like, there's been a change in your daily activity, and you're like, holy shit. I don't walk a lot during the day.
Yeah.
Like, the difference in just a regular day away, I'm talking like 18,000 steps, 19,000, 20, 21, 22, and then it's like a regular Monday and it's 6,000.
Yeah.
Oh, that is
don't walk or get a lot of sun.
That's brutal.
No windows in here. You at least got a window over there.
Yeah. But that's what we do for all of you guys. That's what we do for all of you guys. That's why we love it. It's been a great day. Thank you very much to Carlos Ulberg, Daniel Rodriguez, Shakur Stevenson, Kevin Holland, Cub Swanson, Eugene Bareman was phenomenal. Am I forgetting someone? I might be.
James Tehuno?
I was trying to read. Carlos Ulberg, Cub Swanson, Daniel Rodriguez, Kevin Holland, Eugene Bareman, Shakur Stevenson. Yeah, that's the lineup. Big week coming up, like I said. 2 press conferences on Wednesday. Wednesday's show, by the way, is going to start at 12 Eastern. You're going to want to be there at 12. I'll tell you more about that tomorrow. For now, back on Tuesday, same time, place, still, peace. I'm out.